صوت المطر أفكر ما الذي حصل لحالي طوال سنة مثل نفر يضيع مني العمر ولا أبالي قد سئمت من التفكير قد حان وقت التغيير قد طال شوقي لغد لي مبتسم لنغني ما أجمل الحياة فكل شيء يحيا بالأمل فلننسى ما فات ونبني لنا مستقبلا أفضل إلى متى سوف أظل تائها أنأى شيئا فشيئا عن حلمي لا لن أبقى هكذا مكبل اليدين فأنا أحس بالحنين لنفسي لا لا يأس بعد الآن لا تقل فات الأوان فليكن يومك أحلى مما كان لنغني ما أجمل الحياة فكل شيء يحيا بالأمل فلننسى ما فات ونبني لنا
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasan broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, folks.
ليس هناك مستحيل عندك
It's Monday, Newsday, as a matter of fact. This is Vika's Music.
لنغني
Vikas Music.
فكل شيء يحيا
Baba, I'm live. Evet. The Global Alex, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday Newsday, folks. It's June 30th, 2025. That was Vikas Music, Vikas Music, Blinding Lights, Arabic version, Eurobeat remix. I'm Hassan Piker. We're live. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, and obviously a lot has taken place. I'm live early. It's 10:37. I'm actually super early, a lot earlier than I normally start at. I usually start at 11. Now, the reason why I'm early is because I have spent some time away from you guys. I spent the last 24 hours just kind of hanging out. I'll be watching your YouTube VOD about China's strengths. As someone who goes to China a lot for work and has a lot of friends who live in China, I'm super skeptical of your claims. My knowledge, though, is purely anecdotal. And I'd love to see a deep dive of your claims. Love your work. Cool, I guess. And don't worry, one day I'm going to go to China, and then you'll see the deep dive. But yeah, yesterday, I did not stream. And the reason for why I didn't stream yesterday is because I woke up in the morning as always. And what did I do? Well, unlike always, I did something new. I did something different. I actually went. Let me move this stuff around a little bit. I actually went on a merch shoot. That's right. Under normal circumstances, I thought I would do my merch shoot because, you know, as you guys can tell, new merchandise is coming. It's that time of the freaking year. The hat is Chapo, but the merch is mine. Look. Austerity abroad, austerity at home. But basically what happened is the shoot went way beyond what we normally would do. It went into like 1:30, 2 p.m. So at that point I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not actually gonna stream today. And instead, and there's a baby tee as well for the girly pop nation. I think you guys will like it. Anyway, so I took a day off and I spent the entire day under the sun. I went in I went in the pool. I have my friends come over. They wanted to go into the pool, and I have like a open invite usually for them anyway, so they were already there. Okay, this is another one. This is another merch. Shock Doctrine. We got some real cool stuff coming out anyway. But yeah, did the merch photo shoot, went in the pool. I got scratched up a lot by Honey, my buddy Mike's dog, Honey. She is an aqua dog. I've never seen a dog like this. He has 2 Belgian Malinois. You've met him on the stream. They were there for Kaya's birthday. They're Kaya's best friends. One of them's a male, one of them's a female. The female is younger. She literally spends 3 hours in the water. I've never seen anything like it. She just jumps in the pool and only stays in the pool. And she just swims around for 3 hours. I'm not even kidding. Like it sounds like a joke. It sounds like a joke when you describe it like that. You're like, what? Like that doesn't make any sense. Like you're exaggerating. No, we were in the pool for 3 hours. She was in the pool for the entirety of that process. A Belgian Malinois. The other one can also swim pretty well, Huxley. But he doesn't like going in the pool that much, but he'll just like throw his own ball into the pool and then go chase after it and then swim. But yeah, that's me doing the LeBron. Bro think he LeBron? Yeah, I know. I love LeBron. Anyway, I found out that my Finnish national TV article came out. They did it both in the news as well. So there's that. We'll obviously cover that too, or we'll visit that link. Hasan Piker became the voice that young American men listen to. We'll obviously cover that as well. And then I spent the rest of the day shooting, playing some ball. And honestly, it's finally getting better. My leg is finally getting better. On the weight gain side, like I'm fat. 10 pounds. State of Qatar. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That's crazy. The state of Qatar showing up. But yeah, I've been like I'm 235 right now. I need to get back down to like sub 225. You reached the front page of Reddit yesterday.
matters. And I think inexperience is dangerous in this case.
Oh shit, this says
Mr. Mamdanimania
53,000.
had a staff of 5 people. You're now going to run a staff of 300,000.
He never says his last name right, by the way.
He's never dealt with the city council. He's never dealt with the Congress. He's never dealt with the state legislature. He's never negotiated with the union. He's never built anything.
Mr. Mamdani, to Mr. Cuomo, I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never cut Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA. I have never hounded the 13 women who credibly accused me of sexual harassment. I have never sued for their gynecological records, and I have never done those things because I am not you, Mr. Cuomo. And furthermore, the name is Mamdani, M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should...
That got 53,000 upvotes. That's crazy. They're doing Project 2029 and they have Neera Tanden and Jake Sullivan on the board. Yeah. The real Mamala. Mamdani. M-A-M-D-A-N-I. Mamdani. So, yeah, but personal news wise, that's it. Like you know, I've been holding it down a little bit. I had some sandwiches yesterday, some Italian sandwiches. I haven't been eating too great, but I did spend the entire day doing activities and being outside, and it was fucking awesome. And I also realized that Kaya is not used to that at all. Like, she's used to this. She's used to just sleeping. She's used to playing in the morning and getting all of her energy out and then just passing out, right? And I know this because yesterday she got absolutely cooked. I put her in the pool. I made her swim a little bit. She does not like swimming. So there's no new update on that front. But also after that, I took her to the park. I'm telling you right now, she is not capable of, okay, I don't care about this. She is not capable of doing that much activity. She should be doing activities throughout the day. Yeah, no, she can't handle it. She literally cannot handle it. But at least something that's good, at least one thing that I've realized that's good is that, like, I can actually still move around a little bit again. Like, my ankle has been, it's not fully healed yet, but it's like almost fully healed. And it took 2 weeks, but I can run again. You know what I mean? Like, not fully, but kind of run. I don't think I can play. Like, I don't think I can play basketball with, like, you know, you've needed to ball. It was like withdrawals. Yeah. Like, I'm still feeling it. Like, I'm still feeling my ankle, like, even right now, but you know, we'll see. And then I did the tub, did a little bit of recovery, passed out, and woke up, got it started right again, baby. Back at it. You already know. But my right shoulder is busted as hell. This is 225, light work, not a big deal. Didn't want to push it too hard. Hit that quick 6, not a issue for me at all. But right shoulder is still tweaked out. Haven't been able to figure it out. Haven't been able to figure out fixing it and how to fix it. But yeah, that's it. I'm back at it like a crack addict. Oh yeah. Any interest in watching the Senate Big Beautiful Bill amendment stream? Fuck no. But we will be covering that, obviously. That's a huge deal. It's Bigbootybill. Don't worry. Nobody wants to work anymore, especially not John Fetterman. Mélenchon getting stun locked by one guy in the chat. Oh no, he did a live stream. Okay. Wow, she changed the Twitch's landscape more than anyone else. The genius behind Cutie Cinderella. That's crazy. That's crazy glaze, dude. He was Cutie, how she changed Twitch. Massive impact to streamer awards. Butterfly effects to streamer awards. That's glaze. If you wear a MAGA hat, it'll fix your shoulder. I doubt it. The State Department has revoked the visas of Bob Villain, proud son of a diplomat and former U.S. ambassador. Wait, to Mexico? This is America did. That's cool. That's sick, man. We're such pussies. God, this country. Oh my God. Anyway, let's get it started. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it going. I'm gonna blast off. Mamdanimania continues. Trump's awful bill and how to stop it with Dayen. SCOTUS ruins Constitution. Idaho sniper shoots firefighters. Israel strikes journalists as Trump demands to free BIBI. Get in now. Yeah, yesterday was pretty crazy. Are we dying for Israel? Dude, every day. Let me tell you something. If you're not dying for Israel, you're anti-Semitic. So don't you dare say you wouldn't die for Israel. I don't entertain that kind of, I do not entertain that kind of anti-Semitism, which is the maximum anti-Semitic position. You need to say, Am Israel High right now. You need to say, Am Israel High right now. You do not want to be anti-Semitic. The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. I live in the area. Following the sniper room news was wild. Yeah. As soon as I heard Idaho, I was like, there is 0% chance this is an Iranian sleeper cell. This is 100%. I mean, I don't know the details. But I suspect it's it's Aryan nation activities, right? Like that seems like a Aryan nation ass move. Down to like shooting firefighters. Yeah. Not even like a Groiper. I'm talking, this isn't even like Groiper shit. This is like OG. This is OG Aryan nation shit. Like this strikes me as something more than like internet Groipers. Like internet Groipers will do like school shootings and stuff, but this seems like they had smoke for the fire department, which is which has to be beyond we call them homegrowns. Oh, I mean most of it is homegrown, obviously, but MHUD, he's a conservative teen. They censored his t-shirt with Trump is Rocky in it for their narrative. What the fuck? It was a Groiper? Oh my God, that's actually shocking. Dude, what the fuck? It was actually a Groiper. All right, we'll cover it. Range Media did good coverage on their last updates on their Insta. No way. That's crazy. I really thought like, oh, this is like some fucking 45-year-old Nazi, like Aryan Nation guy. I did not think it would have been a fucking 20-year-old Groyper. That is kind of crazy because it's Idaho. Idaho has like Idaho and like targeting firefighters makes me feel like you know, this is more organized and a long-standing beef. This is not new Nazi activity. New Nazis will go and like kill all the girls in their school or something. Old Nazis would like old school American Nazis back in the day would do like the order type shit. Like they had a much more organized version of violence. Like they were way more organized and way more militant. It wasn't in the same way that like these guys do it. These guys nowadays will just be like, I mean, the attitude is still the same where it's like they're so stupid. You ask a Nazi back in the day, like Aryan Nation, the order times, like they literally thought if they blew up a bunch of shit, they could potentially spark a race war. And nowadays, the stochastic terror that you see is in the same vein where they literally think, oh, if I shoot my school, then I'll start a race war. And it's like, no, dude, it's not. It doesn't work that way. Like, you're so fucking stupid. You're such a dumbass. Of course you're a dumbass. You're a fucking Nazi. But like, these guys all literally think if I just enough violence, if I do just enough violence, there will be race war in this country. And like, no, it doesn't work that way. Okay? It doesn't fucking work that way. You're so stupid. Having said that, the old school Nazis, what is a Groyper? This chatter asks. Groypers are online Nazis. They're like the under the age of 35 in the Republican Party neo-Nazis. They mostly like meme online. They watch like Nicholas Fuentes. They also fantasize about race war, but they're primarily on like forums and stuff. And they're gross, but it's a little bit different than like Aryan Nation style, like fundamentalist white nationalists. This type of Nazi. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. I thought it would be like this type of shit. Not this type of shit. Groyper, sometimes called the Groyper Army, or a group of alt-right and white nationalist activists led by Nick Fuentes. Members of the group have attempted to introduce alt-right politics in the mainstream conservatism in the United States, participated in the January 6th Capitol attack, blah, 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 blah. I hope that was I hope that explains it. Anyway, that's Groypers are fucking weirdos. To be fair, Nazis of all different backgrounds are fucking weirdos, but like Trump is targeting naturalized Americans for citizenship criminal offenses. Yeah, listen, this is the worst case of I told you so that's taking place in American society right now. I've literally detailed every single step that the Trump administration, I told you, was going to take in this process. And every single day we are moving closer and closer to that reality of denaturalization, which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, this is exactly what Nazi Germany did. Okay. A lot of people think like, oh, dude, this is not Nazi Germany. They weren't like deporting non-citizens or whatever. It's like, no, this is the process of declaring people non-citizens is exactly what Nazi Germany did. And they absolutely did deport people. Okay. They deported them and they put them in concentration camps in the process of deporting them. So it's not hyperbole. We're in it. And it's so crazy that Americans can't just fucking wake up. Remember, exactly like Nazi Germany, people who still support him don't see that. They're insane. I think a lot of people just don't understand. I really feel bad for the FBI agents that have to go through your stream. No one should be subjected to this level of stupidity. Lol, goofy take. Okay, guys. I don't think you understand. Like, you can agree with what the Trump administration is doing. I mean, that would require you to be a piece of shit. But you can't just fucking be like, no, you're wrong, sweetie, or you're stupid. It's just a one-to-one comparison at this point. Like, the expectation from you, I suspect, is until it gets to like 6 million, you know, you won't actually say this is a good comparison, because I think you suspect that the Nazis just woke up one day and decided we're gonna kill 6 million Jews. That's not how this works. That's not how this started. Okay, there's a long and convoluted legal process from appeasement all the way to the Nuremberg race laws, all the way to the process of like remigration and denaturalization that took place, criminalizing Jews and criminalizing different kinds of political ideologies. Like, it didn't start overnight. It didn't end overnight. That's not how this works. Okay, we are slowly but surely moving through that process right now. It's step by step. Just like Donald Trump didn't come into office and immediately start talking about denaturalizing people. Okay, he didn't. But now he wants to do that as well. I warned that this was going to be his eventual goal. But now that like the Supreme Court has offered him a tremendous power, where basically the only way to combat this kind of thing by executive mandate is to take it all the way up to the Supreme Court, launch a class action lawsuit that literally has every single person that it wronged party in it, take it all the way up to the Supreme Court with the hopes that like the Supreme Court will take it on, allow the class action lawsuit to continue as a class action lawsuit, and then also will work against the Trump administration, when in fact we have seen they have not actually done that. That's the real reason why the lower courts no longer have injunction powers, as I covered extensively last week, and I'll be talking about more today. So very low likelihood that the Supreme Court will allow or the Supreme Court will rule against the Trump administration, unless it's like directly impacting capital somehow. My father is the son of a half Jewish German World War II refugee, and he doesn't see the parallels. I guess as long as it's not coming after him, he doesn't care. That blows my mind, especially if you're Jewish. Like, when you like Jewish people will be like, "Oh my God, you said death to the IDF. That's the Holocaust." But then you're literally facing down the barrel of a second Holocaust happening, and you're like, "Nah, that's not." Like, how is that possible? This is not even like a never again just for Jews moment. It literally will happen to Jews as well. What the fuck? Any comments on the fatwa? Which fatwa? I think it's a good comparison for what is actually happening, but I'm not sure it's the best way to explain it to normies. Directly comparing it to the Holocaust is met with overreaction from normies. No, I think it's a pretty good comparison, because what you can describe to them is that this is exactly how events unfolded that led to the Holocaust. We are in like the third step right now. There is probably like 17 more steps. Not even the third, 17 more steps. I'd say we're in the third step. There's like 7 more steps, right? It's not necessarily hyperbolic. It's taking the exact same shape and the exact same form, the process of remigration and the process of like denaturalization. That is precisely what happened with the Holocaust as well. But like, it doesn't go gas chamber overnight. You know what I mean? That's not how it works. I hear it. There it is. The United States Holocaust Memorial Museum defines the years of the Holocaust as 1933 to 1945. The Holocaust era began in January 1933 when Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party came into power in Germany. It ended in May 1945 when the Allied powers defeated Nazi Germany in World War II. The Holocaust is also sometimes referred to as the Shoah, the Hebrew word for catastrophe. Ironically enough, Nakba is the Arabic word for catastrophe, and it is the word referencing 1948, which is when the Zionist brigades conducted an ethnic cleansing campaign and an ethnic displacement operation of 750,000 Palestinians, which was also the steps taken to create the nation state of Israel. Anyway, that is a separate point. Getting back to it, when they came into power in Germany, the Nazis did not immediately start to carry out the mass murder of Jews. However, they quickly began using the government to target and exclude Jews from German society. Among other anti-Semitic measures, the Nazi Germany regime enacted discriminatory laws and organized violence targeting Germany's Jews. The Nazi persecution of Jews became increasingly radical between 1933 and 1945. This radicalization culminated in a plan that the Nazi leaders referred to as the final solution to the Jewish question. The first part of that is to create the Jewish question, to look at all of the existing economic anxieties and economic tumult that was in place in German society, and then immediately redirect all of that enmity towards Jews. There is the Jewish question. You create the Jewish question, and then, of course, when you create the Jewish question, which is asking society why you feel so angry and resentful. Oh, it's because Jews control the money. It's because Jews control the media. It's because Jews control academia. So once you create the Jewish question, then you have to have a solution for it. And the solution is the final solution. What is the final solution? The ethnic cleansing and whole-scale slaughter of all of the Jews in the concentration camps and the death camps. That is how the Holocaust happened. Okay? The final solution was the organized and systematic mass murder of European Jews. It did not happen overnight. It took 10 plus years. The enmity was pre-existing. The enmity already existed. It was greatly intensified post-World War I. Okay. The enmity towards Jews already existed in historic Christian societies to begin with. And this is how it led to the Holocaust. A lot of people do not have the capacity to understand that the reason why we know about this and the reason why we cover it, the reason why we learn about this, is because it is considered the crime above all crimes, the worst possible crime possible. Okay? Genocide, ethnic cleansing. It is the worst crime. It is the worst crime imaginable. The reason why people learn about it, the reason why we all know that this is an immoral, morally repugnant position, is so that we understand, we recognize how societies move in this direction. And then we hope that we'll never repeat it again. However, a lot of people literally look at this indescribable evil and say, well, it hasn't gotten to that point yet. They haven't killed 6 million Palestinians yet. So I guess it's not the same, right? Because they're stupid. Black slavery was bad too. Yes, chattel slavery and the Nazi regime and the Holocaust are the two things that most historians across the board will directly say is evil. Okay, chattel slavery in its practice was unique. It was uniquely cruel. It was uniquely evil. It was more evil than every other historic form of slavery. Okay, straight up. Which is precisely the reason why most historians, while most historians won't while most historians won't actually offer any sort of like determination and simply just repeat and simply just explain events of history, the Holocaust and chattel slavery are the two things that most historians will openly say is really fucked up. This does not mean that there aren't also additionally cruel practices that even Germany and Belgium and many other European countries engaged in Africa and the African continent that would be akin to the Holocaust. Absolutely. Having said that, those are the two things that that people recognize as like deeply, deeply immoral. Historians even. Anyway. Why am I talking about this early? It's not even 11. It just turned 11:09 and I'm already talking about the Holocaust. Well, it's because we are in it, okay? We are in the early stages of America's Nazi regime. And just like the Nazis hosted the Olympics in 1936, we are also going to be hosting the fucking World Cup in the United States of America. History oftentimes doesn't immediately repeat itself, but it often rhymes. However, in this circumstance, it is quite literally fucking repeating itself. So, the Olympics and the World Cup, exactly. Another place that hosted the World Cup was Argentina. During the military junta and its disappearance regime in Argentina, they literally a fucking mile down the road from one of the largest political dissident prisoner, one of the largest prisons for political dissidents. Argentina was hosting the fucking World Cup a mile down the road. You know, what a time to be alive. Junta, sorry, not junta. Junta. So, lots going on in the world. I'm not going to start off with a big, beautiful bill. I'm going to go with Zohran Mamdani and the Mamdanimania. Zohran Mamdani says, I don't think that we should have billionaires. Full interview. Okay? Mamdanimania has overtaken the world, overtaken the United States of America. But also, the more he reaches new levels of prominence and popularity, the more people get racist and insane about his existence in general. People are pissed off that he was eating with his hands. People are frustrated that people are mostly just frustrated that he's a brown guy. That's what it is, honestly. All right, but let's start with this.
Welcome back. A stunning political upset this week in the race to lead America's biggest city. 33-year-old Democratic Socialist and New York State Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani is poised to win the Democratic primary for New York City, beating out former Governor Andrew Cuomo. He's now set to head to the general election, but his likely primary win is already sending shockwaves through the Democratic Party. And joining me now is Zohran Mamdani. Mr. Mamdani, welcome to Meet the Press.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here.
Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. There is so much to discuss. We have to start with your remarkable victory in the primary for mayor. You're 33 years old. As I just said, you started out at close to 0% in the polls, Mr. Mamdani. You came back to topple one of the biggest names in New York politics, Andrew Cuomo. What was the secret to your success? Do you think it was your message? Do you think that voters were voting?
This is good. This is positive. I'm happy that they are directly asking what contributed to his success instead of, well, what the hell? What a good start to the day. Wow. Good start to the day. Mini F. Love to see it. Love to experience it. Love the situation. It's just a stutter, and we're fine. We're good. Everybody calm down. Okay. Good start to the day, baby. We're gonna test the delay. What number am I holding up? Type this number if you see it. 2, 3, 4. Okay, there's like a 3-second delay. It's not that bad. All right, we're good. There's only like a 3-second delay. It's not the end of the world. All right, let's continue.
Against Andrew Cuomo a little bit.
Oh, what I was saying while the delay, while the little outage happened. So one of the things that I think is good, personally, is that they're asking Mamdani directly what caused his victory. The reason why I find it frustrating, or the reason why I think this is good, is because overall there's a lot of like people taking credit over what caused him to win, and these are mostly like the DC consultant class that is running their mouths and claiming that the reason why Zoran won is because his policies. It's not because of his policies, but because he actually was on board with the abundance mindset, or the reason why Zoran won is because he had a joyful campaign, or because he did social media. No, those are all, especially social media, played a big role in this. But very obviously, a major part of his victory was his policies and his massive turnout machine. Zoran Mamdani had 50,000 door knockers, dude. Are you kidding me? That's like a percentage of the overall vote. Like, that's significant. That is incredibly significant. Here is me jokingly responding to Donald. You guys met him already. Boringstein is like Zoran's cinematographer. He was you probably saw him while we were live streaming. He was in the background also filming. Representative Rua Roman says, it's not just Zoran's videos that won the primary. If you don't have a serious ground operation, you will lose, even with the most viral videos. A viral video does not make a movement. His media team is amazing, and they deserve all the flowers, and the rest matters. Donald said, going to keep hammering this home. The field operation on our campaign was the greatest since Obama 08, and if adjusted to scale, far and away the most impressive field operation in the 21st century American politics. Understand, ladies and gentlemen, understand something. The person who is saying that is quite literally the person that is the person who's saying that is the person who should be saying, no, it was the videos. I'm the kingmaker, okay? Because he's literally responsible for half of the fucking social media. He's responsible for the cool movies that they shot the entire campaign. And he's the one saying, that's not the case. It's not just like the fucking social media or whatever. It unironically is the fucking turnout. It's the turnout machine that they had. And the only reason why the turnout machine was the way it was is because of the policies. Okay? You can't have a turnout machine like that. You cannot have a turnout machine like that without the policies that that a fuck ton of people care about. Okay? Hold on. I need to... Where is it? Sorry. I'm doing something to fix the I was doing something to fix the chat arena because it was showing like the fucking deleted messages. All right. To which I responded with, nah, it's because Zoran did joy and abundance, and also abundance, I think. I'll let the big boys in mainstream media and DC consultant class handle the analysis on this one. Okay? There's no way door knocking did more for the campaign than social media. Dude, the fucking social media guy is telling you it's the door knocking. What are you talking about? Like, this is the guy. Okay? Do you understand? This is literally the guy. I'm showing you the guy who did the social media, and the guy who did the social media is saying it's not the social media, It is the incredibly impressive turnout machine. What are you talking about? He's just being nice. No, he's not being nice. Look at his bio. Director, DOP, video for Zoran Mamdani. Like, I know him. I met him. I know he was there. I know his team. What is going on? There is not. It's so funny. It's just like, it's so crazy that you have people who are like, nah, don't believe it. I don't actually believe you. I think I'm just going to keep going with my own mentality. Kamala Harris had a incredible social media machine. Why didn't it work? Why? Why did it not work? Do you think Kamala Harris didn't do enough social media? She did. It's because Kamala Harris did not have Kamala Harris did not have good enough policies that would push a lot of the quote unquote left, the door knockers, communities such as ours, into mobilizing for her. Okay? That's it.
Bit of both. How do you see it?
I think ultimately it was the focus on the fact that we live in the most expensive city in the United States of America. It's also the wealthiest city and the wealthiest country in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. And
Bro does not stop. By the way. Yeah, 18 to 44 was almost 50% of the electorate, by the way. The big question heading into the New York City race was what percentage of the electorate would be 18 to 44? Manhattan Institute had it at 24%. Marist had it at 30%. Emerson had it at 35%. The actual result was 18 to 44-year-olds were 48 to 49% of the electorate. That is the reason why all the polls were wrong, because they didn't weigh the 18 to 44 vote accordingly. 50%. How did that happen? Well, that happens when you got 50,000 door knockers. Okay? I checked this roughly against the voter file. My firm uses some noise created by birth dates and such, but 2024 G based on age right now, 18 to 24, 176,000, 25 to 29, 237,000, 60 to 64, 238,000. Target early data implies more 18 to 29 Democrats voted in the mayoral primary than the 2024 general. More 18 to 29-year-olds that are registered Democratic Party voters voted in the New York City mayoral primary than they voted in the fucking general. The general election for the president. That's why I said Zoran Mamdani was able to actually do the Bernie method successfully, because the Bernie method was supposed to be this tremendous turnout of the youth vote, which is hilarious to say 18 to 44 is the fucking youth vote, by the way, but it is because of how old the voters are in general. But up until like 18 to 44 as a demographic, there's a shit ton of numbers there. There are a shit ton of people there. They just don't vote. They don't vote because they have nothing to vote for. When you got a candidate that actually resembles the electorate, you have a candidate that actually has policies that the electorate wants, and he is an earnest communicator, this is what happens. Okay? Biden Defense Squad says, a big part of why I'll support Zoran going forward is because for years I've been like, well, if you guys want to win, why don't you actually go out and vote instead of just tweeting? And now that they've done that, I can't really be like, no, I didn't mean like that. Now, this is just the Biden Defense Squad, right? Like, this is a Biden dead ender. I'm glad that these guys are actually realizing that this is the method. Having said that, a lot of the establishment Democrats will not do this, okay? Understand that they are spending most of their time and most of their effort currently attacking Zohran Mamdani. It is crazy. You have an incredibly unpopular tax bill that is so unpopular that it's unpopular with Republicans being pushed for by a Republican president that is also unpopular. You have mass instability, war all around the globe. None of the things that Trump ran on that he said he was going to fix, he is actually fixed. And instead of the Democrats using that as an opportunity to talk about how austerity sucks and how, these guys are basically stealing your lunch money so that the wealthy can get a fucking tax cut, right? Instead of the Democrats using this unprecedented opportunity to really drive a wedge between the base of Republican Party's base of support and the Republican Party politicians, they're spending a decent amount of time talking about the one fucking guy that actually went out and did the damn thing with popular economic policies and won a goddamn race in a closed Democratic Party primary against a dynastic name like Cuomo. I saw this graphic in an article earlier and thought the same. He got them damn kids to show up. This is what they voted for. Now he has to expand his coalition. I'm not arguing or fighting over the will of the people in a fair election. I also tell them, well, if you want to win, stop choosing terrible candidates. So I can't be like, how come Andrew Cuomo didn't win? I don't understand. So you're happy to throw Jewish New Yorkers under the bus? Win at the cost of vulnerable members of society is the Republican way. Yes, New York, Jewish New Yorkers, the vulnerable members of society that are under attack constantly. Bitch, I'm a Jew who I guarantee you has taken 100 times more anti-Semitism than you have on this app. So shut your mouth and know your place. Oh, that's awesome. Dark woke, baby. Dark woke. Wait, what? Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, was asked if President Trump supports Representative Andy Ogle's call for a denaturalization proceedings for Zohran Mamdani. She said, surely, if the claims are true, it's something that should be investigated. Oh, my God. And then right on the dot, dude, look at how fucking botted this stupid-ass website is. Yikes, denaturalization is a heavy move. Sounds like she's leaving the door open without fully endorsing it. If markets react, Cameron West might tie it to a political risk, but it feels like more culture war than policy. I swear to God, everyone is a fucking bot on this website. And then you look at Cameron West, and it's helping new and experienced investors make better trading decisions through research and market updates.
Thank you, Caroline. Does President Trump want Zohran Mamdani deported?
I haven't heard.
Haha, so funny. Haha. 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 So funny. Let's just literally deport a dude who won a fucking Democratic primary. Like, what are we doing? What is happening right now? What the fuck is going on? Real funny, haha. Just a little Hitlerian policy making, you know. This is why Democrats need to do everything in their fucking power right now to basically back the boy, okay? To basically back him down to the wire. This is a major contest that is an existential threat not only to the Democratic Party as well, but also just to America in general. I don't think they understand, or perhaps they do understand that this is an existential threat to the United States of America, and they simply don't care.
Him say that. I haven't heard him call for that. But certainly he does not want this individual to be elected. I was just speaking to him about it and his radical policies that will completely crush New York City, which is obviously a city that the president holds near and dear to his heart.
There's this Congressman Anniogles. He wants the Attorney General Bondi to explore denaturalization proceedings because he thinks Mamdani could have misrepresented or concealed material support for terrorism based on rap lyrics he wrote in 2017. Does President Trump think this is a worthwhile?
This is the most psychotic angle of attack, dude. This is insanity, okay? Oh my God. They are using denaturalization for everything, okay? They are going to use immigration for everything. You make a fuss, denaturalize, okay? And now that there is no process of injunction, now that there's no power in the courts to actually put a stop to this kind of madness, they can just kind of get away with it until the Supreme Court takes it up. And what if it doesn't go all the way to the Supreme Court at all? This is literally what the Nazis did, okay? Every single thing that they're entertaining here is a test. You need to stay aware. I am telling you right now. Every single person should be losing their minds over this. Guy comes in, wants fucking free buses, okay? Wants a rent freeze. Happened before, many times over in New York, okay? And all of a sudden, wants to tax the wealthy a little bit, okay? And all of a sudden, they're like, well, we got to deport him. He's a Muslim terrorist that needs to be deported. That's where we're at right now. Understand how fucking insane this is.
Use of the Attorney General's time.
Well, I'll let the president speak to that. I have not seen those claims, but surely if they are true, it's something that should be investigated.
Thank you, Caroline. Does President Trump want Zohran Mamdani deported?
I haven't heard him.
I know. The gray bars are back. I'm going to fix it. I'm going to fix everything. Hold on. All right, but let's get back to this.
The rest are seemingly trapped in a state of anxiety. And what we've seen is that this is a city that needs to be affordable for the people who build it every day. Our focus was on exactly that. And by keeping that focus on an economic agenda, we showed New Yorkers that this could be more than just a museum of what once was. It could be a living, breathing testament to possibility.
Well, let me ask you about what I was just discussing with Senator Chris Murphy. The fact that you have leader Schumer, leaders Hakeem Jeffrey, who wrote very nice things about your victory, said you'd won a very strong campaign, have not endorsed you. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has endorsed you. Do you think the Democratic establishment is afraid of you?
I think that people are catching up to this election. This is an election that went against so much of the analysis that had been told about our party and where we needed to head to. And ultimately, what we're showing is that by putting working people first, by returning to the roots of the Democratic Party, we actually have a path out of this moment where we're facing authoritarianism in Washington, D.C.
Well, let's talk about your policies, your vision for this city. Here are some of the things you've proposed: free buses, rent-stabilized housing, a $30 minimum wage, the creation of city-owned grocery stores. It's a very long list of proposals. So let me ask you, if you were to be elected the next mayor of New York, what would your day one priority be?
The first thing is living up to these promises that I've made, because I've made them because I intend to keep them. And in a city of about 8.5 million people, close to 2.5 million New Yorkers live in rent-stabilized housing. The mayor, through a board called the Rent Guidelines Board, sets whether or not those rents increase or stay the same. The previous mayoral administration froze the rent 3 times. This one, led by Mayor Adams, increased it by 9%.
Yeah. Eric Adams increased the rent when he had every opportunity to freeze it. Okay? Now, what's really interesting about this is that now that rent freeze is a point of contention, Eric Adams, who is the most cynical charlatan of all time, has turned around and talked about potentially has talked about potentially no longer increasing rent as well. He just released I think he just literally released a statement saying we're just going to do the minimum rent increase this time around or something like that. I'm unsure how these politics works. How the fuck did Adams get in office? No, he said we can freeze it. We can't freeze it, but we want it to be as low as increase as possible. What did he say? Do we have the link? Don't send me Curtis Sliwa, okay? Shut the fuck up. Where is it? Where is the... Oh, here it is. Here's the statement from Eric Adams. Why I'm urging the Rent Guidelines Board to adopt the lowest increase possible while protecting the quality of housing for millions of New Yorkers who live in a rent-stabilized home. So, he saw the rent freeze conversation take place and decided, you know what? We're just going to do the minimum amount. We're going to still increase it, but just by a minimum amount. One of the largest cost of kitchen table issues kitchen tables each month is rent. Dude, what the fuck is going on, dude? Why can't I delete the fucking deleted messages? I'm so goddamn annoyed. How do I hold on one second. It's so goddamn annoying. Restart Chatterino. Yeah, my Chatterino bricked, and it's just like showing it's showing the deleted messages, and I don't want to see it, like the moderated messages. Bruh, you suck at streaming. I know. I'm the worst. Where is it? Yeah, why isn't it showing? Why is it still showing it? I clicked on it. No, it's automatic detect streaming software. Tech issues is my favorite segment. Hold on. Maybe if I turn it off and turn it on again, it'll fix it. Hopefully. But probably not. No, it is on disabled. It is on stream remote. It detects OBS. It's on streamer mode. See, it literally says streamer mode when I go on a thumbnail. Yeah, see, like all this spam shit. Wait, let me see. Control H. Will that work? It's a Twitch bug. Yeah, see, it's not deleting it. I don't know why. I'm so fucking annoyed. What is happening? Like, this is exactly the type of shit I don't want to see in my fucking chat. You know what I mean? Twitch API's having problems. Yeah, no, I did the hide deleted messages gear thing. I did. I don't know why it's not. Oh, wait, never mind. All right, I think it should work now. All right, we're good. We should be good now. I think so. I think we should be good. Someone type a slur. Yeah, all the spam's going away. All right, we're good. Okay. All right, let's get to it. Let's get back to it. Okay. Where were we?
So the first thing that I would do is start to constitute a board that votes in reflection of reality. And the reality I'm speaking of is that the median household income of those tenants is $60,000 a year. The landlords of those units have seen their profits increase by 12%. It's time for relief for working class New Yorkers.
Okay, well, of course, the big question is how are you going to pay for it? You've proposed increasing taxes on wealthier New Yorkers. The Democratic governor, though, of your state, Kathy Hochul, says she's not going to support increasing taxes in order to get it across the finish line. I want to let you take a listen to a little bit of what she had to say recently and respond on the other side. Here she is.
I'm not raising taxes on people at a time when affordability is the big issue. I'm actually cutting middle class
Even on the
taxes.
wealthy.
I don't want to lose any more people to go to Palm Beach. We've lost.
Oh my God, dude. Come on. Have some fucking backbone. Have some goddamn backbone, dude. Of course, she doesn't. She does not.
Enough.
How are you going to raise taxes if you can't get Democrats to support it?
So I think what we've shown over the last 8 months is our ability to take that which is considered a non-starter and make it seem inevitable. We've shown that with this campaign, and ultimately we're...
Once again, here are the takes that you can fucking immediately deploy here. Are you ready for this? This is the only aspect of his policies on his campaign that requires Albany to play ball. Okay? Having said that, however, this has been a tremendously successful ballot measure in a state like Massachusetts, in Boston. Okay? It's been spearheaded by Michelle Wu, the mayor of Boston, and this was a ballot measure that passed a millionaire's tax directly. It was a ballot measure that passed in the state of Massachusetts. So this is a profoundly popular provision in blue states that will yield billions of dollars into the state coffers so that we can fund some of these initiatives that are helpful, that will clean up the streets of New York, that will make New York a more livable place. Okay? Yeah, in Massachusetts, the tax increase for the millionaire's tax was 4%. Zoran wants half of that, 2%. Okay? And this was a profoundly popular policy in Massachusetts. Do you understand? So he can literally point to another comparable state and another comparable city as far as the mobilization behind this policy.
We're seeing that our vision to tax the top 1% of New Yorkers, these are New Yorkers who make $1 million a year or more.
Yeah, you can also point to the fact that there's only like 34,000 of them in New York. We're not talking about, there's like what, 14 million people? What's the population in New York? Let's see. 8.25 million in New York population, greater metro area. The population of New York, oh, what the fuck? Yeah, 23 million, okay? 23 million in the New York metropolitan area. New York City in particular, 8 million. The number of millionaires that he is talking about is like the number of people that would be affected by this tax rate. Okay, the number of people that would be affected by the tax rate is literally 34,000. 34,000. Look at your own people. What do you mean? Look at your own people? What are you talking about?
And our proposal is to just tax them by 2% additional, is something that has broad support and will continue to increase that support over the next few months and years.
So you think you're going to be able to twist Governor Hochul's arm and get...
No, the New York metropolitan area is obviously 31 counties, which is New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, so it doesn't count. New Jersey and Connecticut won't count. But I'm saying that, like, New York City is 8 million, and this is, out of 8 million people, it is 34,000 people that he's talking about that would be impacted by this tax.
Get her to support raising taxes. I mean, what about the fact that she says she's concerned New Yorkers might leave? They might go to Florida.
I think it's time for a leadership that doesn't twist arms, but rather builds partnership. And I'm looking forward to having that with the governor, because ultimately my policies, my vision, it's driven by an assessment of what's actually happening. The Fiscal Policy Institute found that the top 1% of New Yorkers leave at 1/4 the rate of other income groups. And when they do leave,
the AI response from hold on. One out of every Bloomberg has an article on this. The number that they have is like 34,000, I think, that they said would be impacted by this tax. But Bloomberg is saying it's 300,000. But I don't think that's the case. I think this means like people that are working in New York in the greater metropolitan area. That number is probably around 350,000. But I trust Zoran's numbers more than I do this, because there's a little bit of a confusion here. Oh, $1 million in income. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, because he's talking about $1 million in income. Yeah, people with net worths over $1 million is entirely different than someone who makes $1 million in income a year. Yes, okay, that makes sense. That's where the confusion is coming from. In any case, I don't understand it. Florida is a red state. If rich people left to Florida, wouldn't rich people make Florida great? Great question. The answer is no. 1 million isn't much in New York City, but regardless, it's a lot compared to other. 1 million is a lot, though, to be honest, in Manhattan. $1 million a year? $1 million in income a year is a lot everywhere on the planet. There is not a single place on this entire earth that $1 million a year in income is not a lot. That is insane. You are delusional if you think that that is not there. Like, you can say $100,000 in income a year is like barely making you live a comfortable existence in a big city in this country nowadays. Okay. And even then you can have a little bit of a back and forth here. Like, if you're making $100,000 a year, okay, in a place like New York City, if you have to live in the city, or in a place like Los Angeles, if you have to live in Los Angeles, you're gonna survive, but you're not gonna be super comfortable, okay? Which is crazy to say. I'm talking about $100,000. There is no place on the planet right now where $1 million a year, if you make $1 million a year, you're not comfortable, or you're not immensely wealthy. Yeah, I make $115K and I live in Marin County. It's like $10K above the poverty line in Marin. Marin is near San Francisco, by the way. No, what do you mean Dubai? There is no place on the planet. There is no place on the planet where the yearly household income is $1 million and they're not making ends meet. There's not, like, you guys are talking, you want to know how much $1 million a year in income is? It's so much that when people joke and say, well, what about the limousine costs? Or what about the daycare costs? What about the nanny costs? None of that makes you have a hard time. None of that will cause you financial trouble if you're making $1 million a year. Marin, that's how you say it? My bad. Like, there's not, that's crazy. We're not talking about net worth, chatters. We're talking about fucking income. $1 million a year in income is so much money that it's like hard to spend all of that money unless you are like flying fucking private and you just have this very unhealthy addiction to constantly purchasing cars or something. Like, oh, I made $1 million this year. I don't know how to make ends meet. Why? Oh, because I bought a Bugatti Veyron. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be a deep and severe gambler. You have to have serious cocaine and gambling addictions to have a hard time with $1 million a fucking year. These people have listened to so many millionaire YouTubers they think is old news now. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, you're making 20 grand a week, dude. What the fuck? Can you imagine? What kind of expenditures could you have that is $20,000 a week? Like, I fly around fairly frequently for my fucking job, okay? I ain't spending that kind of money. What are you, fucking nuts? 20 grand a week? That's like Aiden Ross is spending that much money a week. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? $20 grand a week is crazy. And I take care of my entire, I am financially supporting my entire family, okay? Y'all are fucking nuts. Anyway, let's continue.
It's actually to other states considered high tax, New Jersey, California. So it's not fiscal policy, it's quality of life. And ultimately, the reason I want to increase these taxes on the top 1%, the most profitable corporations, is to increase quality of life for everyone, including those who are going to be taxed.
Here's how the Washington Post editorial board wrote about your proposals. They say
oh my God, this is so cooked.
Massive minimum wage would depress low-skilled employment. His rent freeze would reduce the housing supply and decrease its quality. Cutting bus fares would leave a transit funding hole that, unless somehow filled, would erode service. Meanwhile, the grocery business operates on thin margins, and his plan for city-run stores would probably lead...
Wow, I can't believe Jeff Bezos' newspaper that fucking endorsed Donald Trump, by the way, at the direction of Jeff Bezos, unironically. Like, the Post, Jeff Bezos, Trump endorsement, Washington Post's editorial board is against a socialist who is advocating for the most modest, the most doable increase in social safety nets. Color me surprised. Oh boy, am I shocked. Wow, shocked, I tell you. This is the most shocking thing.
To fewer options.
Yeah, I can't believe the e-commerce grocery store magnate wrote in his newspaper that a government competitor to his major profit-seeking sector would be bad. The margins are so thin. $20K a month isn't a lot. You should see the lifestyle of ex-wife. What? My ex-wife. Yeah, they endorsed no one. Remember, the board was going to endorse Kamala, but Bezos stopped it. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's a de facto endorsement of Donald Trump. Jeff Bezos personally stopped the Washington Post editorial board from endorsing Kamala Harris and said, oh, we don't do that. We're not in that business anymore, which is an endorsement of Donald Trump. And he obviously has a personal investment in seeing any kind of initiative of government-owned grocery stores failing, because obviously that would be a tremendous market competitor if implemented successfully all around the fucking country. Jeff Bezos does not want that.
Poor service and shortages. Mr. Mamdani, are your proposals going to hurt the very people you're trying to help?
Not at all. There have been many in editorial board who have had concerns, and what we've shown is that more than 400,000 New Yorkers are excited about this vision. And the reason they're excited about it is one that is in line with the scale of the crisis in this city. I mean, we are talking about our tax base.
Thin fucking margins, bro. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, man. Then I guess the government should own all the grocery stores then. Like, what is the argument here? Oh, dude, our margins are so thin. Yeah, you know who else has really thin margins, dude? Fucking insurance, okay? First of all, thin margins is made up. Okay? It's fucking made up. It's made up. The idea that like, oh, our margins are so thin. Okay, then don't fucking use so much of the revenue coming in on a whole deal of ridiculous shit. Whether it be executive pay, like executive payout packages, stock buybacks, things of that nature. Okay, there are so many things that companies do in terms of lobbying expenditures and all this other stuff that they could actually dial back from, but they don't, right? Bro, I'm being sarcastic. Okay. They don't do that. They want it. You are a cancer to the Democratic Party. I like that we're watching the most, like, currently one of the most dynamic candidates, a candidate that I endorsed and backed, that is making national news because of his, again, modest social democratic provisions. And this guy's like, nah, you're a cancer to the Democratic Party. Brother, the Democratic Party itself has maximum cancer right now, okay? This is the chemotherapy to the Democratic Party. And there's a bunch of dumb fuck liberals in here who still try to like hold on to the idea that like, no, we have to do third way neoliberalism. Brother, you are not a fucking Democratic Party consultant. You're not getting paid by them. So why are you running defense for them? I don't understand. You're a voter. You are a citizen. You are not seeing any of the benefits. So why the fuck are you advocating for it? It doesn't make any sense. You're advocating for it like you're fucking Kristen Gillibrand. You're not Kristen Gillibrand. It doesn't make sense. There's never been, like, I understand why you would rise super hard for your local team, right? Maybe you grew up watching the games with your dad. Maybe you own the merch. You think you have like a stake in your team winning, okay? But I don't understand how people apply this to the Democratic Party when you are so clearly not a part of the fucking team, brother. You are not. Now you got some restructuring going on in the Democratic Party, finally. Okay, because a person has been successful, a person with populist messaging has become successful, and there are still naysayers out here in my chat being like, nah, dude, you're a fucking cancer. You're a cancer, dude. You're a cancer to the Democratic Party. Your vision, your goals, cancerous. It's because the other choice is the Republican Party. What do you mean? Okay, this is how you win this is how you defeat the Republican Party. Do you understand? So anyone that looks at this and goes, nah, the fucking guy who mobilized the youth after Democrats cried and complained about how we've lost touch with the youth, how we've lost touch with all these fucking different demographics, he's actually bad. He's actually what's wrong with the Dems. We can't have this. We can't allow this to happen. It's so crazy to me. I get why DNC consultants would say that, because their job security relies on actively undermining this kind of populist momentum. Yeah, if your football team has been getting its ass kicked for the past 2 decades, you don't get upset when they draft a star quarterback that's going to shake up the team. Them should at least be a proper team fan. Exactly. No, I'm on board with electing progressives. You know that. I'm just saying people have no choice in the stupid system. We need more people like them. Exactly. See, lib drive is correct. That is the real liberal mindset here. The real liberal mindset here is to look at this mass mobilization and mass momentum happening with a progressive candidate, with a socialist candidate, and goes, no, we need more of this, actually. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it happen in front of my eyes. We were wrong that to have this like weird, restrained attitude and consistent fucking advocacy against these kinds of candidates.
growing smaller and smaller each day, with New Yorkers leaving to New Jersey, to Pennsylvania, to Connecticut. If we do not meet this moment, we will lose this city. And our proposals are ones that are thought out. They are ones that are also clearly going to be funded by these revenue streams. I'll give you an example. When we talk about grocery stores, I've put forward a proposal for a pilot of one grocery store in each borough. These are 5 grocery stores that would cost $60 million in a city budget of more than $113 billion. And ultimately, the reason that we are so excited by them is we've seen that they've worked in Kansas. We've seen that when a feasibility study was done in Chicago, it was shown to be something that was not only feasible, but pressing and urgent in an urban setting. And finally, it costs less than half of what the city's already set to spend on subsidizing corporate supermarkets without any guarantee of cheaper prices, any guarantee of collective bargaining agreements, or that they accept SNAP or WIC.
Well, you take me to my next question about grocery stores. Some executives, including one of the top grocery stores owners, billionaires, threatening to shut down his supermarket in the
Great. That's amazing. That means the city can take over these grocery store chains that I guess are about to fucking close down. Go ahead, make my fucking day. You know what I mean? We'll take it.
In the city, John Catsimatidis, who runs Gristedes grocery chain. You're probably very
The Gristedes grocery chain, as far as I understand, is like already at fucking at the brink of insolvency too. What is the name of it? Gristedes Supermarket. Gristedes. Catsimatidis considers buying embattled rival grocery chain. John Catsimatidis is still carrying a torch for rival grocer Fairway Market, the Post has learned. Catsimatidis, who owns Gristedes Supermarket, has had recent informal discussions with Fairway owner GSO Capital Partners about buying the embattled chain, he told the Post. This was in 2017, okay? They wanted to buy another fucking rival grocery chain and expand their operation. And now they're talking about leaving New York City. They are not doing that, okay? They are not fucking doing that. By the way, the embattled rival grocery chain, Fairway Market, has had numerous bankruptcies at this point. They've had numerous bankruptcies since then. 2017 is when they wanted to buy it. In 2020, they also were bankrupt, the rival grocery chain that they're talking about. In the wake of Fairway's bankruptcy, there's been one looming figure making a mess out of grocery stores, private equity. Cleanup on aisle 11. Private equity's rolling grocery store bankruptcies. Okay? They bankrupt almost because they can't do business margins, by the way. No, the reason why they get fucking almost bankrupt or on the verge of insolvency is because they are operating with fucking business mindset. They want to make money. There's also tremendous competition from the likes of Amazon. State-run grocery stores would not have the same exact issues because they're not supposed to be run with the profit incentive in mind. We put out feelers that we had interest before they went bankrupt and after, Catsimatidis told the Post. I've been in the food business for 50 years. Yeah, this is him. John Catsimatidis. Like, the reason why Zohran wants to have potentially grocery state-run grocery stores is quite literally because he's making the argument that we shouldn't be at the mercy of profit seekers, man. That's the whole point. This is the visage of a grocery capitalist, vindicates every 19th century political cartoonist. Yeah. Gristedes owner found liable for unpaid wages. He looks like a fucking cartoon character, dude. Stop the Greek hate. Okay, chill.
Very familiar with him. He said this on Election Day, quote, "If the city of New York is going socialist, I will definitely close or sell or move or franchise the Gristedes locations." In order to run New York City successfully as mayor, do you not need the support of a billionaire businessman like John Catsimatidis?
I don't know if I need his support specifically.
I actually haven't figured out why they, not to give him more talking points, but the real talking point that they should be fucking slamming is that market competition will eviscerate. State-run grocery stores would create market competition that is impossible to fucking contend with and eviscerate mom and pop shops. That's the real meta. That's what they should be saying, okay? Not to give the fucking billionaire psychopaths more talking points, but that is unironically what they should be saying at a time when there's unprecedented competition coming from monopolists like Amazon, okay? We're already having a hard time dealing with we're already having a hard time keeping these grocery stores open. And then this guy wants to create additional pressure to lower wages and lower prices. But even if we were to be able to carry on with our business, the mom and pop shops will definitely close down. Something like that.
But I want to make clear that my vision for this city is a vision for every single New Yorker, including business leaders across the city. And the reason I say that is that my proposals, even the ones to increase the top corporate tax rate of New York to match that of New Jersey, are ones that would also benefit those business leaders. Because when I have
always given free game, you would be a profitable and effective grifter. I know. Sometimes I like to give game out for free just so people know that I got that dog in me, okay? I could so easily be a fucking right-wing grifter. I could be the best right-wing grifter, okay? Now do the counterpoint to that. The counterpoint to that is that mom and pop shops have already been eviscerated by the fucking monopolists, and this actually drives down prices for the monopolists, and that's precisely why they're using the supposed mom and pop shop that doesn't fucking exist anymore in the state of New York by holding the carcass of mom and pop shops in New York to fucking make a counterpoint when it doesn't even exist due to the monopolist franchises that have overtaken the entire city and create food deserts. And it's at the mercy of venture capital and people's profit incentives. People's access to food should not be dictated by some faceless, lifeless corporate entity that is simply just trying to make additional money off of purchasing a bunch of these stores and then immediately bankrupting them so that some fucking hedge fund manager can turn profit year over year. The response is this. It's 5 grocery stores in this.
Some of the things I've heard that are part of your platform are rent freeze.
Yep.
200,000 new affordable homes to build.
There we go.
$30 minimum wage by 2030. Free buses. And then city-owned grocery stores. I'm just wondering, because obviously, like, politicians are liars. So
True.
How can we trust that these things are achievable?
So these are all things that are a question of political will. Because most politicians will try and tell us that anytime you want to stand up for working class people, it's unrealistic. And when we're talking about a rent freeze, Bill de Blasio did that 3 times. There's precedence for that. When we're talking about city-run grocery stores, that pilot program, which would guarantee lower prices for milk, for eggs, for bread, for the staples of day-to-day life, would cost $60 million. The city is currently set to spend more than $140 million to give it to corporate supermarkets. So this would be a fraction of what we're already set to spend. When we're talking about free buses and universal childcare, that is something that we could pay for entirely by raising New York State's corporate tax rate to match the socialist utopia of New Jersey. So that's 7.25% here to 11.5% there. 200,000 affordable homes.
We can pay for this by municipal bonding. We can pay for this by using vouchers that landlords are rejecting for New Yorkers that have already been approved. We can pay for this by using vacant city lots that we have. And we're already paying for this in some way because our refusal to build actually affordable housing, like for a family of 4 making $72K a year, for a low-income senior, for one of the 100,000 New Yorkers living in shelters, it is pushing working class people outside of the city. It is pushing them into tax bases of New Jersey and Pennsylvania. We need to stop doing that and actually keep people in the city they.
Yeah. And if it fails, then it's $60 million, which is a fucking blip. $60 million gets lost to the nephew of some prominent politician that has a private contract that they got through corruption in the state of New York and in the city of New York with regular fucking frequency. There's already a living, breathing example of this happening in other states anyway. And this is so funny. What will happen is empty shelves due to a rise in demand in Zoran's popularity. In normal market conditions, this will lead to a raise the price according to demand. However, because a government store doesn't operate in a market environment and puts prices below market value, the stores will quickly run out of stock, and empty shelves and long lines will ensue. This happens in command economies all the time. I study economics in uni, by the way. Okay, so it'll be successful, is what you're saying. It'll be incredibly successful and people will purchase it. It's not like it's going to fucking literally eviscerate the existing grocery store chains. It's simply going to work as intended. You didn't even describe why this would be bad. You did not even describe why this would collapse anything. What you described is poor people will have easier access to food. That's what you described as a bad thing, because that is the outcome of what you're talking about. The outcome of what you're talking about is people in these neighborhoods will be able to get cheaper groceries. Okay? Then the people with money will go elsewhere, be fed up, and stop going and clogging it up for the people who need it. There are major advantages to an enterprise that is not run. There are major advantages to an enterprise that's not run at the behest of the profit motive. Those who are quick enough will get the food. Others, the majority, will not. Dude, first of all, the argument that you're making, unironically, is an argument to make all the fucking grocery stores state-run, for the record. You understand that, right? So that this issue does not exist. Because there are a shit ton of other grocery stores that people will go and get their goods from. It's just the prices will be higher. Okay? So unless you're unless you're advocating for a command economy where all of the fucking grocery stores are run by the state, I don't know why you're even bringing this up. Because this doesn't actually destroy the rest of the grocery stores in the region. The others will start getting even more priced out? How? You're not making an argument. Even using like Econ 101 terms, you're not making an argument as to how the others will start getting more priced out. Here, I'll make the argument for you. Because these fucking bargain bin prices that are impossible to compete against, it will actually force other grocery stores that are privately owned to lower their prices in order to be competitive. Okay? That's the argument you're supposed to make. You're not even making that argument. You're just saying, "Oh, the others will start getting even more priced out, and then they'll raise their prices for no reason." Like, what are you talking about? Also, you're making it seem as though the state-run grocery stores don't exist. The commissary structure in the United States military already exists. It's a thing that works, okay? Last I checked, the real thing that prices out people, or the real thing that fucking eviscerates and guts local grocery stores, mom and pop shops, is not actually government-run grocery stores. It's actually fucking Walmart. Okay? This unironically is a way to try and combat against Walmart. It's a way to try and combat against the massive grocery stores. The difference between a state-run enterprise like this as opposed to Walmart, however, is that Walmart comes in with much cheaper prices. Walmart also will hire a bunch of people. It's more efficient. And then it will suck up the entire demand in the region. And then once it's no longer profitable, as they have done so in West Virginia, for example, they'll fuck off. Do you understand? And then now you have an area where there's no business anymore. Now you've created a fucking food desert. State-run enterprises, on the other hand, have a duty to offer these things, to offer these goods, to offer these commodities to their citizens, and therefore will not go away. If what you're saying was true, then food banks would destroy the grocery stores. So Walmart is better in real competition than the mom and pop shops, I guess. What? Walmart is better in terms of competing against mom and pop shops? Yes, just like Amazon is better than all of the other alternatives, and they are the reason why these chain stores have become monopolies. Walmart is the reason why you don't have local mom and pop shops anymore. Yes. The issue, however, is that when Walmart, with its low profit margins, decides, and its heavy government subsidies, by the way, because Walmart is one of the most subsidized enterprises perhaps around the fucking world that is privately owned and not owned by the government directly. Okay? When Walmart, even after all of that, when Walmart decides I'm not making enough money, they just fucking drop it. They just end that chain. They end their franchise. They end their operations in the region, leaving that region with no fucking alternative. The most efficient wins, fair and square. If they raise prices, the cheaper alternatives will slowly appear and start to drive them away competition. That's so interesting that you say that. Except, why doesn't it happen in West Virginia? Why has that not happened in West Virginia? Okay? Again, this is the problem with econ majors who, once again, look at just numbers on a fucking board and widgets at a widget factory and assume that the market choice is, or the market moves in a rational way, and yet when faced with the reality that things don't actually just materialize out of thin air in the way that your textbook told you to do so, you all of a sudden turn around and go, I don't get it. I guess we shouldn't even talk about that. You're running off of pure idealism. I am suggesting a pragmatic solution, one that also, even if it doesn't, the government shouldn't be involved in subsidizing shops at all. No subsidizing Walmart. I know, dude. Okay. Okay, Friedman. That's not how that works, though, does it? What do you mean? Libertarian motherfucker. I swear to God. Yeah, that would be great. I also would not. I also would love to live in that world. The job of the government is to uphold free market competition in a civil way. No, it's not. You are a fucking neoliberal without even realizing that you are a fucking neoliberal. This mentality is precisely the reason why the government does subsidize Walmart. This is the outcome. The job of the government is to uphold free competition. Okay? And that's precisely what's going on. The government has been upholding free competition, and this is the outcome. The outcome is Walmart. everything inevitably turns into a monopoly, okay? Or if it's not a monopoly, it's at the very least an oligopoly, which creates an environment where price fixing is the norm through price leadership, which is the legal method of price fixing. Price fixing is illegal. Price leadership is very legal. When you have tremendous corporate consolidation, you create an environment that's ripe for price leadership. Price leadership, when you're at the point of the consumer, is the same as price fixing. It doesn't matter, okay? When you are going out and purchasing eggs and eggs and milk, you don't think, well, at least this was done through the legal route of price leadership. Okay? So if monopolies are going to happen, I would rather have the interests of the population in mind rather than the interests of a couple faceless, lifeless capital owners in mind. You are arguing about a fantasy while simultaneously saying we need candidates to do that. And then you're literally getting mad at the one candidate who is trying to do that and turning around and saying, no, not like this. Subsidizing one side but not the other is not fair competition, and that is what's happening right now and is not good. But socialism will lead to deficit. That's not the way out. Should be anti-monopoly. Brother, there is no planet. Your worldview is inevitably distorted, okay? Because capitalism inevitably yields monopoly. Every single company's ultimate goal is to become a market leader. There is Scandinavia. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why are Econ 101 guys so fucking oblivious? State-run grocery stores, Norway. Three companies have 90% of the grocery store market in Sweden. Dude, even the Nobel Prize winner said that social democracies and not socialism are the way forward, and that means capitalism. Show them the Pakistani military government run. We have government run grocery stores. It's the fucking military. Okay? Nordic socialism is realer than you think. When policy commentators talk about Nordic economies, they tend to focus on their comprehensive welfare states, and for good reason. Denmark, Finland, Norway, and Sweden are home to some of the most generous welfare systems in the world. Each has efficient single-payer healthcare system, free college, long parental leave, heavily subsidized childcare, and many other social benefits too numerous to list here. What is this? Public grocery stores. Oh yeah, there's there was one in Florida. This is also before we factor in that there is a monopoly, state-run monopoly on liquor stores, both I believe in Kansas and other states in the country, but also even in Scandinavian nations as well. Outsized attention they receive can sometimes lead to commentators in the wrong conclusions about peculiars of Pennsylvania too and Utah. Oops. The common thread to these mistaken conclusions aside from the desired labor market, this is not true. In addition to large welfare states and high tax levels, Nordic economies are also home to large public sectors, strong job protections, and labor markets governed by centralized union contracts. Around 1 in 3 workers in Denmark and Norway are employed by the government. Protections against termination by employers are much stronger in Nordic countries. Centrally bargained union contracts establish the work rules and pay scales for the vast majority of Nordic workers. These labor market characteristics are hardly neoliberal or quasi-libertarian, at least if we stick to the typical definitions of those terms. The neoliberal tendency, as exemplified by most recently by France's Emmanuel Macron, is to cut public sector jobs, reduce job protections, and push for local rather than centralized labor agreements. For the U.S. labor market to become more like the Nordics, it would have to move in the opposite direction on all those fronts. State ownership, even more interesting than Nordic labor market, is institutions as Nordic state ownership. Collective ownership over capital is the hallmark of that old school socialism that is supposed to have been entirely discredited. And yet, such public ownership figures prominently in the present day in Norway and Finland, and has had a role in the other two Nordic countries as well, especially in Sweden, where the government embarked upon a now defunct plan to socialize the whole of the Swedish industry into wage earner funds just a few decades ago. The governments in Norway and Finland own financial assets equal to 330% and 130% of each country's respective GDP. In the US, the same figure is just 26%. Much of this money is tied up in diversified wealth funds, which some would object to as not counting as real state ownership. I disagree with that claim, as that wealth funds are not really state ownership, but the observation that Nordic countries feature high levels of state ownership does not turn upon this quibble. State-owned enterprises, defined as commercial enterprises in which the state has a controlling stake or a large minority stake, are also far more prevalent in Nordic countries. There are, all of these things, this is from 2017, and one of the biggest problems in Scandinavian countries is that this is also going away. This is the problem with social democracies in general, which is that capital interests inevitably overtake all of these state-owned enterprises and turn them into for-profit privatized entities. All of these countries are privatizing at an alarming rate. And because they're privatizing at an alarming rate, a lot of the previously well-run public institutions, state-owned enterprises, are no longer offering the same quality of service. This is the problem with social democracies, that a Thatcherite move could inevitably move in the direction of gutting these social safety nets that many people took for granted. This obviously leads to people feeling animosity, anxiety, anger, resentment over their material conditions worsening. And when that happens, you have volatility. And that volatility is redirected back to vulnerable populations such as migrants or refugees in these countries. The notion that, well, more brown people started arriving, and that's the reason why my fucking, state-funded healthcare doesn't work as well as it used to. Yes, the goal here is to solve a market inefficiency, food deserts in New York City. If you believe, first of all, you're talking about how, social democracies are the answer, while you're literally fucking getting mad at a dude offering a social democratic provision. So clearly, you don't want social democracy, because nothing that Zoran is pushing for is is unheard of. Many of the things that Zoran is pushing for is unironically things that already exist. So it seems to me like you don't want to move in the direction of social democracy. Because a lot of the places that you consider to be social democracies, that you point to as like successful versions of capitalism, are one, failing due to capitalism right now, due to the interests of capital right now, and they're experiencing that exact same volatility, instability, and anger being redirected back to refugees, migrants, and the like in these places. And you're also simultaneously pointing to a candidate that is trying to move in that direction, and you're stating that that is wrong. So it doesn't seem like you want that to happen. You don't want state intervention while simultaneously saying we want state intervention. So which is it? Do you want state intervention, or is it not like that? Also, the current government will want to go away from the central work terms negotiated by the unions and work towards the local deals model. Finland has basically had austerity measures since Nokia fell as a phone manufacturer. There's theories about the CO being a Microsoft agent. And every government we have just defunds education, healthcare, etc., no matter right or left. However, right-wing governments do it much more. Yeah. I mean, we are living in an era where the fall of neoliberalism is imminent. It's already happening. It's happening all around us. Okay. All of these social democracies that you could point to will be regarded as like overwhelming failures unless they change their attitude and move back in the direction of socialism. Okay. Finland is literally the happiest country in the world right now. Okay, but you, dude. First of all, you're pointing to Zoran Mamdani calling himself a socialist without looking at his actual policies. Okay, at the end of the day, he will try to fight capitalism instead of improving our understanding of it. And then you literally look to countries that have actually had long, hard-fought socialist implementation that also had the exact same kind of fucking naysayers at the time. Like, those things did not happen because it was just like purely social democrats. Those things happened because social democrats, especially in Scandinavian countries, were propped up and backed to a certain degree by socialists, democratic socialists, straight up socialists, trade unionists. Okay? It was a collective effort to get these kinds of, and each country is different, but it was a collective effort to get these kinds of initiatives implemented. So it is exactly like a Zoran Mamdani style candidacy that created these initiatives. So much more, by the way, so much more consequential than like a fucking state-run grocery store, mind you. Like, we're talking about the entire nationalization of the extraction industry, okay? You fucking point to Norway. Do you understand that the entirety of the Norwegian extraction industry, from the fucking oil down to the forests, is nationalized? Zoran Mamdani looks like a fucking rugged capitalist in comparison to an already implemented initiative in a state like Norway that you would point to as a very successful state. That's communism, I guess. That's not even socialism, that's communism. That's Maoism. How'd that happen? Our number one source of electricity is state and county-owned hydropower system. Sweet here, our social democratic governments are also working on every public service making profits and therefore slashing budgets and shitting public transport, hospitals, and elder care. So even social democracy is garbanzo on its citizens, just not as garbanzo as the U.S. Exactly. And the more it gets to U.S. levels of garbanzo, the worse it will get, the more angry people will get. I think we understand capitalism quite well. Well, competition is good in politics, I guess, too. Oh my God. Okay, then don't stand in the way of like the one force in the country that is like pushing the needle in the appropriate direction. That's why you don't see me punching left regardless. And Zoran is not to the left of me anyway, but The real reason why private grocery stores fight back tooth and nail against state-owned enterprises is specifically because state-owned enterprises will actually create a depressive force against the monopolies that dominate the fucking sphere, the oligopoly that so easily can maintain greedflation, increase prices through a series of decisions known as price leadership.
Buses are fast and free. Minimum wage is literally $30 an hour, and all of their public schools are powered by renewable energy. They have these vibrant green spaces and these resilience hubs that provide all of these resources and safe spaces during emergencies. Oh, and every kid under 5 has access to free universal childcare. You can shop at these city-funded grocery stores that focus on keeping prices low instead of making a profit. So you buy groceries at wholesale prices. Eggs aren't $13 anymore. Okay, last thing. There's a rent freeze across the entire city.
Sounds like a fantasy, right? But New York, I'm talking about us. We have the opportunity to turn that fantasy into a reality for all.
I have a hardcore Capitals cousin in California just nutso about Mamdani over in New York. How do I shut him the fuck up? As an assemblyman, I think he tried to introduce new free bus routes in New York City and now had a very mixed reception and was discontinued. That's literally not true. He did get a fucking free bus pilot program that was so popular in its implement. That is the exact opposite. Why are you making shit up? You are just saying the opposite of the truth now. It literally not only worked, but it was also incredibly successful. Anyway, back to Zoran. How do you think empty shelves and overcrowded buses will benefit the popularity of his candidacy? Overcrowded buses and empty shelves. Okay, man, don't worry about it, okay? Then don't fucking worry about it. Overcrowded buses, he said. Dude, the average econ 101 understander turns into this like fucking rabid sociopath the moment that there is like modest social democratic reforms that might be imminent. And it's ironic because then they will, as a defensive mechanism, turn around and point to the fucking modest social democratic reforms that exist in other countries while simultaneously stopping us from getting it. Holy fuck. Yeah, what if the people are too well fed? What if the buses are working? That would be terrible. Let me guess where they heard it. Oh, from fucking New York Post. Zoran Mamdani's lousy negotiating skills killed free New York City bus program, Eric Adams says. Oh, wow. That's crazy. I guess the guy currently running against Zoran Mamdani, who has every reason to fucking lie, took a successful initiative that he offered to Zoran, who fought hard for this initiative as a state assemblyman, is now turning around and being like, oh yeah, the trial ended and we discontinued it, but also it was a failure because of Zoran Mamdani. Well, great. Now that he's mayor, he can actually do it. All right. Yeah. It was a resounding success. Now that Eric Adams is a MAGA enthusiast, he's using the MAGA playbook, openly lying. Zoran Mamdani and I got free buses done despite Adams, who broke the law requiring more bus lanes and blocked the Fordham Road busway. There's your real snake oil salesman. One of the funniest parts about being a leftist or a socialist is constantly advocating to better society and have to and constantly having to deal with people who are like, better things are not possible. How fucking dare you shut the fuck up? And then they unironically will sometimes point to other places where they have these things implemented and will go, see, why can't we be like that? It's like, bro, we can't be like that because you're trying to stop us from being like that, while simultaneously pointing to that over there as a good reason, as a good example, a good alternative. Don't worry, okay? We'll fucking drag you kicking and screaming to more affordable grocery prices and fucking free buses. You'll fucking kick, you'll scream every step of the way. You say, how can this be done? And then you'll get on the fucking free bus. If you even live in New York, you probably don't anyway, so it doesn't even fucking matter to you. But one day you'll take advantage of it. You'll be like, no, I don't want free healthcare. This can never be done. This can never be done. And then you'll go to the hospital and you won't have to fucking pay $6,000 for the ambulance. And you'll be like, oh, I hate this. It's so nutty having to deal with this kind of idiocy. It's funny because, like, this clearly is a demonstrable failure, right? Neoliberalism has been a demonstrable failure. People are experiencing tremendous pressures, so much so that even a country that is the wealthiest nation on the planet, that is the #1 most capitalist country on the fucking planet, can have its finance capital be run by potentially a socialist. Like, that doesn't tell you that people, if that doesn't tell you that people are looking for an alternative vision, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? What the fuck do you mean? It is years and years of people going, no, that alternative is scary, that has led to this unprecedented level of income and wealth inequality in this country. It's a fucking massive failure. Finally, a guy actually does the right thing, runs for office, and is unyielding. People like the policies, and motherfuckers are turning around and going, nah. You know that dumbass would have been against the interstate highway system under Eisenhower, improving infrastructure and food access? Like, yeah, those farmers and all those businesses who can now work or show up on time will certainly complain. Yeah, they don't understand that there are always spoilers every step of the way. There's never been a fucking moment in American history where someone just came out and was like, I'm going to do this thing. And then everyone was like, we love it. FDR almost got fucking assassinated, dog. We're still eating off of the New Deal to this day. The fact that we even have an infrastructure is thankfully because of his fucking initiatives. And our infrastructure is crippling. But luckily, the skeletons of it still fucking remain because they did that shit. And at the time, business owners wanted to fucking kill him for wanting to do that shit. Okay? It's insane.
Conversations with them, what I also hear is the just how expensive this city is preventing them from attracting and retaining the talent they need to grow their business. And ultimately, I'm looking forward to having those meetings, having those sit downs to make clear why this vision would benefit all.
We went on your website and realized there's a policy proposal that says your plan, and I'm going to quote it for folks, is to shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods. Explain why you are bringing race into your tax proposal.
Oh my God.
That is just a description of what we see right now. It's not driven by race. It's more of an assessment of what neighborhoods are being undertaxed versus overtaxed. We've seen time and again that this is a property tax system that is inequitable. It's one that actually Eric Adams ran on saying that he would change in the first 100 days. He's since sought to defend it and lost at every juncture in court.
And I understand you're saying we're simply describing the types of neighborhoods that would see these increase in taxes, and yet by invoking race, do you run the risk of potential?
Oh, God, I hate this. Just be like, listen, this has nothing to do with race, okay? It has nothing to do with race. No part of his fucking campaign is actually advocated for, like, racial division or racial tension. It is just the demographic makeup of the areas that are wealthier. That's it. And he did do that. He already said this. He already fucking said that, but it doesn't matter. She's like, nope, don't care. I'm going to fucking keep hammering cynically against you.
Alienating key constituents.
I think I'm just naming things as they are.
Also, White people voted for him. Yo, Zoran, don't back down. Tell her how white people love you, okay? That's right. White men. White men powered his candidacy, okay? Be like, listen, clearly they don't give a fuck because they're not living in the richer and whiter neighborhoods, it seems, okay? That's right. Just talk to him. Tell him how it is. Tell him it's white jihad summer, okay? White boy jihad summer, baby.
And ultimately, the thing that motivates me in this is to create a system of fairness. It is not to work backwards from a racial assessment of neighborhoods or our city. Rather, it's to ensure that we actually have an equal playing field. And right now, what we see with the property tax system is one that is overtaxing a number of New Yorkers and undertaxing.
I don't think he will focus on the white base because he's trying to foray the black vote, I think the black vote is not even the black vote. The black vote that we're talking about is specifically the Democratic Party, the resilient Democratic base that listens to the turnout machine. Okay, it's not even the black vote necessarily; it's the boomer vote. Okay, it's the older Democrats, it's older black folk in general, and they won't. I don't think they'll vote for anyone but the Democratic ticket. The unks and the aunties will be straight ticket Democrats. They straight ticket Democrat vote, okay? I would be shocked if they would go for Eric Adams or even Andrew Cuomo because neither is on the Dem line.
Others and an inability of political will to resolve that.
So no plans to change that language on your website?
The focus here is to actually ensure a fair property tax system, and that the use of that language is just an assessment of the neighborhood.
All right. You are a self-described democratic socialist. Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality. And ultimately, what we need more of is equality across our city and across our state and across our country. And I look forward.
By the way, that's, again, perfect fucking response. And also an incredibly popular position. Let me tell you something, okay? Americans have surf mindset. They think like, oh, one day I'll be a billionaire. One day I'll be a millionaire, they say, right? But even Americans who are like, one day I'll be fucking super rich, even they kind of understand that like this billionaire shit's gotten out of control. This doesn't mean that you're gonna fucking, make a new system where there's no billionaires. It's not gonna happen. Fucking China has billionaires, okay? As a matter of fact, more billionaires than we do. So I think saying yes to that isn't necessarily a bad thing at all. It's not. Nobody likes billionaires. Everybody understands that they contribute to tremendous income and wealth disparity in this country.
Forward to work with everyone, including billionaires, to make a city that is fairer for all of them.
Well, let me ask you about what Donald Trump,
the lib whisperer, is making the fucking Vox.com article heads and the fucking media, the Mediaite people into socialists at this point. Mamdanimania on Trump calling him a communist. I've already started to get used to the fact that the president will talk about how I look, how I sound, where I'm from, who I am, ultimately because he wants to distract from what I'm fighting for. I'm fighting for the very working people that he ran a campaign to empower that he has since betrayed. Oh, yeah, this was funny. I saw this. Dudes who make $32K a year reading this. Zoran Mamdani, I don't think that we should have billionaires. We need billionaires. Every blue check mark. Every dude who makes $32K a year saw that statement and fell to their knees at Walmart, where they work, actually. Yeah, he's not going to win the ideologically dug-in free market conservatives. He'll win the populist voters who kind of get the vibe that this billionaire shit's a little messed up and something should be done. Yeah. Fell to my knees at Cricket Wireless, where I currently work at. Oh, Jesus Christ. But I was going to be a billionaire any day now.
President of the United States has he's had a lot to say about your campaign. He called you a communist. Because he's the president, I want to give you a chance to respond directly to him. How do you respond? Are you a communist?
No, I am not. And I have already had to start to get used to the fact that the president will talk about how I look, how I sound, where I'm from, who I am, ultimately because he wants to distract from what I'm fighting for. And I'm fighting for the very working people that he ran a campaign to empower that he has since then betrayed. And when we talk about my politics,
why would black people have to vote for him, though? What do you mean, have to? We're talking about a very specific demographic of voters. We're talking about older. We're talking about the boomer black vote, okay? The boomer black vote is one of the most reliable Democrat Party voting bloc out there. My speculation, my assumption is that they will go straight ticket them in the general race. And who's the Democratic candidate? Zohran Mamdani.
You know, I call myself a democratic socialist in many ways inspired by the words of Dr. King from decades ago, who said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There has to be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And as income inequality has declined nationwide, it has increased in New York City. And ultimately, what we need is a city where every single person can thrive.
All right. Stay right there. We are going to take a quick break. More of our exclusive.
What? Zorsan is a snake. All hail the commies. Don't show the TikTok marks as this. Dude. Why would you ever in a fucking million years care about that? Please stop, okay? Anyway, here is the Pod Johns kind of turning heel here, okay? This is impactful because I feel like a lot of the DNC consulting class does take their notes from these guys. They are very much, and they might get mad at me for saying this, but they are very much a part of the establishment. They are the establishment. So let's hear what they have to say.
Donald Trump tried to steal the last election. When he failed, fomented a violent insurrection against the Capitol. Cops were brutally assaulted. They tried to kill members of Congress and his own vice president. He then wins the election, pardons the people who violently assaulted cops. And what we've had, at least at the...
It's wild. Dude, look. No, dude, don't say still on January 6th. It is a wild thing that January 6th was successful. Okay? Come on. You don't have to be a liberal to look at that and maybe not even feel a little bit jealous. Okay? Because it was successful. January 6th was a success. It didn't work to actually stop the process, this otherwise symbolic like vote certification process, and then implement Donald Trump as the actual rightful leader of the throne. It was also very funny, but the reality that he was able to do this and then not withstand significant penalties and then win the election and then turn around and pardon all of these people is pretty fucking impressive. Okay? It's also insane. It's insane that like America broadly looked at that and was like, that is the appetite I have for destroying these institutions. There's a lesson to be learned from that.
The beginning of the administration is some Democrats being like, I'll work with them where it makes sense. I'll vote for some of his nominees where they're good. And then now we're like, oh, but if it's the mayor of New York City who wants to give people free buses and rent control and has said that he doesn't know if he's going to police the term globalize the intifada, even though he doesn't use it, which is admittedly a dumb answer. But for him,
I don't think it's a dumb answer.
We're going to say absolutely not. This is very concerning. I can't do it. But for Donald fucking Trump, be like, well, I'll work with them where I can.
If you are more concerned about a Democratic socialist in City Hall than a fascist in the White House, you're not living in the right times.
At least they bring it back. Yeah, it's wild that Eric Adams won the Democratic primary in 2021 by 0.7%, and the consultant and leadership class were saying things like this about him. Interesting that when Zoran wins by 18%, they're skeptical, almost like there is an ideology underpinning their objective analysis. It's probably foolish to think a New York City mayor will successfully translate into being a national political figure, but I still think Eric Adams would be in my top 5 for who will be the next Democratic presidential nominee after Joe Biden. This was Nate Bronze. How long before Fox News unironically says this? Mamdani set to deny billionaires of their biblical homeland of Manhattan. I mean, they are kind of saying that. They're kind of saying that right now. They're implying it. And it's not just Fox News that's saying that. It's fucking liberals that are saying that too.
A conversation with Zoran Mamdani when we come right back. Stay with us. We are back here live in New York with State Assemblyman and the presumptive Democratic nominee for mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani. Thank you so much for sticking around for more questions. Let's talk about immigration, deportation. Are you committed to keeping New York as a sanctuary city?
Absolutely, because ultimately we've seen that this is a policy that has kept New Yorkers safe for decades. It's a policy that had previously been defended by Democrats and Republicans alike until the fear-mongering of this current mayor. And it's a policy that we've seen ensures that New Yorkers can get out of the shadows and into the full life of the city that they belong to. And it's one that I will be proud to stand up for.
Well, you know, the border czar, Tom Homan, has said that he is planning to deploy ICE agents to New York, worksite enforcement to essentially increase and enhance the number of ICE agents here. If that happens on your watch, how do you plan to handle it?
We have to stand up and fight back, and we haven't seen that from our current mayor, who has instead been working with the Trump administration to assist in their goal of building the single largest deportation force in American history. I mean, we saw ICE agents arrest a migrant at Federal Plaza, and then we saw NYPD officers arresting a pastor who was peacefully observing that arrest. Those days are going to come to an end when I'm the mayor. The NYPD's job is to create public safety in the city, not to assist ICE agents in their mission to attack the very fabric of this city.
I want to talk about the historic nature of your candidacy. If you were to win, you would become the first Muslim mayor of New York City. Along the way, throughout the course of this primary campaign, you have received death threats. You've received all sorts of attacks online. Congressman Andy Ogles called for you to be deported, for example, because you were born in Uganda. He also issued an Islamophobic epithet, which I am not going to repeat here. But what type of toll has this taken on you personally and on your family?
It's been difficult. It's been difficult to have to deal with the regular and repeated smears and slander upon.
By the way, we're going to step away from the Zoran Mamdani analysis in a little bit. Well, I'll ask him about Zoran Mamdani as well, but I'm going to have David Dayen on to talk about the big, beautiful bill, to talk about Zoran's victory, and to talk about the SCOTUS stuff as well. David Dayen of the American Prospect will be on in a little bit so that a lot of your confusion will be cleared up about everything that's happening.
And on the very basis of my faith. And I think what's so sad is that this is but a glimpse into what life is like for many Muslim New Yorkers and many New Yorkers of different faiths who are constantly being told that they don't belong in this city and in this country that they love. And ultimately, what continues to give me hope is that these moments are but small examples, something that goes against what so many New Yorkers actually feel. Because what we know is that this is a city for all of us. And what Tuesday night showed is that what New Yorkers want more than anything is a vision that binds us all together.
I want to ask you about an issue that has divided some New Yorkers in recent weeks. You were recently asked about the term globalize the intifada. if it makes you uncomfortable. In that moment, you did not condemn the phrase. Now, just so folks understand, it's a phrase that many people hear as a call to violence against Jews. There's been a lot of attention on this issue. So I want to give you an opportunity to respond here and now. Do you condemn that phrase?
Okay. Right on that note, I'm calling David Dayen. Okay. Hold on. We'll see what he had to say about the answer in a second. David, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, perfect. I can't see you for some reason.
I don't know why. What do I need to do here? Oh, turn on camera. Maybe
Boom.
that helps.
There it is.
There we go.
Perfect.
All right.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna turn off my camera. Just I mean, you can still see me, but I'm turning off my camera on my end so that. All right, perfect. David Dayen of the American Prospect is here, ladies and gentlemen. Longtime supporter of the show and everything I've ever said, right, David?
Absolutely.
Everything I've ever said
exactly
unquestioningly.
right. What are you, Trump? What's with this? What's with this loyalty?
This is an ambush. Yeah, this is a loyalty pledge. David, I want to start off. I know that we're going to be talking about the big beautiful bill. I call it Bigbootybill because his booty cheeks. But before we get to that, what are your thoughts about Zohran Mamdani? Because that's like currently the number one thing that everyone is talking about, and obviously for progressive media figures such as yourself, this was a fairly. This was a tremendous success, right? I feel like it definitely performed above my expectations for sure.
Well, he ran a great race. I happened to be in New York just before the election, and watching the media there, every single ad promoted that New York Times editorial that was essentially an anti-endorsement of Mamdani. And, the fact not only that he beat the big money, that he beat the establishment entrenchment of an Andrew Cuomo, but that he beat the liberal Bible of the New York Times, and that was not a factor in the race, shows what polls have already shown, which is that Democrats are fed up with their leaders, that they want to see a new style of leadership. They want to see a leadership that promises something real. And they're willing to buck the establishment in order to get it. And that's, I think, what we saw. And now I think the task for Mamdani, presuming he wins the general election, which I think he will, is that he has to go out and deliver. Because the way that he's gained trust with the electorate is that he's promised to do some very specific things. And now he has to pull those off. And I think he's going to get a lot of help from Brad Lander, who, as I understand it, is going to become the first deputy mayor and help him with implementing these policies. And if they kind of figure out a way to not only campaign in a way that attracts massive support, particularly from the young, but also to actually deliver on his promises, then I think that's a great model for progressive governing.
Absolutely. And I think that's precisely what the mainstream outlets have been afraid of. And that is the reason. It's not necessarily the failure of a Zohran leadership, the failures of socialism. It's actually the successes of and I wouldn't even call... Right. Like Zohran is a socialist, but I wouldn't call his platform a socialist one. I think it's very modest social democratic reforms that he's pushing.
You know what's funny? If you go to Erie, Kansas, a little town in Kansas, population about 800 or 900, you'd find a public grocery store. If you go to Akron, Ohio, you'd find free bus service. If you go to North Dakota, you'd find a public bank and a ban on non-compete agreements, which was also part of his platform. You could go all over Red America and find Zoran Mamdani's agenda in place.
No, absolutely. And they're treating it as though he wants to like kill all the billionaires, and
Right.
and you know push him into the water and seize all of their assets by force. There's also the idea that there is going to be capital flight from New York, which has never happened and it will not happen. This notion that there is like tremendous capital flight whenever there's like a little bit of social democratic reforms or somewhat of an increase in taxes is also a silly one, especially considering how broadly popular this policy has been. The millionaire's tax has been in Massachusetts, right? Like this is a tremendously
in California.
Yeah,
I mean, we have a millionaire's tax here too that was put in place by the voters in 2010. Yeah, I mean, I think that certainly there are going to be efforts to try to make him fail. Many of those may be coming from the police department rather than the billionaires. But I think the media is going to take a shot at this. We ran a piece on Friday from someone who worked in the office of Bill de Blasio. Now, de Blasio gets a bit of a bad rap, but he did put universal pre-K in place in New York City, and he did some other pretty popular things. But he got completely blindsided by the police department, and he really got hit hard by the media. And those, the piece that we ran was talking about those pitfalls and the things that Mamdani has to look out for.
Absolutely. That is going to be a major issue. I mean, I remember when the Sergeant Benevolence Association was tweeting about basically doing a death threat to Bill de Blasio at the time, and even ended up doxing his trans child. Like literally,
there was a claim
up.
There was a claim that he turned his back on the police department in some funeral or something. I forget exactly what the setting was, but that was this. Basically, it was just an excuse for the Police Benevolence Association to just turn their back figuratively on de Blasio, and that became, a real big controversy in his first term.
Do you think that getting the backing of like Attorney General could potentially help at least like create a line of defense for someone like Zoran in this process? This is something that I've been thinking quite a bit about, and I feel like there have been a wave of some successful progressive prosecutors that are progressive DAs, for example, like Larry Krasner is the obvious perfect example of this, and then some unsuccessful ones as a consequence of immense pressure before they could actually implement any of these like progressive policies. But that has kind of like kept the city in check. Larry Krasner being the great example of this, because like murder rates have gone down, and there was a lot of pressure to even pressure to undemocratically unseat him. As a matter of fact, he withstood these attacks, and now it is seen as it can be held up as a tremendous success. Do you feel like a similar thing could happen as well in New York City?
I mean, potentially. I don't know if it's necessarily just Tish James's support, but the support of Lander and the support of Jerry Nadler and some other, sort of communicators that can just sort of offer testimony for Mamdani. I think really the fact that he essentially created his own media in this campaign, that he went around that filter and was able, through More Perfect Union kind of videos and through relentless attempts to engage the public, really allowed people to get his views directly rather than having to get them filtered through the New York Post or the New York Times. So I think that's going to be a real help to him, and something he's going to have to continue to do during his time should he win the office, because it's just too important. What we've learned now in the Trump era is that communicating in government is just as important as delivering. I mean, you not only have to act on your promises, but you have to let people know and make sure they know that those promises were kept, and this is the benefit that you're getting. So he's set up well to do that in terms of his media architecture, and I hope that he continues.
Yeah, I hope so as well. The Morena method is what they're calling it. The same thing that AMLO did, the same thing that Claudia Sheinbaum is also continuing, is not like not only do you have good policies, but you also have basically created your own funnel, your own faucet of information that people can get directly from you without any sort of like dilution from the message. And it's something that we've seen quite a bit, even in the past couple of days. Like after this unprecedented victory, it does seem like a lot of even mainstream liberal adjacent outlets are seemingly more predisposed with attacking Zoran, talking about anti-Semitism, sometimes viciously smearing him, as Kirsten Gillibrand did, saying he wants to implement a global jihad on Jews. Or Eric Swalwell saying he doesn't agree with Zoran Mamdani's statements on Jews, which Zoran Mamdani has never said single anti-Semitic thing at all. And just like this implication that he is somehow anti-Semitic, which I think is just racist, if I'm being honest. Maybe I'm a little biased, 33-year-old socialist Muslim political commentator myself, but it is there is
hard not to
definitely
come
a
to that
racial
conclusion, though. As a older than 33-year-old Jew, it's hard to not come to that conclusion. It's definitely been really disgusting. And the other thing that's amazing about it is, maybe this is a segue to what we're going to talk about, but we have this bill on the floor that is going to, cut taxes for billionaires and take food and medical assistance away from the most vulnerable people on earth. And we have to pivot and talk only about the material concerns of Americans, the Hakeem Jeffries of the world and people like that, instead of pivoting in that conversation and saying, look, I think I want to talk about the Republicans and the fact that they're taking away all these benefits from people. They have spent this critical moment, because the bill is going to pass. If it passes in the next few days, they've spent this critical time smearing Zoran Mamdani for alleged acts of anti-Semitism. It's really incredible.
Yeah, especially at a time when, like, clearly positioning yourself against Israel immediately invites like anti-Semitism smears. And I think it's happening. It's always happened that way, obviously. But now the public is broadly aware of that as well. But the public also, especially within the Democratic Party's base, is insanely anti-Israel. You have, the 80% numbers now, like numbers previously unimaginable as far as like animosity towards what Israel is doing. And it's obviously well-deserved animosity towards Israel.
I mean, the funny thing is that Andrew Cuomo essentially made this a centerpiece of his campaign. He is the one that brought these things up in debates, in ads, and it failed among the electorate. So we don't have to guess how these attacks will go. They have fallen flat among the Democratic electorate in New York City. And that is a really important thing to internalize if you are a Democratic candidate who thinks they can get credit or get money for smearing people in this fashion.
Yeah, that's something that I noticed as well, was that I thought I didn't like speak on this too much at the time, but like I thought that their constant attacks on anti-Semitism, on like suspected anti-Semitism due to his like popular position on Israel, actually took up so much time and space away from other lines of attack that may have been more successful.
Right.
The usual bread and butter, like, oh, this guy wants to break the city, this guy wants to ruin the finances of New York. Or, I mean, who knows if that would have been successful as well, because it seems like Zoran had a tremendous door knocking operation, 50,000 campaign volunteers. Like this is, this is.
And we were on the ground. We had people at the Prospect who walked around with canvassers who were out at the polling locations that week, and you could feel the energy. And I agree that they they had many choices for lines of attack. One of them being that Kathy Hochul, the governor, probably isn't going to raise taxes to give New York City the kind of funding that they would need to implement some of the policies. Not all of them need that funding, but that would have been a decent line of attack. I mean, it's actually has the benefit of being kind of true. And I think Mamdani is going to have trouble. He's going to have to mobilize his base to make sure he gets that funding. And that's going to be a big fight for him. But the point is that instead of doing that, instead of saying that, they went down this road that the donor base really wanted, and it failed. And, now they're trying, the funny thing was the day after the election, there was this big meeting of the business elite in New York City. They said to discuss the Zoran situation. Did you see that? That was the name of it. So they've gone back from, let's get behind Eric Adams, to, Cuomo still has a ballot line, maybe we can get behind him, to maybe we'll find somebody else. I don't know who that would be, maybe Bill Ackman or somebody. They are just flailing right now in New York City because they know that this agenda is very popular. And the way that Mamdani took the way he waged the campaign, laser focused on affordability, on making New York a better place to live, is extremely popular.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get to the big, beautiful bill, which I'll admit I haven't hyper focused on too much either. Passed in the House of Representatives, made its way to the Senate. There was a big will they, won't they situation, even though it was obviously smoke and mirrors. And now it is going through a vote-a-rama.
Yeah.
As the Senate Republicans are trying to get the Trump tax cuts over the line, despite this party division, which I don't think is much of a party division. For those of you, for the chatters that might not know, could you explain what the process is for this bill to pass? Because it's a little bit unique, right? Because this is not a regular bill.
Yeah. So what we know is that when you're talking about the U.S. Senate, virtually everything legislatively that passes needs 60 votes. And the reason is that any senator can essentially call what is known as a filibuster. It really isn't that anymore because you don't go down to the Senate and talk your ear off. But they call it the filibuster. And the point is that in order to end debate on any bill in the Senate, you need 60 votes. And that makes it a problem for the majority party to get their agenda passed. However, there is sort of this one exception to that rule. And the exception is a process known as budget reconciliation. And it came out of the 1970s, and it was initially conceived to reduce the deficit. But now it's been used basically as, this is the one bill a year that we don't need to listen to the minority party, and we can pass this with a majority. And so as soon as Donald Trump got into power and the House and the Senate went by way of the Republicans, they started thinking about, okay, what can we do with this reconciliation process? And can we come up with a bill that can get all of the agenda? We'll stuff all of the agenda into one bill and then pass that. And that'll be our bill for the year, essentially, because we don't have to listen to Democrats. We don't need the votes of Democrats in order to pass it.
And the Democrats have used this technique as well.
Right. The Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 was a reconciliation bill. The American Rescue Plan of 2021 was a reconciliation bill. Obamacare, in part, was a reconciliation bill. At the very end, they used reconciliation to do some final tweaks to it. So, yes, it's used by both parties. And it's stupid. I mean, the fact is that we should get rid of the filibuster anyway. Elections should have consequences, and you should have a majority vote for your agenda. But instead, it gets rammed into this reconciliation process. And the rule behind this is that because it's a budget process, everything has to have a budgetary purpose. So you couldn't legalize abortion in a reconciliation bill. You couldn't change voting rights laws in a reconciliation bill. There are various other things that would be out of order in a reconciliation bill. But if it's budgetary, if it's taxes and spending, you can do it.
Well, there are limitations to what is considered.
That's right.
Yeah, and they're in
the rule specifically says you have to have a primary budgetary purpose.
Yeah.
So if you're putting numbers to something, but it's really about a policy, that often gets thrown out.
Well, and then there's also other instances where, in my estimation, and I'm no big city lawyer, but it directly does impact the budget, but the Senate parliamentarian decides that it's not it should not be a part of the budget reconciliation, like the $15 minimum wage, which absolutely, I think, by all estimations, would be considered having an impact on the budget.
It was a terrible decision. And that's when you get into this sort of metaphysics of what is a budget, piece of a bill, and what is not budgetary, and what has a primary budget purpose and what doesn't. And these things, as you alluded to, are taken up by the parliamentarian, who is an unelected clerk that works for the Senate, that is sort of the judge and jury of these various rules. What happens is one party files their reconciliation bill. The other party says, hey, I'm raising a point of order. That is not budgetary. And then they have a debate, and then the parliamentarian makes a ruling. And this has happened dozens of times throughout the course of this process. And many things have actually been kicked out. But, should our democracy be down to the sort of whim of an unelected bureaucrat within the Senate of deciding whether or not we're allowed to get a wage increase, or whether or not we're allowed to get this or that or the other?
And and I'm sure you can see the thing that I'm sharing with you, my screen right now. So in the past, and I talked about this quite extensively, the Senate parliamentarian has been fired and reappointed to reappointed on the basis of whether or not they would play ball with the agenda of the leadership. Dick Cheney did
Republicans.
this. Yeah, Dick Cheney did this, exactly. But, of course, Joe Biden didn't do this for the $15 minimum wage. And now that the Senate parliamentarian seemingly is cutting through a lot of this noise that the Republicans are trying to advance in this massive, massive wealth transfer, Donald Trump is saying, great Congressman Greg Stube is 100% correct. An unelected Senate staffer parliamentarian should not be allowed to hurt the Republicans' bill. Wants many fantastic things out. No, DJT, he says.
Now, it should be said the Senate hasn't listened to him on that. They have abided by the parliamentarians' rulings. But then what happens is you get into this bargaining process, this negotiating process. We're like, okay, you kick this out, but what if we tweak the language a little bit and do this? Is that okay? And then there's a back and forth, and then maybe the parliamentarian agrees with it. And that has happened on a few very key parts of this bill. And other things, the Senate has just said, okay, I guess we can't do that, and we'll throw it out. But on one very key part of this, the Senate has ignored the parliamentarian. And that has to do, and we're going to get just way too wonky right now, Hasan, I apologize. It's something called the current policy baseline. And it sounds stupid and not important, but it's why this bill is going. It's very important. Here's what it means. The Trump tax cuts for individuals expire in the end of this year. And one big thing that this bill does is extend the Trump tax cuts and makes them permanent. And the way it makes them permanent is it extends them for 10 years, and then there's an assumed permanence. So you would think, if you're a normal person, that would cost some money. It's not the law now, but if you make it the law for 10 years to pass the Trump tax cuts, that is a major tax cut from where it would otherwise be under current law, because otherwise it would go back to the Obama tax cut, the Obama tax levels, right? So the difference between the Obama tax levels and the Trump tax levels over 10 years is $3.8 trillion, right? So what Senate Republicans have said is that, well, but this is just the current policy. We're under the Trump tax levels right now, so extending them doesn't cost any money because it's just the same policy extended through. And that is how they took a magic wand and made $3.8 trillion disappear. And so a bill that the Congressional Budget Office says will cost $3.3 trillion, according to Senate Republicans, they say it actually saves $500 billion.
Yeah, and this is the most consequential. This is the most consequential part of the bill anyway. This is the main thing.
That's right. And under budget reconciliation rules, if they were to count that Trump tax cut extension under a current law baseline, they would not be able to use this bill for budget reconciliation because it would be too expensive for a variety of different reasons that aren't very important. But the point is that using this gimmick, this current policy baseline gimmick, is the only way they can get this bill passed and make the Trump tax cuts permanent.
Yeah. Once again, proving the point that Republicans and no one really, maybe some Democrats, with the exception of some Democrats, no one actually cares about the deficit, especially when it comes to tax cuts for the wealthy. They actually don't care about the deficit at all.
And also, nobody cares about process. Like all the things I just told you about, you're not going to run a campaign on this.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. It's one side plays hardball when they have power to get done what they want to get done and work the rules to their advantage. And the other side says, oh, well, the parliamentarians said we can't raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. I guess we can.
So by your estimation, especially as someone who wrote, I would say, the most comprehensive blueprint for what the Democrats should have done in the first 100 days of Joe Biden's administration, using pre-existing rules, as a matter of fact, a very pragmatic solution to implement
using
Biden's
pre-existing
agenda.
laws.
Yeah, using pre-existing laws.
Yeah.
Do you feel like this was a matter of Democrats not having the willingness to actually follow through on their agenda, on what they had promised in the campaign, more so than the counter narratives that they implemented, which was it's simply too hard?
I mean, they followed through on some of it. They certainly didn't do everything that we recommended or that I would have wanted them to do. Some of the things they were stymied by the courts, which is now playing this big game of Calvin ball, where if a Democrat does something, it's okay. It's not okay. But if a Republican does something, we got to get rid of these nationwide injunctions on Trump policies. So, we're up against it with the courts. We're up against it with some other things. But, could there have been more creativity under Biden to get done things that would have had tangible benefits for the American people and to get those benefits in place when he was in office? Absolutely. And I think that's one of the lessons that at least some people are learning about what to do should Democrats ever get into power again.
Yeah, I mean, they are creating a robust infrastructure to implement a lot of policies, a lot of progressive policies that the people want, especially if you had like a broad popular mandate. If you were to run like a real populist campaign, we saw a smaller version of that with Zohran Mamdani. It seems like they would have all of the opportunity as long as they had the motivation to implement said agendas. Now that there are no nationwide injunctions and the lower court system is effectively powerless against it, what are they going to do? Launch class action lawsuits everywhere?
They're going to have
Medicare
to. And
for all?
They're actually starting to launch class action lawsuits. But I want to say something on Medicare for all. Like, if you think about the creativity here, right? So what Republicans did is said, as long as something is in law, if we permanently extend it, it doesn't cost any money. And that helps us, be able to pass it. So in 2029, what if Democrats pass the Medicare for All for 1 Week Act?
Yeah.
Right? So it costs, whatever it costs to do Medicare for All for a week. And then they pass a reconciliation bill that says, Medicare for All is policy this week. So under a current policy baseline, we can make that permanent and it's free. That's the level of what Republicans are doing here. And as long as that's the rule now, that's the precedent that has been set. I don't see why you shouldn't just keep using it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's zero. It's not. It's already pre-existing law. We can make it permanent,
right? For free.
Yeah, yeah, that would be fantastic. I don't think that there is enough interest, enough appetite in the Democratic Party. This would mean a dramatically different Democratic Party. But
here's can we talk about some of the things in the bill though?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, let's get into some of the meat and potatoes of this big booty bill that Donald Trump is trying to ram through in a process not dissimilar to 2017 as well. Like very long, convoluted bill, major tax cuts, and
here's the difference though. The difference between 2017 and now. The 2017 tax bill, I believe it was called the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Yeah.
Did not have any spending cuts. They basically said, we're going to cut taxes and we're not going to pay for it. We're not going to do any social welfare cutbacks in that bill. But this bill has all the tax cuts. It also has all the populist tax cuts that Trump talked about on the campaign trail, like no tax on tips and no tax on overtime and things like that. But it also has the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. It has the largest cut to food stamps in American history. It changes student loans to make them far more expensive than they are right now. So it really hinders your ability to get an education with a loan. And it rolls back all of the clean energy investments that were done under Biden to such a degree that we can expect much higher electricity rates and probably rolling blackouts because we won't be able to keep up with demand, especially with AI data centers and things like that.
Yeah.
So, and on top of that, if that weren't all enough, there are massive increases to the budget of ICE in this bill that really haven't been talked about a lot. It's a 13 times the increase of the annual budget of ICE is in this bill.
Terrifying.
To do detentions and to do all kinds of policing. So if I know you're in LA, I'm in LA, I was down at the protest, so are you. If you want what's happening in LA right now with kidnappings on the streets of people basically racially profiled to be determined by masked gunmen who throw people into vans that they happen to be undocumented, whether they are or not. If you think that was a good thing, it's coming to your town because they're going to have much more money to do that. And then even on top of that, there is another $150 billion increase for the military in this bill. This is a military that has $1 trillion budget, right?
Yeah.
Every year, like clockwork. And for all the arms that are going to other countries, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's Israel, they get another $150 billion in this bill.
Is it true that this bill establishes ICE as the single largest internal policing entity in the United States? Like if
Yes.
implemented?
Not even close by a wide margin.
Yeah.
Scroll down. Look, there's an actual graph there.
Okay,
That's how much bigger.
David, this
ICE
is Gestapo, right? Like they are unaccountable. There are already according like what the ACLU calls constitution-free zones that like Customs and Border Patrol and ICE is supposed to operate in without any sort of interest in receiving a warrant before doing search and seizure, in direct violation of the U.S. Constitution. And on top of that, it's not an accident that this administration is using the remigration or deportation or like immigration enforcement as a primary vehicle to push their agenda. And I don't think a lot of Americans understand this reality. They think it's just like a real problem, which wasn't a real problem at all. The idea that like immigrants constitute a national security threat, that's bullshit. It's completely made up. And the Democrats actually went along with that at a time when they should have been counter messaging against that every single day under the Biden administration. And now this not real problem requires a very real solution to it. And basically they're using I mean, they're violating the First Amendment, for example, with the unlawful detention and kidnapping of Mahmoud Khalil and Mohsen Mahdawi and numerous others. They're basically using that as a catch-all solution.
I'm on with you, but there's a press conference happening right now in downtown Los Angeles about a woman who was a community organizer with the Alliance for Californians Community Empowerment. And she was abducted, taken off the streets at a Jack in the Box parking lot. She was taken to the border where the border said, "We thought that you had agreed to leave the country." And she said, "No, I haven't agreed to that." Then the same unmarked van and masked officials took her to a warehouse of unknown location somewhere in Southern California. She believes that these people are not ICE, but they are bounty hunters who have been trying to capture people and take them to the border in an attempt to be sort of a secret paramilitary force that is doing the bidding of ICE. I mean, the kinds of things that you're hearing about, the kinds of things that I've talked to people about, people who have been abducted from car washes and Home Depots all over Southern California. It's absolutely chilling, and it's reminiscent of South American countries under military juntas.
Yeah. No, this is like Argentina, like disappearances. This is
100%.
Chile. We are implementing shock doctrine to ourselves. And I mean, we already did a version of this in a more limited capacity post 9/11, which is ironic because it is the one function of the DHS that we are now completely using to its maximalist needs. And it is very clear that they are using this as an opportunity, like the remigration or the denaturalization process, which will probably also come down the line as the DOJ has announced its plans to prioritize cases to revoke citizenship now.
Yes.
This is exactly the same method that the Nazis used. A lot of people don't understand the historical relevance of basically revoking the citizenship of certain individuals. The very fact that we've kept immigrants in this limbo where without processing them adequately while keeping them in constant check with ICE year over year, because like those are the people that they're going after right now, people that ICE knows exactly where they live, exactly where they work, the people that are authorized to work on U.S. soil, because without the complete documentation and naturalization, that already was inhumane in and of itself, and now we're using that as an opportunity to make a political statement. This administration is using the people that are playing ball with the existing legal systems in an effort to contribute to American society, to contribute to commerce. We're using them as pawns in this. It's a very violent game that we're playing.
And all of these things would be bolstered 10 times, 15 times if this bill passes. And, there's a lot going on right now, from protests to the situation happening with Iran, and obviously the ongoing terror and carnage in Gaza. And, and even Zohran Mamdani's great win. But this bill, I'm sort of making the pitch for people to get involved and understand that this bill would do just massive harm, because we talk about ICE, and obviously that's terrible, and we talk about the tax cuts, which would expand inequality even more. The Medicaid cuts in this bill would probably lead to the closure of hundreds of hospitals across the United States.
In rural areas, in areas that are already underserved.
But just to be clear, when you close a hospital in a rural area, it affects all the other hospitals around there, because that's where those patients are going to go. And you're going to increase crowding, and you're going to strain the finances, because a lot of that care is going to be uncompensated. The projection is that 12 million people will lose Medicaid coverage as a result of this bill. Most of those people are very poor and have no other option in terms of medical coverage. They can't buy insurance on the open market. They don't have the money. So you're going to get much more uncompensated care, and that's going to strain more hospitals who will not be able to afford that. And this is I've been told that this is like a hospital apocalypse that you're going to see. And that's just that part of it. Then you go to the food stamp part and cutting the budget of food stamps. And a lot of the ways that these cuts are done is through adding paperwork requirements to people who want to sign up. So there's this thing called work requirements, and that's in Medicaid and also in the food stamp part, the SNAP part, Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program. It's basically a way to trip people up with paperwork. A lot of the people on Medicaid and on SNAP are working, but there will be consistent and insistent ways of saying, hey, you didn't fill the form in that you were supposed to every 6 months, and so now we're going to kick you off the program. It's just a way to trip people up with bureaucracy. And if you do that with the SNAP program, you're going to see food banks absolutely inundated because, where are people going to go if they don't get their benefits from the government? They're going to go to food pantries. They're going to go to food banks. And this could be the collapse of the food bank system in the United States, which is sadly enough very important to keeping people fed in this country. So you just go down the line with this bill, and you're essentially taking food and medicine and all sorts of other things away from the most vulnerable people in order to give billionaires tax cuts and to give the private and public Gestapo of this country the ability to wage more terror throughout the population.
Yeah. One of the classic things that they do, as you mentioned, is jamming people up with paperwork. Obviously, we saw a version of this in Florida during COVID, where they had like the websites purposely designed to break when there was when there were too many people that were applying. Yeah, that was for unemployment. Exactly. Yeah. And like they designed these things in a way where it's supposed to break so that people don't have access to these life-saving funds. And
they actually did briefly work requirements for Medicaid in Arkansas. And this was in 2018 and 2019. Sorry about that. And what happened was, you can look at the statistics back. I believe there was a court case that blocked this for a while. So we only have this history of 2018 and 2019 with Arkansas and work requirements. And what we see is that hundreds of thousands of people in Arkansas lost coverage, and it did not increase work in any meaningful way at all.
Yeah.
So this is not about work.
Didn't they also do voluntary work too? Because they couldn't figure out, like, there was another provision where it was like you could do like charity service or something as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes,
and it just like failed. It was a completely failed initiative where.
There it is.
Yeah. The Medicaid work reporting requirements was a failure of a model. And seemingly we're
going to export it to the whole country.
Yeah, we've nationalized it now, which is incredible, so that rich people can get a fucking tax cut. It's a massive wealth transfer. Going back to the communication strategy here, though, the Democratic Party, unfortunately, has a crisis in communicators when some of the more prominent figures are Cory Booker, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer. These are unimaginably unimpressive individuals, devoid of all charisma. I think Cory Booker could have been a charismatic individual. I think like when he was more so like a state figure, there was an opportunity there, but very clearly he's become this like establishment Democrat lackey, and seemingly,
I mean, from on a charisma scale, he's probably one of the good ones.
Exactly.
About the Democratic Party, relatively speaking.
Exactly, which is why they hail him as this like champion of social media internally, which is hilarious. But but like, shouldn't this be the primary focus of the Democrats right now? Like,
100%.
Immediately defending Zoran as a future of the party and the direction that the party should be going to, and also simultaneously using every waking moment to talk about how unimaginably cruel this tax proposal is.
It is. It is that moment, but because of our fractured media system and because of what you just outlined in terms of Democrats' inability to seize the narrative, we have a situation. I just saw a poll that showed they asked people if they've heard of the One Big Beautiful Bill, and only 48% did. And they
Yeah.
asked people if they knew about the Medicaid cuts, and only about 8% did.
Yeah.
And so this is the problem. It's a messaging problem. You know, when a wonky thing is happening in Congress with budget reconciliation and vote-a-rama and just all of these terms that nobody has ever heard of or knows about, it's hard to get people super fired up. But this is going to have an impact on every American. And it's not a done deal. That's one thing that's important here. So the Senate is doing amendments right now. They're going to get to the end of that process probably late tonight or early tomorrow. And, you know, we'll see, because there are still some votes up in the air. Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, but past experience shows those guys are going to cave and they're going to vote for the bill, right? However, when this goes back to the House, because the House version and the Senate version are different, the House gets another crack at it. There is more deficit spending in the Senate version. There are deeper Medicaid cuts in the Senate version, and both of those are negatively seen by different constituencies among House Republicans. The Freedom Caucus sees this as more red ink, as you know, more deficits, and they're very much opposed to that.
Oh,
the
thank God.
moderates, the handful
Thank God
of
for the
moderates,
Tea Party once again.
Thank God for the Tea Party, yeah. The handful of moderates in the Republican caucus see those Medicaid cuts as absolutely devastating. And a couple of them, enough of them to make it interesting, have said they're not going to vote for the bill. So there is still a possibility that the House doesn't end up passing this, or maybe they change it and then they ping pong it back to the Senate, and we keep going back and forth for a while. And the reason they want to pass this quickly is because they're happy that only half the public knows what's in it.
Yeah.
They don't want more people to know what's going on with this bill. They want to get this done at lightning speed so that you know, it doesn't collapse under its own weight. And so that's why it's so important to get the word out here.
Yeah, we have a tremendously effective method of undermining the priorities of a bill that is supposed to be overwhelmingly popular, that got jammed up in Congress and was endlessly lied about. That is the ACA, Obamacare.
Right.
And the longer that process takes, the worse it gets for the administration to defend it, because more people catch wind of it. However, that only happens if the opposition party is willing and able to stand 10 toes down and talk about all of the tremendously unpopular parts of this this bill. And
I think it's able more than willing. I mean, you know, Democrats have been talking about this, and for those who have heard about this bill, they hate it.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of the more unpopular bills in American history. For those who have heard about it, we just need more people to hear about it. And I think there's an inability on the part of the Democrats to have a messaging system that reaches most people. This is the problem.
Yeah, they don't. Well, yes and no. I do truly think that it's not just about like the lack of platforms, but it is also the lack of interest from the Democrats in like communicating how devastating this is. Because like,
I mean, one thing I'll say in their, I don't want to be defending the Democrats right now, but one thing I'll say is that they could have taken on this bill in a different way. They could have talked about it as increasing the deficit, like who gives a shit. They really are talking about it saying this cuts Medicaid and food stamps so that it can give money to billionaires. Like they have gotten that down. And when people hear that, they're against it. So then you ask, are they being insistent enough? Are they talking about it enough? Are they not preempting their own messages by smearing Zohran Mamdani? You know, like there are definitely things they could be doing a hell of a lot better. But it is interesting that their core message is a little more populist than normal.
Yeah. Well, David, thank you so much for coming on. Before I let you go, I do have some questions about, and I don't know if you're interested in talking about this, but I do have some questions about the Supreme Court decision. Do you want to let your thoughts be known on that? As you know, the Supreme Court came down with a couple decisions. We briefly alluded to one. Obviously, there's the coalition of like religious families that are functionally bricking the core curriculum by saying that if there's any sort of like gay, if there's any sort of like, queer character or anything in the core curriculum, then like, you can't have that. But other than that, there's a Supreme Court decision that came down that made it so that lower court injunctions are no longer capable of stopping federal level decisions like national decisions that are done through executive order. It's significant because the court case that this decision came down on was a blatantly unconstitutional executive order that ended birthright citizenship. The Supreme Court didn't touch birthright citizenship, of course, in their decision, but simply said that the lower courts no longer have the power to do injunctions that stop national issues, something that the Republicans have used extensively under the Biden administration. Do you want to give us a little bit more detail on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So functionally, what this means is that in the next 30 days, the Trump administration is going to implement some policies to end birthright citizenship. That at their discretion, they can say that someone who is born not to two native-born parents or something, some criteria, is not a citizen. And the real problem here, and we're going to have a story about this tomorrow, because it's fascinating. How are they going to do this? So the way that it works now is every baby that is born gets a Social Security number. Every baby born in this country gets one at birth. It's called the enumeration at birth. And now with this order, it's not clear how one would get a Social Security number, whether they will stop the enumeration at birth program entirely, or whether there will be flags that will be put on this program. All of that is done out of the Social Security Administration. Now, what we know is that the Social Security Administration has been completely gutted, particularly their regional offices, which have lost staff in tremendous numbers. If you're going to have to go into a Social Security Administration office in order to get your child, your newborn child, a Social Security number, and you have to bring whatever documentation you have to bring, including maybe the birth certificates of the parents. I don't know what you would need to confirm that this is a legal child born in the United States and is a U.S. citizen. Think about, there are already huge backlogs at Social Security offices all over the country. Think about if you add every child born in the United States, and now you have to deal with that too there. It's going to be absolute chaos for the system. So that's the short-term version of this. The longer-term version is that, there could be some Democrats that would be out there saying, no nationwide injunctions, sounds good to me. Student debt relief was stopped through a nationwide injunction. The ban on non-compete agreements that I alluded to before, which Lena Khan and the Federal Trade Commission did, was stopped by a nationwide injunction. So, there are certainly Democratic things that you could say, oh, if you can't block those executive orders, maybe that's a good thing. However, there are other methods that it seems like plaintiffs can take to stop blatantly unconstitutional orders. And it's through class action lawsuits, like you mentioned that before. But the problem is they're slower and they're more deliberative, and you have to go through the entire court case to get the class certified and get a temporary injunction.
And what if what if the certification is not upheld by the Supreme Court as well? Because
that's right.
Yeah, there's that side of it too, where like I think Clarence Thomas wrote something about this.
They did a whole lot of mucking with class action certifications and made them much harder to get in the lower courts. So it's going to be a lot harder. And more important, I think, is that in the interim, whatever that unconstitutional or sketchy executive order policy is, it can be implemented in the short term, and there's no real way to stop it. And so, and we just talked about with birthright citizenship, the chaos that could cause. So I think that's the bigger problem here, is that now we're just going to have random unconstitutional things potentially that are just happening in the country, and you have to wait to see if they can be stopped in a timeline that could be months, if not years.
Yeah. And I mean, for people to understand, simply put, you can have a child born on U.S. soil right now in New Jersey, where I believe there is already like a defense against this launched in the state of New Jersey, that is a full-blown American citizen, in spite of the fact that one or neither of this child's parents are documented U.S. citizens. That child will get, I guess, some kind of American citizenship, right? Because we don't know. We literally don't know. Whereas, like, in a place like Texas, for example, the like local state office could decide against that, and then that child born on U.S. soil is effectively stateless. Like, this person will not have a state.
It's unbelievable. And you're right. Like, if there was a case in New Jersey that the circumstances of that case are narrowed to the state of New Jersey, then you have different standards for birthright citizenship in New Jersey or Texas or Wyoming or wherever else. So it's a very unworkable system, and it's kind of like welcome to the Trump era.
I mean, this is Dred Scott, right? I mean, this is exactly because, like, one of the immediate problems that I can foresee is what happens when a child born in New Jersey to undocumented parents that is classified as an American citizen actually engages in interstate travel and goes through a state where they are not considered a citizen. Does that mean that technically that the New Jersey law remains? Because obviously in this,
what controls in that case?
Which one has a higher priority? And judging by the way that this administration is operated, it doesn't feel like they would abide by the New Jersey standard, and instead would nab people and declare them stateless and send them to a concentration camp.
And if you can't get nationwide injunctions, you'd have to find a willing plaintiff and a willing judge in every state in the country in order to get a uniform standard, at least in the interim, right?
Yeah.
Maybe this rises up to the Supreme Court in 3 years and you finally get an answer on it. But that's just not going to happen. Like, there aren't enough judges who would be willing maybe to stop these kinds of things. You just, you're in Mississippi and you get the wrong judge, you draw the wrong judge and they say no. What are you going to do? That's the end of it. So, you're going to create these pockets of the country that have this unclear representation for what a couple, one of whom or both of whom are undocumented and has a child, what that child, where his citizenship lies, his or her.
Yeah. No, we're balkanizing the United States, and
100%.
We're fortunate enough to be in the PNW coalition here, where as long as we lock down Colorado, I think we are the bridge between Canada and Mexico. At least,
all hail Governor Kamala, the president of liberal America.
Yeah, we're gonna have the land bridge between Canada and Mexico, and like join a new American Union. I think. There you go. North American Union. All right, well,
secession talk to wrap this. Thanks,
David. Thank you so much for coming on. This was wonderful. You are so knowledgeable and so insightful. Where can people find you?
You go to prospect.org. We're there every day. We're actually doing a pop-up newsletter on this bill. So you can sign up for the newsletter at prospect.org, and you'll get all of our stories in your inbox about the big booty bill, the big beautiful bill, every single day until it's done, which could be this week. So you might not get many more, but we're going to be keeping on it. And I'm at the former Twitter at Dayen, DDAYEN.
Hell yeah! Thanks a lot, David.
All right, thanks, man.
Bye. That was David Dayen of Prospect. Fantastic conversation. One of my favorite guests of all time. Consistently, endlessly knowledgeable. I think I'm also getting a little bit better at interviewing guests, don't you think? I didn't see a lot of naysayers in the chat complaining about how long and convoluted my questions were. I'm doing this thing where I I know the answer to the question, but instead of like blurting out all this information, I just let my guest explain it. You know? Not a lot of naysayers in the chat on this one, so that's good. But yeah, now we're gonna get back to the Zoramentum and everything else that is unfolding in the country and the nation. We'll talk about the Idaho sniper situation and a lot more. Literally just happened 2 hours ago as a follow-up to the birthright citizenship class action. Guess what? The DOJ is opposing that they can't even do it. The DOJ is opposing that they can't even do it. What is this? Breaking: DOJ will oppose a request for class certification to create a class action lawsuit in the Maryland CASA case challenging Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship after the Supreme Court ended universal injunctions and said class actions remain available for broad relief. Rosenberg says DOJ will oppose motion for class certification. That was quick. That happened, you know, instantly. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean, I mean, this is just this is normal as far as like trying to oppose the class certification is normal. It doesn't mean that the courts are going to see it the way that the DOJ sees it. But the fact that they're like very quickly trying to undermine the one method that is available for people to protect birthright citizenship, they are very quickly appealing. Fox, a judge decided to delay Abrego Garcia's release from a jail over deportation concerns home, and there is no place in this country for this man. He needs to be sent home. There's also that. Dude, so much happening. So much happening. Fetterman. Oh, John Fetterman, by the way. Remember what we were talking about in terms of like how important it is for the Democratic Party to like demonstrate messaging discipline and attack this incredibly unpopular bill that is a ginormous wealth transfer to the super wealthy. This is what the ogre had to say.
Oh my God! I just want to go home. I've missed our entire trip to the beach. My family's.
Did you get any clues on the floor about what time this might wrap?
Oh my God! I just want to go home. I've missed our entire trip to the beach. My family's going to be back before we that. So, and again, I'm going to vote no. There's no drama. You know, the votes are going to go. In fact, the only interesting votes are going to be on the margin, whether that's Collins or Johnson and those. But all the Democrats, we all know how that's going to go. And I think
Well, there was a little bit of interest in whichever way you went, depending on how hard your brain was actually bricked from the stroke. I wouldn't have, like, I literally thought maybe he would be the one fucking standalone Democrat that accidentally votes in favor of this because, you know, reasons. I don't know. He's just fucking insane. He is so stupid. And he's like, oh, I didn't know. I just wanted to go home. Yeah, can't believe this needs to be said. You are there to oppose them kicking millions of people off their health insurance, you absolute freak. Like, I guess it's cool that he's voting no. That's good. But he's crying about how long this process is taking. This is the most like This is perhaps the worst possible way of criticizing this bill. Me, an incredibly unlikable ogre, is being my vacation is being disrupted by this, is the worst way to message on this. Okay? Oh, I was gonna go to the beach with my family. Like, are you fucking stupid? People's lives are on the line, man. It's crazy. You're ruining my beach day. This fucking guy. Moments like this were becoming increasingly difficult for staff to explain, and behind the scenes, things were worse. In March, Fetterman suddenly took an early morning trip to Hartford, Connecticut, without telling his team why, leaving them at a loss for what to tell Giselle when she demanded to know why he was missing one of their kids' birthdays. I was gonna go to the beach. Tremendous stuff. God, I hate this fucking ogre so much.
I don't think it's really helpful to put people here till when some ungodly hour. And again,
yeah, by the way, it should be, you should be reminded that when this fucking ogre became this conservative deity, this conservative voice in the party, a lot of the establishment Democrats said, oh, he should be the new face of the party. They want this to be the new face of the party.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Just, you know, if you want to understand where our priorities are and what the Democrats are doing and how they're operating. It's just like... Anyway, let's get back to the Mamdani mania.
Globalize the Intifada.
That's not language that I use. The language that I use and the language that I will continue to use to lead this city is that which speaks clearly to my intent, which is an intent grounded in a belief in universal human rights. And ultimately, that's what is the foundation of so much of my politics, the belief that freedom and justice and safety are things that, to have meaning, have to be applied to all people, and that includes Israelis and Palestinians alike.
But do you actually condemn it? I think that's the question.
What difference does it make? Let's say he says no. Or let's say he says yes. He says yes, you're still going to keep bullying him and be like, well, your supporters say it. Okay. If he says no, you're going to keep bullying him and say, oh, well, don't you think it's a violent thing to say? Don't you think it's a violent thing to say? It's like, I hope he reframes the question around the humanity of Palestinians here, because that's the most prescient way to deal with this. Okay. That's the most successful way to just go and be like, you want to have a conversation about how Arabic words scare people, okay? At a time when everyone in America has seen little children blown up with our taxpayer-funded weapons, at a time when we should be spending all this money on fixing our fucking roads, dealing with the homelessness crisis in American cities. Nobody cares. No one cares. It's like, stop. Like, the violence of words is being discussed at a time when the real violence that is happening over there is only happening because of the structural violence of poverty that we have implemented in this country. We can't spend any money on ourselves because we have to spend all that money killing children over there.
And the outstanding issue that a number of people, both of the Jewish faith and beyond, have. Do you condemn that phase, globalize the Intifada, which a lot of people hear as a call to violence against Jews?
I've heard...
Aren't they just trying to get Mamdani to accept responsibility for racist fears by asking that question? Like, the question assumes that he already agrees with it? Yes. I have the Yeah, I have the fucking congressperson doing this, by the way. Civilized people in America don't eat like this. If you refuse to adopt Western customs, go back to the third world, says Congressman Brandon Gill. This is some real freak shit, dude. Actually some freak shit.
From many Jewish New Yorkers who have shared their concerns.
Wait, he's married to an Indian lady, I'm pretty sure. Brandon Gill is. But I don't even know if, I mean, I'm sure there's certain Indian cultures that will eat like certain foods with their hands. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't fucking understand why this is a big deal. Who gives a fuck? His father-in-law. Wait, Dinesh D'Souza's daughter? He's married to Dinesh D'Souza's daughter? First of all, every culture has hand food, okay? Every culture. How do you eat a fucking hamburger, dumbass? How do you eat a pizza? How do you eat a taco? Okay, you eat it with your fucking hands. The only difference in this circumstance is that this is like food that Westerners eat without their hands. They eat it with the utensils. That's the only reason why people are freaking out about it, okay? How do you eat fucking French fries? Yeah, things are going so well for the anti-Mamdani camp that they're now resorting to criticizing the way he eats food. Zoran should go eat pizza with a fork and knife while Subway serving just to piss everyone off. It's so funny that Zoran clearly uses cutlery to eat food all the time to the point of using it to eat a burrito on the subway, but he eats with his hands on camera like the costume performance thing for white people to find him exotic. This is unironically not even for white people to find him exotic, you fucking donkey. Oh my God. Every single president has eaten with their hands, and the average American is an overweight slob and is proud. Be quiet. Latinx. Latinx. Hit him with the Latinx. Anybody who uses their hands like this should be barred from ever being allowed in American politics. Whoever said he's married to Dinesh D'Souza's daughter is fucking wrong. What the fuck? His daughter is the leader for Women for Trump and Mamdani. Wait, what? No, dude. What are you talking about? No, they said the Texas congressman Brandon Gill is married to Dinesh D'Souza's daughter. They didn't say... And they're right. They're fucking right. Why are you freaking out? They're literally right. Danielle D'Souza. The goat Normal Finkelstein on how Zoran should handle these ghouls. Norman Finkelstein, who canvassed for Zoran Mamdani, gives advice on how to deal with Zionist smears, drawing on the experience with Corbyn, and explains how Zionists are deploying a strategy to destroy him from the outside or co-opt him from within. Don't give him an inch. Yeah, I mean, I already covered this. Yeah, Bill de Blasio was fucking skewered alive for eating a pizza with a fork. None of this shit matters. Okay? I can't even believe we're entertaining this shit. God,
especially in light of the horrific attacks that we saw in Washington, D.C. and in Boulder, Colorado, about this moment of anti-Semitism in our country and in our city. And I've heard those fears, and I've had those conversations, and ultimately they are part and parcel of why in my campaign I've put forward a commitment to increase funding for anti-hate crime programming by 800%. I don't believe that the role of the mayor is to police speech in the manner especially of that of Donald Trump, who has put one New Yorker in jail who's just returned to his family, Mahmoud Khalil, for that very supposed crime of speech.
This is a great way to fucking restructure the conversation in a way that like appeals to liberals as well. He's basically politely saying, why are you doing the same thing that Trump is doing? To me, a Democrat. Why are you at NBC News, a liberal media outlet, doing the same thing that Donald Trump is doing? Are you not a Democrat? Are you not a liberal? Do you not care about liberal values? It's a good deflection mechanism, in my opinion.
Speech. Ultimately, what I think I need to show is the ability to not only talk about something, but to tackle it and to make clear that there's no room for anti-Semitism in this city. We have to root out that bigotry, and ultimately we do that through the actions, and that is the mayor I will be, one that protects Jewish New Yorkers and lives up to that commitment through the work that I do.
But quickly, for the people who care about the language and who feel really concerned by that phrase, why not just condemn it?
My concern is to start to walk down the line of language and making clear what language I believe is permissible or impermissible takes me into a place similar to that of the president who is looking to do those very kinds of things, putting people in jail for writing an op-ed, putting them in jail for protesting. Ultimately, it's not language that I use. It's
like I said, he doesn't pivot back to the real issue, in my opinion, but I mean, it's still fine. It's a good deflection. But like, I think what would even serve him better is why this question is being directed in his, this question is being directed at him. Okay. Number one, because this is like a racist fear. He has made his position known, but then again, that might come across as like too angry. But then also redirect the conversation, steer the conversation back to like what's happening in Gaza, and also how we as American citizens are actually understandably disturbed and should be even more disturbed because it's happening with our tax dollars instead of our tax dollars going to help us. Our tax dollars are going over there to Israel to kill people. People are very obviously aware of this. People are very obviously disturbed by this. And language policing and tone policing of this sort at a time when like 80% of the Democratic Party's base of support understands what's going on is very silly.
Language I understand there are concerns about, and what I will do is showcase my vision for the city through my words and my actions.
Let me ask you broadly, your surprise victory has some progressive Democrats saying, boy, you may have determined the model for the Democratic Party nationally in this moment. Do you think your campaign represents the playbook for how to win in the Trump era for Democrats?
I think it showcases a new approach to politics in our city, and it's for others to decide across our country. Ultimately, what we wanted to do from the very beginning of this race was change our political instinct from lecturing to listening. And after the presidential election, where we saw New York be the state in the nation with the largest swing towards Donald Trump, 11.5 points, and we saw that swing took place far from the caricatures of Trump voters, I went to those hearts of immigrant New York City that were the fulcrum of those swings, Hillside Avenue in Queens, Fordham Road in the Bronx, and I asked Democrats, who did you vote for and why? And I heard from them again and again, I voted for Donald Trump because I could afford things that are now out of my reach today. And ultimately, when I asked them what would it take to bring you back to the Democratic Party, they said a relentless focus on an economic agenda. And that's the campaign that we built.
Do you think that your apparent victory is a sign that there is an appetite for young progressives like a Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to run for president in 2028?
It's an honor to be endorsed by Congressman Ocasio-Cortez and to have been represented by her for so many years, because she's showcased so much of what we're trying to do in this campaign. The ability to not only stand up and fight, but also to win. And ultimately, what people want to see is someone who doesn't just believe in something, but can deliver on those things. And now, especially more than ever, we need to be a party that's not just against Donald Trump, but also for something. And our campaign was for working people, for bringing dignity back into those lives. And that's what the Congresswoman has showed time and again.
I can't let you go without doing a little bit of local politics.
Please.
So Mayor Eric Adams already in the general election as an independent candidate. We're waiting to see if Andrew Cuomo officially throws his hat into the ring. Do you think you can win if the two of them are in the race? Can you beat both of them?
Absolutely. We can beat anyone that's in this race, because what we've shown is that this is a campaign that has the support of more than 400,000 New Yorkers. In the first round of Tuesday night, we got more votes than Eric Adams did by the last round of 2021. And ultimately, it's a referendum on how he made this city so unaffordable. For too long, politicians have pretended to simply be bystanders to a cost of living crisis. They've actually exacerbated it. And our vision is one that will respond to it and make this a city affordable for every New Yorker.
I will say this much. He doesn't get jammed up with the anti-Semitism shit, which is awesome. I will, like, one of the biggest problems with Corbyn in the UK, which is a very different media environment, much more hostile, and a very different approach to anti-Semitism smears, wasn't necessarily that Corbyn constantly found himself having to answer these questions. All of the media time wasted on talking about how anti-Semitic Jeremy Corbyn was, in the same exact way, by the way. Very different era, too. Very different era, for the record. I think if they try to do that shit to Jeremy Corbyn right now, his popularity would skyrocket. Because, again, we're talking post-October 7 now. We're talking 20 months of Israel's genocide. Obviously, attitudes have shifted dramatically, right? But the media did this to Jeremy Corbyn all the time. And one of the biggest issues that I saw was not necessarily how scared people were of his anti-Semitism. It was more so that that was the only thing he talked about. He was constantly on the defensive. Right? And having to only talk about how he doesn't hate Jews. Okay? This is precisely how they effectively destroyed any kind of opportunity Jeremy Corbyn would have had on the primary stage, on the main stage, in talking about his policies. Zoran deflects away when asked these like incredibly racist questions, right? You as a Muslim, very scary. Use Muslim words, also scary, scares me, right? Muslim words scare me. Intifada seems like a Muslim word. You say it's Arabic. I say Arabs are Muslim. Like, sure, he talks about it briefly when that question comes up, and it comes up all too much, in my opinion. But he very quickly turns around and talks about the things that he wants to do for New York. That's good. That's really good. This way, the campaign is not jammed up by how much Zoran loves Israel. Does he sufficiently love Israel or not? Is he going to defend Israel personally? Is he going to join the IDF? Is he not going to join the IDF? If he doesn't join the IDF, is this anti-Semitic? What is this? Even if he's winning the argument, it's better to be cold-headed, which is harder when you're ideologically committed. Christian freaks questioning the validity of Jews who don't love genocide. The Fox News anchor questioned the faith of Jewish lawmakers who support New York's chosen Democratic mayoral candidate, Zoran Mamdani. Bro, this is, I said this already. but you're seeing it happen more and more frequently. There is this tendency amongst evangelical Christian Zionists where they themselves are more Jewish than actual Jews who are anti-Zionist. Like they literally think that they are more Jewish than fucking actual Jews. And you know what's even crazier about this? I'm sorry to say this. Maybe some people are going to get mad at me for saying this, but it needs to be said. There are Zionist Jews who give them that sense of comfort. What the hell is going on? Like, this is crazy. It's crazy. And one of the best examples of this was when Josh Hawley was yelling at a liberal Zionist in a congressional hearing. A dude who's not exactly an anti-Zionist at all. And he simply had the audacity to tell Josh Hawley that while he was literally wearing a fucking IDF dog tag in this congressional hearing, okay, he's wearing this guy is a liberal Zionist. I think he works for Next, okay? And he's brought up as one of the people that is opposing the Trump administration's deportation policies simply on the basis of loyalty to Israel. He's like, I don't think like it is not up to the administration. I don't think the administration should deport people on their loyalty to Israel. That's crazy, right? And Josh Hawley was literally yelling at him, being like, no, I know how to protect Jews better than you. The audacity, man. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, here is where he said, I don't think we should have billionaires.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Presumptive New York City Democratic mayoral nominee Zohran Mamdani making some waves, a lot of them, in the business community with some comments on the world's richest people over the weekend. This is what he had to say.
You are a self-described democratic socialist. Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality. And ultimately, what we need more of is equality across our city and across our state and across our country. And I look forward to work with everyone, including billionaires, to make a city that is fairer for all of them.
Mamdani hoping to lead New York City, which tops the worldwide list of cities with the most billionaires. I'd like to keep them here if possible. New York has 123 billionaires, according to Forbes. Its richest resident is...
Wait, what? No. 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 I guess that's it. I have to vote for Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams and Curtis Sliwa illegally. Oh, no. Streamers contribute to inequality. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no.
Former Mayor Michael Bloomberg, who notably endorsed Mamdani's opponent, Andrew Cuomo, in last week's Democratic election.
Maybe he means like Netflix. Guys, that's the fucking... Like, that's photoshopped. Really? There are people who legitimately think he said that? You're trying to make sense of a very obviously photoshopped meme that came from Hoscord? That's crazy. Come on, guys. We're fucking cooked, man. We're cooked.
Or at least the primaries there of all this. I don't know. I was also just separately, I mean, a couple things. Disturbed by the globalized, what do you say that just...
He was so disturbed, he can't even say it, okay? This guy's a real Jew hater. I forget what he said, but it was some Arabic, okay? I don't fucking... what is he? The globalize the empanada or something? I don't fucking know. What was it? What is it? What is it? What did he say? Globalize the enchilada? Yeah. When I'm so mad, but I can't even remember what I'm fucking mad about. When I'm so scared that simply imagining the word in my mind terrifies me. That's what it is. That's what happened. He's so scared. He's so fucking terrified that it took him, a whole minute to figure out what the word was.
So just separately, a couple things. Disturbed by the global, the globalize, what did you say? That just made me crazy over the weekend. Did you see when he said globalize? He didn't say globalize the infidel.
Yeah.
Infidel, but he did say
Intifada, man. Intifada. That is fucking awesome. I don't know what it is. I don't know. What is it that people just can't fucking say the word? I guess. I mean, even some of my friends also have a hard time saying it. And same with Mamdani as a last name. I don't, depending on the person's ideological leanings, I give people a lot of breathing space on this kind of stuff. I don't know. I don't know how it's just so difficult. I mean, fucking Morning Joe said infantada. You can't say French names. You can't talk. I mean, dude, first of all, this is not even because it's a foreign language, okay? This means that he just hasn't heard it before. That's my point. Because if he had heard it enough times, he would at least be able to pronounce it, okay? For example, there are French terms that I normally probably would have a hard time saying, but because I've heard it a million times over, I can clearly say it correctly. Islamo-gauchism is one of those examples, okay? Le wokisme, Islamo-gauchism. You hear it enough times, and you fucking can say it. Hors d'oeuvres. How the fuck would you normally read that word? It would be very difficult for you to read that word. C'est la vie is another one, right? But because you've heard it so many fucking times, you know how to kind of say it. Intifada is the same thing. My point is, if he was hearing this all the fucking time and it was such a terrifying statement, I think he probably would be able to say it correctly.
that he wouldn't condemn it. He was asked 3 times by her,
right?
Which is, some people say is anti-Semitic, some people say is anti-Zionist. Unfortunately, they get conflated either way, right. And so by default, I would think
he's I don't like it anyway. I don't like it either way,
I think you could.
He wouldn't shoot down the speculation that he's an anti-Semite,
right?
That's
and I don't really understand why he didn't, unless he is.
What? What are you? You're literally admitting that there is this conflation happening. There is this conflation happening that is cynical, and then also saying, and he should still condemn it. To what? To what end? At this point, my man is, as Ugopnik in the chat said, doubling down on a word he admittedly doesn't know. Okay? While simultaneously saying how angry it made him. Doesn't know the word, can't say the fucking word, literally openly says, well, some people say it's anti-Semitic, some people say it's anti-Zionist, but he should just condemn it then. Why? Why should he fucking condemn it then? You don't even know what he should be condemning. You don't even know what you're fucking angry about. Why should anybody have to listen to you? What the fuck is this? Who made you the boss of everybody? I swear to God, bro, white people have this fucking sense of authority and this confidence whenever they talk about shit. And yes, Jewish people are white in this process, you know, holy fuck. Where it's just like, excuse me, you should be at the mercy of my fears, no matter how stupid, no matter how racist they are. It's like, no, fuck you. The fuck do you mean? What are you talking about? You don't even know what this word is, and you're fucking trying to whip yourself up into a fucking frenzy, dude. Are you kidding me? Zohran Mamdani hasn't said anything negative about Jewish people or cheered on their suffering, yet these four demand he condemn such rhetoric. They, however, all have expressed support for a government that's committing a genocide and killed Americans. Will they condemn it? Republicans and establishment Democrats demand that Zohran Mamdani condemn the things he's never said. Meanwhile, all those demanding Mamdani do so are never asked, even gently, to condemn the current ongoing genocide they are actively supporting. It is that simple. It is that fucking simple. Do you understand? That's it. It's because these fucking dipshits literally are trying to create an environment that doesn't exist anymore in public consciousness where, you know, you can't say anything about Israel. You will get attacked. You will get attacked. You will be mercilessly and ruthlessly fucking smeared. Yeah, this was, we watched this before. This lady is just basically saying, like, Israel should get to do a genocide. Shut the fuck up. Might is right. And Big Joel had this take, which I liked. The most odd tendency for pro-Israel types these days is this kind of performative madness, just yelling at us in this desperate tone that morals don't matter. We don't do moral stuff anymore. Very sad, honestly. It's so weird. By the way, I thought calling Israel a colonial state is blood libel. In this video, she literally says they are, and it's good. Exactly. The explicit goal is to get us to imagine events that are unfolding as events that already occurred, as though the Palestinians have already been dealt with, and we can just feel a bit stinky about it. Such an odd perspective. Native Americans are full citizens of America now. I wonder what Israelis would think about that arrangement. And there's like ongoing issues with Native Americans that persist in this country as well. And it is after an ethnic cleansing campaign unfolded and was successful in terms of genociding the native population. I'm an Israeli outraged at Biden's betrayal of Israel. Oh, this is, I mean, come on. This is, at this point, showing this lady, I'm not gonna watch this again. It breaks my brain every time I see this. What do you mean? In this context, Jewish people are white? I'm Jewish and I understand why some people don't consider us white. I do. There are also non-white Jews, though. There are Arab Jews, for example, like the Arab Jews that were coming from Israel. They got shot by a Floridian Jewish person, an Israel defender, because he thought that they were fucking Palestinian. There's Ethiopian Jews as well. My point is, Jewishness as a ethnic or ethno-religious category in the United States of America has long been folded under the white umbrella. Okay? Like as far as having institutional power, as far as having proximity to power, it is a part of the in-group. That's why even the most racist politicians will say America was founded on Judeo-Christian values. Back in the day, they didn't used to say that, okay? Can you imagine saying America was founded on Judeo-Christian values in like 1939? Ain't no fucking way. Nobody would say that, okay? They'd be like, no, America was founded on Christian. I mean, I don't even know if they say America was founded on Christian values, really. Like in the 50s and 60s, even then, they wouldn't say America was founded on Judeo-Christian values. This is a post 9/11, war on terror, new narrative. That's it.
You know, there's been, if you go back and look at his history and some of the things he said and some of the things his parents have said, you know, forget about, by the way, there's 123 billionaires in this city. There's close to 1 million people who are Jewish. This is the largest Jewish population
outside of Israel.
outside.
Yeah, and they voted for him. So what does that do? What does that do to your narrative? What does that do to your narrative that Zohran Mamdani got the second highest number of Jewish votes in the city, in the most Jewish city on the planet, by the way? I think New York City has more Jewish people in it than Tel Aviv. Or maybe Tel Aviv has more Jewish people now. So what happened? What happened? I mean, dude, Jews in New York have long-standing roots within the city. They have been there for much longer than Israel has fucking existed as a nation state. What are you saying? It is so fucking stupid. You're right. PSA, New York City is not the largest Jewish population outside of Israel. At 1.3 million, it is the largest Jewish population city by anywhere. Jerusalem has a Jewish population of just under 600K, 60% of total. And Tel Aviv, the city, not the region, has about 500K residents total. Well, they don't always vote in their best interest. In the first round, I think Cuomo got a higher number of Jewish votes in the primaries, but I think like when the Lander vote kicks in, which we'll find out tomorrow, like what the final tabulation looks like, he probably will have a higher number of Jewish votes. If you count the metro area, Tel Aviv is number 1, New York City is number 2. In city proper, New York City is number 1, Jerusalem is number 2, LA is number 3, and Tel Aviv is number 4. After the mass exodus of Jews, it won't be New York anymore, clearly. They'll all fly to Tel Aviv. Any day now, American Jews who have lived in New York, whose families have lived in New York for fucking far longer than Israel has even existed, any day now, those American Jews are going to be like, Am Israel Chai. This was the moment. This was the moment that I was waiting for. Now I'm going to go live over there. I didn't, even though there is an endless amount of incentives for me to go live there, okay? First of all, Israel has free healthcare, okay? Israel has free healthcare. They will subsidize your housing if you move, especially if you move to the West Bank. You can fucking live in a house for free. Better social safety nets overall. So why the fuck won't American Jews move to Israel? I don't know. Maybe because they're fucking American and not Israeli. I don't know. Seems crazy to me, but it feels like there's never been a moment in my life, and it's not because I'm like a particularly woke person, but there's never been a moment in my fucking life where I've met a Jewish American and assumed that this person is Israeli, okay? I don't understand. Maybe it's because I lived in areas where there are a lot of Jewish people, whether it be New Jersey or whether it be Miami or whether it be Los Angeles. But there has never been a moment where I was like, well, this person is a foreigner. Okay? It's fucking so stupid. It's so stupid. And it pisses me off. This doesn't mean that like American Jews don't care about Israel. Clearly, plenty of American Jews do care about Israel, but they're still fucking American. Okay? You can say, Hasan, You care about Turkey. I do, but I'm an American citizen. I'm also a Turkish citizen, but I care about America quite a bit. And America's dealings with the Turkish government do not actually factor into my fucking calculation, okay? Ayana Leong Nauer, a 35-year-old Brooklyn bartender who's Jewish and backed Mamdani, said the vote represented New Yorkers, many of them Jewish, saying we care more about having an affordable city than sowing division. And remember, I lived in Turkey for the first 18 years of my life. My whole family lives in Turkey, okay? I have more of a connection to the Turkish nation state by fucking living there than the average American Jew does to Israel, who at most maybe went one fucking time, okay? And even then, it doesn't matter if someone is like, if there was a candidate that was running around being like, I'm a socialist, I want to do free buses, I want to fucking improve I want to build public housing in the state of California. I want to build public housing. I want to combat homelessness in Los Angeles, okay? And then also at the same time, they were like, oh, great example, even though I obviously also recognize this, the Armenian genocide. But they were like, I'm also going to make sure that there's a memorial for the Armenian genocide, like, which I already agree with, that it is a real thing that happened, right? But could you imagine if I was running around and being like, I can't vote for this person because they recognize the Armenian genocide? Like, how psychotic would that be? That is literally what some of these people are doing. And as a matter of fact, I say some, but not the majority, clearly. Okay? It's so fucking stupid. Yeah, I'm voting for Eric Adams. After all of this is said and done, I'm voting for Eric Adams because he truly is the number one candidate for the Turkish American voter. Everybody knows. It's clear that Zoran is a Turkophobe, okay? And his Turkophobia is glaring. And I need a candidate who is going to defend the Turks. Yep, there it is. That's my guy. I hope this helps you understand how fucking stupid this conversation is. Okay? Yeah, can you imagine if I went up to every candidate and was like, do you condemn the PKK? Do you condemn the PKK? Do you condemn the PKK? Do you recognize the Armenian genocide? If you say yes, then you're Turkophobic. You're Turkophobic. You're Turkophobic. You're Turkophobic. You're Turkophobic. You will never win an election. You will never win an election in my city. You know? It's so fucking stupid. I would understandably get fucking laughed out of every goddamn room, okay? But seemingly, you don't even have to be Jewish or even in any way, shape, or form connected to Israel to make these fucking make these questions be known and make it a prominent fixture of your fucking counter message against this guy. How crazy! This lends itself to anti-Semitic tropes so fucking much. It's not even funny anymore. I mean, we've gone past that point. I think people are so deeply brain broken that they're not even considering that side of it. I've warned about this over and over again for the past fucking year and a half at this point. Clearly people don't give a shit. Like they literally are just like, nah, you don't understand. I don't fucking care. Okay.
Out of Israel. And so I don't know. I mean,
they so clearly don't care that they're running around with this narrative when clearly the New York Jews that were supposed to be the primary fearful targets here clearly didn't give a shit because it's bullshit. It's not real. It's not a real consideration. It's not a real fear. Do you understand? So now you got a bunch of people speaking in their stead. There was a good take in here somewhere where I think it was Ezra Klein who said, enough is enough. Like, I didn't vote here. Here is Ezra Klein, who is a liberal Zionist himself, who is one of the most prominent Jewish writers in the United States of America, says he didn't rank Cuomo on his ballot because he was disgusted by how he tried to weaponize Israel and anti-Semitism.
Public life, like, that's a bar I want candidates to be above. But the other thing that, like, actually closed it, that made for me that I would not rank him, was the way he used Israel in the campaign. Like, I'm a Jewish person. I have very, very deep feelings about what is happening in Israel and Gaza. And I found it so cynical, so repulsive, just such a vicious way to weaponize, I thought, both sort of Mamdani's ethnicity, but also, I don't know, what's happening in Gaza is a horror. People should be horrified. Like, the whole thing just struck me as grotesque. And I knew a lot of people for whom it read that way. The thing in the debates where they got into a fight over, like, visiting Israel.
What's the first country you're going to visit? Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I've said in a UJA questionnaire that I believe that you need not travel to Israel to stand up for Jewish New Yorkers. And that is what I will be doing as the mayor. I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever.
Dude, that was such a fucking... That was a gift to Zoran Mamdani. And they thought that was... Dude, like, when that question and that follow-up was presented to him, okay, I think the media still... And I think this is still an ongoing, ever-present problem within both the media and also within our politics in general, where they literally don't recognize what average people think about Israel. They don't recognize how fucking stupid of a question this is. How stupid it is to keep pressing a candidate over and over again. Oh, you won't go to Tel Aviv? Oh, I guess you're anti-Semitic then. Why won't you go to Tel Aviv? Do you hate Jews? Do you like Sabra hummus? How much Sabra hummus have you consumed in the last year? Like they thought this was going to fuck him, okay? Like, that question and the follow-ups imply that the people asking those questions literally thought that this would be a major line of attack. And it did the exact opposite. If you cannot understand how out of step, how out of touch mainstream media, local news, and the Democratic and Republican Party as a whole is from broad public sentiment on this issue, this should be the wake-up call. But lucky for us, I guess, it's not. And I say lucky for us. Did it work? Because the more they try to jam him up with this shit, the less time they have focusing on things that actually could change people's opinions. The sharp fall in Democratic voter support for Israel is measured by Gallup is striking, down to just 21%. %21% of the Democrats have a sympathy that lies more with Israel, as opposed to 60% of Democrats that say their sympathies lie with the Palestinians. %21% is still crazy, though. Come on, dude. Are you kidding me? If you're over the... Dog, what are you talking about? If you're over the age of 50, this is a question that is like fucked up to even ask someone. If you're over the age of, like, a lot of you guys woke up to the realities, especially as like younger people, without like the tremendous amount of social conditioning that like Israel is the most valuable country on the fucking planet. I have shown you in 2014 when Jessica Ramos literally on her Facebook page wrote Palestine heart. Okay? She wrote Palestine and then put a fucking heart emoji next to it. That was scandalous. Okay? In 2014, that was considered fucking scandalous. Now you got motherfuckers saying death, death to the IDF at Glastonbury with hundreds of thousands of people in the crowd chanting death, death to the IDF. This is not the same universe that we live in. No matter how hard the media keeps trying to operate in the previous way of existence, where you couldn't even say, like, I mean, not even globalize the Intifada, you couldn't even recognize Palestinians as a fucking human being. It's over, by the way. It's over. No matter how much, yeah, he's getting clapped, by the way. I know. No matter how much they try to actively go after people who do stuff like this, okay? I mean, they try to do this with Kneecap too. They try to do this with Kneecap too. If, for us millennials growing up, if you were not pro-Israel, you were an anti-Semitic terrorist automatically, no questions asked. Yeah. It's done.
Where they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
He won't,
Okay.
he
Not
won't
as a
say it
Jewish
has
state.
a right to exist as a Jewish state. Be very
And
clear.
his answer was no, he won't visit Israel.
I said that.
Yeah, this was fantastic for him. This got him so much favor because right now, Israel is the #1 way, especially given the insane amounts of fucking vitriol that comes your way if you say the truth about it. Israel is seen as like the #1 way to communicate that you're an earnest politician. Okay? Like, even if you were a scumbag otherwise, you can win tremendous favor and showcase that you are like an honest broker, as Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing, by positioning yourself against Israel. Straight up. That's it. Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, these are people who are using the media landscape and its inability to communicate clearly the horrible situation that Israel is in. Yeah, like it or not, a reason that Palestine has become a litmus test is that it turns out to be a pretty reliable signal that you won't back down on the other stuff either. And again, Matt Duss, very progressive figure. He's at Center for International Policy. But like, Matt Duss and I are not immediately aligned on the issue of Israel. Okay? At different moments, I have criticized Matt Duss's statements about Israel. But he's right. He gets it. He sees it. I mean, and he is far more progressive on this issue than the overwhelming majority of like politicians and the overwhelming majority of like think tank people and the media people. And yet he's still, I mean, he is still I would say a liberal Zionist for sure. But very clearly, this otherwise untouchable, clear-cut case of chaos, instability, and inequality is no longer seen as that way by the average, by like regular people. It's done. It's over. And it will never change. It will never change. Felix Biederman has a take. Yeah. There's an inevitable outcome when people see videos of parents carrying what was once their child inside several plastic bags and are told to support this or you're anti-Semitic. If you cannot or will not make the obvious connection, I don't need to hear you opine on it. 1000%. If one's morality is compromised so heavily so they can't recoil in disgust at a live stream genocide, and those who commit it, they are a husk of a person with poisonous thoughts at best. Also, tell me what conclusion one might draw from our current two-tier punishment system. A-list celebrities can say any number of things and get the ADL donation and Auschwitz tour package. Private citizens who wear the wrong necklace get fired and publicly denounced. Yeah. You can literally Sig Heil on national television on the day of the fucking inauguration twice. Not once, twice. But as long as you're pro-Israel, ain't nobody is allowed to say a fucking peep. You think average people don't see that? That was another moment for a lot of people that actually, I think, contributed to their distaste for Elon Musk. That was a major moment. I think normies saw that and were like, I am fucking grossed out. I'm not on board with this at all. Because remember, normies fucking hate Nazis. Even normies who have Nazi-style politics literally still are taught at an early age to fucking despise Nazis. Okay? Partially because we fought them in World War II. It was the most honorable battle that we fought in our history since and certainly before and after. Okay? So when they see the wealthiest person on the planet throw the double Sig Heil, and then they see institutions run to his defense because he's pro-Israel, I assume some people connect the dots, that this is not about fucking anti-Semitism at all. You say that about everyone is the common attitude, okay? Anyone and everyone that says, fuck Israel, fuck the genocide that Israel is committing, I want to wash my hands clean of this nonsense. Anyone who fucking says that is immediately tarred and feathered as an anti-Semite. You have diluted the impact of a real bigotry. We live in a country where you can live stream with Sneeko, who is a fucking Holocaust denier, and then go on the anti-Semitism ticket. Like, can you imagine Zoran doing that? Can you fucking imagine what kind of coverage would exist? You don't have to imagine that hard because they've literally used his association with me, a person who has dedicated a good deal of time combating anti-Semitism, but because of my anti-Zionist perspective, they've tried to hit him with that. Andrew fucking Cuomo mentioned me.
That's what he was trying to say.
No.
Game.
Yeah.
It was such an obvious political game.
Yeah.
All right.
Debating every day on TV about their approach to. If Democrats were openly debating every day on TV about their approach to affordability issues, that would be a good debate to see for Americans to see. But instead, we're engaged in kind of culture war, kind of snipes.
This feels like watching The View by dude. Wait, what? Watching The View? What the fuck?
The comments that Gillibrand made a few days ago were pretty sickening.
Oh, I totally agree with that.
I mean, every time he appears on the media, he gets asked a very specific question that is not necessarily about the economic policies, right?
Yeah. I mean, the thing I will say,
Brad Landers,
in most of in Gillibrand's comments and Dan Goldman's comments, the criticism they had was about anti-Semitism, not Israel. That's what they said in their statements. And the thing that has not been talked about at all is the literal party that Eric Adams is running on in November as an independent candidate is the End Anti-Semitism Party. And so, to me, what is more of a cynical deployment of or use, a weaponization of Jewish pain than for the candidate who couldn't make it, who was too chicken to run in the Democratic primary, to now make his whole candidacy and make his whole party called the End Anti-Semitism Party? Like, that should be condemned by all Democrats. Like, and he's probably going to be the other candidate Zoran Mamdani is facing. We are not having a conversation about that at all.
Can you, to play devil's advocate, how do we know that the reason why the establishment types are avoiding endorsing or holding off on endorsing him, we don't know if they will eventually, is about the Islamophobia, and they don't want to be seen as endorsing
global jihad, Kristen Gillibrand?
Well, you think Hakeem Jeffries is like worried about global jihad or whatever?
I think he does care about the perception that also paralyzed Kristen Gillibrand to be able to come out and say something thoughtful instead of falling into an Islamophobic trope. So I do think that they are paralyzed by that and they're unable to break through. But I mean,
here's one of those Democrats, Richie Torres.
He says it's not language he uses, but he did not specifically condemn it. What did you think of that answer?
I strongly disagree. No one's advocating for imprisonment. I mean, every elected official has an obligation to condemn hatred, whether it's anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. The Second Intifada refers to a wave of terror attacks, suicide bombings, and slashings and stabbings that left more than 1,000 Israelis and Jews dead. And so when one uses the word intifada, it causes profound pain and trauma to the Jewish community. It is deeply offensive.
It's a scary world. Yeah, why does he look like an astronaut? That's what I was thinking too. I didn't want to say anything. Doesn't he look like, he looks like he's signing off from the International Space Station. You don't understand. These words, they're scary. I can't do it. Yeah, by the way, any reason why Torres gets any space on this is because he is an attack dog for Israel, okay? Straight up. He is one of the most vicious and also one of the most toothless, ironically, because of how clearly compromised he is. Like, nobody in Congress takes him seriously. I will always point to him using the congressional letterhead to fucking attack me with talking points that he got from a sex pest Zionist community that has famously defended white people saying the N-word. That community, this fucking dipshit got notes from to fucking write with a congressional letterhead a demand to fucking deplatform me ahead of the general election. A general election that his party was on, okay? He spent more time talking about me in the lead up to the fucking general election, listening to a dude who wrote a manifesto about saying the N-word as a white guy. That is how depraved you must be. Like, this is unimaginable depravity. He cares more about Israel than he does about the poorest congressional district in the country, which he is the representative of.
Every elected official, without exception, should condemn it.
In the primary, you were supportive of former Governor Andrew Cuomo. He is going to stay, he says for now, on the ballot in November. Do you still support his candidacy for mayor?
I think the defending genocide part's the most depraved thing, but that's me. No, that's a given, okay? Most congresspersons in America do that. But how much they'll go and fucking wrestle in the mud at the behest of Israel is what makes Richie Torres unique. Do you understand? That's what makes him unique.
My endorsement of the governor only applies to the Democratic primary, which is over. So the voters.
I don't know early how you were, but it raises concern that Sex Pestany was your friend. Do these people you associate with speak about you too? What are you like? Reorient that question in a way that makes sense, please. I'm genuinely confused about what this question is. It's been a long fucking time since this person has not been someone I've associated with many, many years ago. Unironically, it was his N-word manifesto that made me cut the fucking relationship clean off because I thought it was unconscionable. It was before I learned about all of the new revelations anyway. In a weird way, a massive compliment to you, though, having Zionism premium attack dogs jumping at you means you're doing God's work. I mean, well, that, but also the fact that it didn't work implies how little motion he has. Do you see what I'm saying? How is intifada an attack word? As a Muslim, would you not be scared? Who has the power? What? What are you even fucking saying?
Of the Democratic primary have spoken, and so my focus is on governing.
I just missed what you said there at the end. Do you support the nominee Zoran Mamdani in his race for mayor now?
I have not endorsed the assemblyman. We spoke on Sunday. We had a mutually respectful conversation. I've
heard socialists in air quotes say you're a bad person because you betrayed D-Man and that friend group. Socialists? I don't think those people are fucking socialists.
We have profound differences of opinion. There was no discussion of an endorsement, but there was a discussion of a commitment to continuing the dialogue.
So you're not ruling it out?
I think we have profound differences of opinion. But again, if he becomes mayor, and he's likely to become mayor, the mayor needs the New York City congressional delegation. The New York City congressional delegation needs the mayor. And so it's in the interest of both sides to have a working relationship to figure out how to coexist.
Dude, well, you don't have to worry about that too long because your seat is up for grabs soon. Yeah. Also, Zoran absolutely crushed his district too. Nexus, a liberal Jewish academic task force on anti-Semitism. The dude who Josh Hawley yelled at was from Nexus, by the way. Jonathan Jacoby, national director of the Nexus Project. Wait, actually, it might have literally been Jonathan Jacoby who I was talking about. Remember I said like he was wearing an IDF dog tag at the congressional hearing and Josh Hawley yelled at him and was like, what do you know about combating anti-Semitism? Doors open. Bana yemek geldi. Evet. He has said, whether or not one agrees with Mamdani's views on Israel or any other issue, there is no justification for sensationalizing and polarizing the political debate to stoke fear and delegitimize his candidacy. Like, this is why Zoran's maneuvering around this issue is also pretty good because like he even gets support from liberal Zionists like with regular frequency. Like it's not, they don't consider this. Well, what the fuck? What happened in my chat? Chat stopped for a second. I got scared. Like he gets support from even liberal Zionists as well. Like he does a decent job of communicating his desires in a way that like even if someone were to care about it, even if someone were to care about Israel, like they still, like he is able to instill confidence in people that instill confidence in people who care about Israel that he is not anti-Semitic. I think he does a better job with that than someone like myself, who obviously isn't trying to win favors and win votes anyway.
That threw me.
I was surprised to see that, too, because he said some things in the past. You would think.
That's certainly the role. That's the reason why he communicates about Israel in the way that he does, for the record, that he wants a democratic state there with equal rights and representation for all.
I think when you're at this point that you would at least pivot and say, I'm absolutely not an anti-Semite.
Right.
I want to make sure that Jewish people feel safe. He didn't take the opportunity to do that, which is shocking. The other thing I will say, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No,
I thought he tried a little bit in his own way, but he could have easily said, and then tried to, because I thought he was trying to turn it into this thing. Well, I don't want to be like President Trump. He said, because I don't want to police speech. But, there's a difference between policing speech, meaning like actually like taking, putting people in jail over speech, and being able to say, you know what, not only would I not say this, I condemn it. It's not something that I think should be said aloud.
Right.
And he didn't take that opportunity. He was offered the opportunity multiple times. And I think there are people who look at that and go, what is going on here?
Well, the other thing is President Trump kind of focused on this, too, this weekend. He said that he's a communist, and he said that if he actually wins election next year, that Trump might seek to shut down federal funding for New York City, almost like he's done with Harvard and other places, and what that might mean for the city as a result. Bradley Tusk, again, referencing back to him, he was here on Friday. He said it's the best thing that could possibly happen for President Trump would be to have Mamdani win, because then he becomes this foil, kind of this punching bag. Best thing that could happen for President Trump, and for Mamdani, he can just go back and forth at Trump. You have, again, just this.
I mean, it's so interesting to see how he's tapped into. Look, he's clearly tapped into an issue in New York, which is affordability. Yeah. And the affordability issue is real. It's not that it isn't real. The question is, what's the solution to the affordability problem? I would argue it's not necessarily, re-rent stabilizing things. It's actually creating some supply of housing in this city, changing so many of the crazy restrictions in this city so that you can't build. I mean, that if we actually could build in this city. Now, would you be able to solve the problem in 3 or 4 years? No. But over a decade, if you actually really built and went after it, you could do a lot. And I just don't understand why, Ezra Klein has this book, Abundance, and it's really about building and trying to almost take advantage of capitalism to some degree, to act, not necessarily restricting prices, but it's actually abundance, meaning you have to create supply. You have to take some of the restrictions off. You have to let people build the subways without every last union trying to hold back and create these astronomical costs. And I don't think that's going to happen under this gentleman.
Mamdani.
That's not what he's looking for. Yeah. So we'll see.
Zohran Mamdani's expected victory in New York City's mayoral primary has made the 33-year-old an instant star in Democratic politics. Here he is on the cover of New York Magazine, which says his historic primary upset has the city swooning, spinning, and reeling. And despite the excitement, though, some top Democrats are stopping short of endorsing him outright, including the top Democrats in the House and Senate, who also happen to be fellow New Yorkers. Zohran Mamdani is back with us. It's great to have you back on the show. We had you on 2 weeks after you announced your run. I would say back then, not a household name. Safe to say now, you're a national figure. So we greatly appreciate.
Are you giving yourself some credit there?
No, I'm saying we greatly appreciate you making time for us now that you've hit the big leagues. No. Let's talk about this kind of divide within the Democratic Party, right? And the slow endorsement. You've certainly been endorsed by AOC, Bernie Sanders. You've been welcomed by them. They're celebrating your victory. But the party leadership has not yet coalesced around you, if you will. I'm wondering how you plan on tackling that, just from a political standpoint, because at the end of the day, some will say you need the party. Certainly the party has to get behind you because you are now potentially the mayor of the biggest city, probably the most important city in America. And so they're going to have to, they can't ignore you, and they're going to have to find a way to work with you. So what's your strategy for closing that divide?
I've been honored in the days since the primary to have received the endorsements of Congressman Nadler, of Senator Warren, of 32BJ SEIU, the Hotel Trades and Gaming Council, as well as NYSNA, the Nurses Union, and ultimately showing that this coalition continues to build each and every day. And the way that we move forward is the way that we got here. We earn every single endorsement. And I've appreciated the phone calls that I've had with Senator Schumer and Congressman Jeffries. articulating both the focus of our campaign on affordability and the necessity of that to be a central message in our party. And I'm excited to keep growing this coalition.
So you mentioned that the unions have come behind you. They had previously endorsed one of your opponents, Cuomo. And if you look at the results of the primary, you did very well with higher income voters and less well with the working class, with lower income voters, which doesn't sound like it should jibe with your agenda or your message in any event. To what do you attribute that to, that it has taken a while for the unions to come on board? And I guess I don't know what the latest polling is on lower income voters, but at least we know what the results were in the primary.
Well, we actually saw that we won the votes of voters who made $65,000 and above. And I would say that in New York City, that is very much a working class person's salary. And we have many more New Yorkers to win. And ultimately, we began this race, as you were saying in the beginning, at about 1% name recognition. And that's being charitable to myself. And we began it with a real uphill battle in introducing ourselves and our vision, and ultimately we won the primary. And yet I know that there's still so much more work to be done, especially when I was running against a former governor who was the son of a former governor and whose name in many ways was synonymous with politics. And yet what we show is that it's possible to move beyond just a politics of the past and the present. We can have a politics of the future. And I've been excited by the fact that on Tuesday night, we didn't just see an incredible increase in Asian turnout across New York City. We didn't just see the more than doubling of turnout amongst 18 to 24-year-olds and increases for 25 to 29 and 30 to 34. We also saw the fact that we won Latino voters across New York City. And we closed a gap with black voters that at one point had been more than 50 points to now less than 20 points. And so much of the work of going through the general election is to continue doing that work of introduction and earning the support of New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs.
I have to ask you, too, about what it's been like for you to process some of the Islamophobic responses that we've seen. I think some would say they're not as surprised by some, like, Representative Ogles saying you should be deported. But others have been a bit surprised by, for example, a New York senator going on a popular radio show and suggesting that you support global jihad. What has that been like for you? And have you had the chance to speak with Senator Gillibrand?
I spoke to Senator Gillibrand soon after the victory on Tuesday evening, and the comments that I've heard, especially from Republicans across the country, and even the comments prior during the primary, were comments that were both unsurprising and yet still quite sad, because they showcase what politics has become for so many. It's a language of darkness and a language of exclusion. And what has kept me hopeful through this is that our vision is one where every New Yorker belongs. And there are so many New Yorkers who previously hadn't voted in primaries, who saw themselves now in this politics, saw their struggles in our policies, and took that step to actually cast a ballot. And what
he's a better man than me, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I would not be speaking like that. I can say it because, it's so funny because, representation doesn't fucking matter to me even a little bit. Not even a little bit. But I'm thinking about it right now. This is the most, one-to-one I've ever felt represented in American politics. I don't give a fuck about it. Okay? Dude is my age, Muslim, socialist. This is the closest I've ever felt represented. I don't give a shit, okay? If he had the same politics and the same momentum, same dynamism, same turnout strategy, and he was, white and Christian or Jewish or whatever, I still wouldn't care. You know what I mean? I care about the policies. But for me, I will say this much. As someone who is also victim to the exact same lines of attack with regular fucking frequency, he's handling it a lot better than I think I would in that situation. The Gillibrand shit made me go crazy. That one was so unacceptable, dude. God damn.
What excites me is that there are moments where someone will cast a ballot for someone with an exclusionary vision like Donald Trump, and they can still come back to the Democratic Party. And so many of our victories were in neighborhoods that went for Donald Trump in the presidential election. We're talking about College Point or Diker Heights, so many of the same places we were told that we had now lost voters forever. And instead, what we've found is that if you have a relentless focus on an economic agenda and you welcome people back and you turn the political instinct from lecturing to listening, you can still have people come home to the Democratic Party as long as you show them that's a party that will fight for working people, not those that are benefiting off the struggles of working people.
We are going to dig into some of your policies in the second part of this conversation after the break and some of the specifics of these economic policies. But I just want to kind of talk about the reaction and what this means right now for the Democratic Party, again, in a big picture way, which is you have always, this campaign was very successful in making you accessible to the media and to voters. Do you think you will still be able to do that going forward now that there is this intense spotlight, there is more pressure on you, you will be pulled in more directions, that the element of success that many say drove your campaign is going to be hard to maintain?
Actually, a really good question. Like, a really, really good question. Because, like, what caused him to win this major upset was because he was able to earnestly communicate his desires without caring too much about the noise. I do also worry that there's, like, more pressure on him. And now, as a consequence of all the pressure, he's going to, like, try to be more defensive, try to maneuver around some of these issues and be more fearful and take out some of the, take out some of what made him look earnest.
Over the next several months in a general election?
It's definitely more difficult, especially in light of the kinds of threats that I'm receiving. But ultimately, I continue to believe that New Yorkers deserve a mayor that they can see, a mayor that they can speak to, a mayor they can ask questions of, even a mayor that they can yell at. And that is the mayor that I will be. And that's why people will see me across this city, because we need a city that is led by someone who understands it and who looks to represent each
So no intent to change what you did throughout the primary going forward?
No,
Still make yourself accessible?
You're going to see me walking a lot.
Still going to talk to reporters all the time?
Come on, look where I am.
On a Sunday night. Come in right now on this
Every
show.
Tuesday.
Oh, these are these are the
evening.
tough questions. I actually have a slightly harder question for you than whether you're going to come hang out with us again, because I know we are so adorable and fun to spend time with, which is that, you know, progressives have historically had a very complicated relationship with law enforcement and police. You yourself have been very critical.
That's low-key also not a bad question.
Of law enforcement. In a social media post from 2020, which has been resurfaced, you refer to the NYPD as, quote, racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. The current NYPD commissioner, Jessica Tisch, has also criticized the decision to ban NYPD LGBTQ plus members from the Pride Parade today. I think we have that up on the screen. What do you think is the right way for Democrats and progressives to talk about law enforcement, or the right relationship that they should have with law enforcement today?
You know, I've shown over the course of this campaign a clear recognition of the fact that police are critical to creating public safety across this city. And my proposal for the Department of Community Safety is one that was born out of my conversations with rank and file officers who have told me time and again their frustration with signing up to join the police force to tackle serious crimes and then being asked to play the roles of mental health professionals and social workers and fielding 200,000 mental health calls a year. And ultimately, my desire is for the police to be able to focus on those serious crimes, to be able to do their jobs by stopping asking them to respond to nearly every failure of the social safety net. And that's why we have put forward this proposal to create a department that will tackle mental health crises, homelessness, victim services, hate crimes, gun violence, so that police can go back to those 7 major categories of crime we see in CompStat. Because ultimately, New Yorkers deserve to be safe. They deserve a police force that is able to focus on keeping them safe. And what we've seen is that in 2025, in the first quarter, 65% of crimes that were reported are yet to be solved. We need to make it easier for police to focus on solving those crimes. And I've been very clear, we're not defunding the police. We're sustaining the headcount of the police department and allowing them to do their actual jobs.
New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani's progressive policies are exciting many on the left while drawing some skepticism from more moderate voters. Among the things he's
You just said he doesn't think billionaires should exist and refused to condemn globalized intifada. He's not as weak-willed as you think. When did I say he's weak-willed? He just said he doesn't like billionaires on Meet the Press and refused to condemn globalized intifada. He's not you, big guy. Wait, this person is... What? I never said he's weak-willed. What? I said I'm simply worried about... I said I'm simply worried that the additional attention and the attacks he gets will cause him to potentially run in a defensive posture. I haven't seen it thus far. That is pretty funny to be like a pro Zoran Hasanabi hater. Yeah, when the fuck have I ever condemned any Palestinian slogan? If anything, demands are made of me to do such things all the time, and I refuse to do that. Pro Zoran Hasanabi hater seems easier than the inverse. No, being pro Zoran and anti me, but also from the position that Zoran is more radical than myself is pretty funny. Like, I can see someone be like, "Oh, I'm pro Zoran and anti Hasanabi," because I think Zoran is way more reasonable with his opinion on Israel or something, but Hasan is a terrorist. I could totally see that because of the way that Zoran campaigns, because of the way Zoran carries himself. I think he does a great job, as I've admitted, in communicating a vision that is less scary for even liberal Zionists. Even liberal Zionists can turn around and be like, you know, oh yeah, I like this guy. I'm not fearful about what he's saying, because he doesn't have to spend time explaining why militant resistance exists, okay? He doesn't have to do any of that shit, which he shouldn't. I would never expect him to. That's why I thought it was funny that this person is like, I just jaded. I've seen a lot of fear-mongering about him online. What? Fear-mongering about what?
Calling for raising taxes on corporations and the 1%, building more affordable housing, freezing the rent of rent-stabilized housing, creating city-owned grocery stores, providing free childcare for children ages 6 weeks to 5 years old, and making New York City buses free. Back with us, Zoran Mamdani. Thanks again. So a lot of the things that you have promised to do sound very appealing. They sound popular. They are popular, for that matter. But they're expensive, and you don't actually control the funding mechanisms for a lot of these things, because ever since the 1970s, Albany, even when New York City almost went bankrupt, Albany sets tax rates for corporations and for individuals, for example. And Governor Kathy Hochul has even said on the record she ain't going to raise those taxes. So let's take a listen.
His whole campaign is based on raising taxes, which he says that he can get you to be on board with. Would you be on board with that?
No, I'm not raising taxes on people at a time when affordability is the big issue. I'm actually cutting middle class.
I'm not raising taxes at a time when affordability is the issue. Raising taxes for millionaires. So that you can do initiatives to help people withstand the affordability crisis. Such a funny way to frame that.
On the wealthy.
I don't want to lose any more people to go to Palm Beach.
So where do you go from here?
I think the same way that we got here, right? When we began this campaign, the whole idea of us being able to win the Democratic nomination was considered to be a non-starter. And I think in the same way that we've built such a mandate to deliver a truly affordable city in what is currently the most expensive city in the United States is how we continue to build that support. And we've seen in Albany that these ideas of taxing the 1% and the most profitable corporations to fund a more affordable life for all are things that actually have quite a bit of support within the legislature. And I think ultimately what unites the governor and my vision is this focus on affordability. And I'm very excited to work with her on it.
However, Bill de Blasio, our former mayor, who you have said was the best mayor of your lifetime, ran up against the exact same problem, that he promised a bunch of things that were quite popular, could not get Albany on board to pay for them or to give its blessing for the MTA, for funding the MTA and a bunch of other programs. So,
yeah, who was the governor? Who had a personal vendetta against Bill de Blasio that literally made him not play ball on purpose? I wonder who it was. I wonder what that was about. How'd that happen?
So how are you going to make good on these promises where he went wrong?
I think actually that Bill de Blasio's central promise of his campaign was universal pre-K, and that's now one of the most...
But that was one priority, right?
Yes.
He put a lot of political capital into it. I just read off a list of like 10 things that you are saying you want to do.
And let me go through them one by one. Freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants is something that the mayor can do through the Rent Guidelines Board. Previous administration did it 3 times. Municipal grocery stores, I proposed a pilot, 1 in each borough. That's 5 in total, at a total cost of $60 million, less than half of what the city's already set to spend on subsidizing corporate supermarkets at a cost of $140 million. Then when it comes to the need of working with Albany, that's for free buses, that's for universal childcare. Free buses costs about $700 million a year, universal childcare around, let's say, $6 billion. Significant amounts of money. But the point that I am also making here is that universal childcare is a priority of Governor Hochul. Fast and free buses we've already seen be successful at the city level. And I am confident of our ability, in the same way that Bill de Blasio was able to build a large-scale mandate to deliver on universal pre-K, and now it's celebrated by everyone, that we can actually get that same kind of political movement to deliver on these very things.
Speaking of the political movement, I want to ask you about some of the coalition building work you still have ahead of you, particularly with older black voters. Some of them are not sold on you yet, not because they wouldn't benefit from many of the things that you just laid out. In fact, rent stabilization, they're in many cases very likely to benefit from in many of the neighborhoods of this city. But at times they've expressed skepticism, concern that you won't be able to get more moderate white voters to support you, or that they distrust some of the white young progressives who've been part of fueling your movement. How do you make inroads there? And what's your message to voters who aren't sure you're old enough, experienced enough, and ready to build those relationships in their specific community?
I think the first thing is to approach those conversations with an understanding that I have to earn that support. And there are many older voters, older black voters, who the first time they may have heard of me might have been through the more than $30 million that was spent against me over the course of the primary.
In many cases, yeah.
And ultimately, when I would go to a church on Sunday, a lot of times when I'd be having conversations, the questions that would be raised would be about those attack ads that people had seen in 30-second increments, or a mailer in their mailbox, or something they heard on the radio. And I would introduce myself. And ultimately, I was only able to reintroduce myself to so many people, given the scope of the attacks against me. These next few months are an opportunity to continue to do just that. And ultimately, I also know that I wasn't just running against a former governor. I was running against a former governor who was the son of a former governor, because so often those conversations would come back to Mario Cuomo. And when you have just an 8-month period to come up against decades of familiarity, you sometimes fall short with each and every older voter. And now it's my job to win their trust and to show them, in fact, that their concerns, especially affordability, it's at the heart of this campaign, because too often we think of affordability as if it's about young people staying in the city or families that are just about to settle down. But I've spoken to a grandmother in Brownsville at a senior center who told me she's been on a waiting list for senior housing for 7 years. The inability for our city to build that kind of housing, to keep it affordable, is also a senior issue. And I'm excited to share that with each and every New Yorker.
You've talked a lot about inclusivity and trying to keep expanding this coalition. I wanted to ask about one of your policies that has raised a little bit of eyebrows because it's the language that's used, and it's mentioned in a memo that is on your website about New York homeowners. You've said that you've wanted to shift the tax burden from, quote, overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and white neighborhoods. Can you clarify that? Why did you feel the need to use that language? Because some people, whether it's the accurate description of the pure demographics or not, it has been used by people in the media, I'm sure you've seen the New York Post headlines and others, to sow and foment divisions in this city. Why did you feel the need to use that language?
It was more of a description of the neighborhoods that are currently being undertaxed as opposed to the intention of where we would tax New Yorkers. Nothing can be worked backwards from some kind of racial goal in this city. It has to be a system that is actually equitable. And what we've seen time and again is that the property tax system is something that is unfair, and it is something that even Eric Adams acknowledged when he was running in 2021, something that he promised to rectify within 100 days of becoming the mayor. And then what he did instead was to defend it at every single juncture in court and to lose. And the reason that he lost is because we know it's inequitable. This is something that is a glaring example of city government's inability to meet the moment. And the use of that language is more of a descriptor of the neighborhoods as opposed to an intention of the goal.
So another question on the tax issue. I'm sorry, I'm a tax person.
Please.
I may not be the child of many governors, but I'm the descendant of many descendants of many generations of accountants. So if you do succeed, let's say, in convincing Albany to raise taxes, and I'm a little skeptical that that'll happen, but let's say you do, there is concern, as Governor Hochul mentioned, that there will be people who leave New York City for Palm Beach or elsewhere. I know we're not going to be playing our little violins for the billionaires who have to pay more taxes, but they do take a lot of money with them. And in fact, the Citizens Budget Commission found that hundreds of thousands of high-income New Yorkers have left New York City in just the past 5 years, and households that earn more than $1 million pay about 40% of New York City taxes. So why dismiss concerns that your potential tax base that you need to harvest money from to pay for these things will leave?
I don't think that these are concerns to be dismissed.
She's like, I won't play the violin for them, but also I am playing the violin for them. I mean, if they're already leaving New York, and New York City is not socialism safe haven, then that means there's an alternative reason as to why they're leaving New York. It's probably not the taxes, though. It's a fair concern. No, it's not. No, it is not a fucking fair concern. It's bullshit. It is absolutely bullshit. Capital flight, born out of fears of taxation, is the number one lie that people tell all the time. As David Dayen also pointed to, California has this, Massachusetts has it now. It literally does not happen. Okay? A millionaire's tax does not lead to capital flight. It's fucking bullshit. And even if it would, even though it does not, even if it would, there are solutions to said capital flight. Like an exit tax, for example. Now, obviously, that wouldn't happen. because it doesn't need to happen. Obviously, this is like watching an Elden Ring speedrunner doing a no-hit run after watching you die over and over again. The NPC mobs before the Divine Beast.
These are ones that I have
boss.
to engage with. And ultimately, as part of the other conversation of how do we win over voters who haven't yet joined this campaign and this coalition, I have to meet with New Yorkers who are concerned about any aspect.
Bro, don't fucking compare vicious gray names to like a somewhat contentious mainstream media interview, okay? Calm down. I do mainstream media hits as well. I obviously carry myself very differently when I'm doing that. That's crazy. The greatest example of this is fucking Jean-Luc Mélenchon, who also started live streaming, and he apparently fucking also got gray name baited. It comes for everybody. Okay? Cool it.
Of my campaign. I have to meet with them who oppose with this campaign because I'm not looking to lead a coalition of those that voted for me. I'm looking to lead an entire city of 8.5 million people. And the reason that I believe that we need to increase taxes on the 1% and the most profitable corporations is because of the fact that those are taxes that would then pay for a better quality of life for all.
But only if they stay.
And the reason that I believe that they would stay, because I want them to stay, is that when the Fiscal Policy Institute did an analysis of the top 1% of New Yorkers, they found they leave at 1/4 the rate of other income brackets. And when they do leave, they go to other states that are...
Yes! Fucking yes! Thank you. Thank you. Either the super wealthy leave as a mechanism of tax avoidance and they do 6 months plus 1, where they live in a state like Florida or Texas or whatever, 6 months out of the year, plus 1 day so that they can do income tax relief, income tax avoidance, or it's overwhelmingly middle-class people and poor people that leave. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why they leave? They leave because the city is fucking unaffordable. And even then, those rich people don't actually fully leave the city. They never do. Why would they? She mentioned 5 years. The largest flight was due to the pandemic and Cuomo's policies. The flight of the New York City's wealthy was once a once-in-a-century shock. Yeah, see? But they returned after in-person... Oh, no, never mind. They... At the beginning of the pandemic, they moved to Aspen, Colorado, but they returned to New York City after in-person schooling resumed in fall 2020. I'm telling you, most of the people that left the city came back. They left because of COVID. Why wouldn't you want to live in one of the best cities on the fucking planet, man? Jesus Christ. If you're an American and you're immensely wealthy... Take it from an American who's guapped up, okay? Me. Why the fuck would I not live in Los Angeles or New York or maybe Chicago? Like, but definitely either Los Angeles or New York City. Like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? It's so fucking stupid. The idea that these people are pinching to that level, like they are fucking that stringent with their finances, that they're like literally moving around, is bullshit. Yeah, dude. Someone's gonna make like fucking $10 million, okay? Their net worth is like 20 mil. And then what? They're going to live in fucking Boise? What are you, crazy? Are you on fucking crack? What the fuck? Yeah, I'm going to live in fucking Arkansas.
They're considered high tax. New Jersey
I've
or
seen
California?
this study. I've seen this study, and I have to say I'm a little dubious because we're talking about a major...
I live in Boise. I'm broke as fuck. Law. Exactly. That's my point. Motherfuckers like, I'm about to live in Idaho, dude. My dream. Even like Florida, even Texas and Florida are ass. If you live in New York, if you live in New York City, if you lived in LA for an extended period of time, you are not fucking living in Texas, okay? That is precisely why the Austin real estate market that was exploding during COVID has collapsed in and of itself because people were like, oh my God, maybe living in Austin is still living in fucking Texas, and I kind of don't fuck with that. Okay? And that was Austin. That's like a blue city. But I'm sorry, no disrespect. Okay? No disrespect to Austin, no disrespect to Texas. But like, that's not a real city. If you fucking live in a real city and then you go and look at this like this 1 fucking mile strip that resembles kind of like a city, and you go, look, that's my city right there. Everything else is an hour and 20 minutes away. No one's gonna consider that to be sustainable. If you've lived in a real city, especially a city like New York, which is one of the only cities in this country that is equivalent to like cosmopolitan cities that you see everywhere else, okay, with some bare bones, somewhat functioning public transit and a city that is always alive, like things are open all the time. Like, you think motherfuckers are gonna go live in Dallas, dude? What are you, crazy?
Change in the tax system that would hasten departures that are already happening. Again, we've lost hundreds of thousands of wealthy New Yorkers already.
We now have more millionaires than we did in 2021 in this state. And the reason that I'm confident is all I'm speaking about is a 2%.
Like, I say this as someone who obviously grew up in Istanbul and Ankara. And then when I came to America, I lived in fucking Coral Gables, okay? Miami. And I could not believe it. Like, what Americans consider to be like a robust city, Miami is supposed to be this like big city. I was like, what the fuck is this? And then I found out it's even worse. Things can get so much worse. I lived in New Brunswick, New Jersey when I went to Rutgers University. Okay. First year in Miami, second, third, and fourth year in Rutgers, New Jersey. That's when I was like, oh my God, this shit is so bad. It's so bad. LA is not even a fucking real city by city standards around the globe. New York is the only thing that comes near the functionality of a cosmopolitan city. New Brunswick, New Jersey is dog shit, barely a village. I agree. Chicago's nice too, I will say. Chicago still has that like it's too middle of the road, but it's got niceties for sure. And also there's a lot of fucking nice cities like Boston. Boston is nice, Philadelphia is nice. Like, there's cool parts of the northeastern side of the country where, you know, people moved initially and lived there for an extended period of time. Like, they have if you built a city before we had cars, then that's like closer to a real city. Have you been to Boston, Law? Yes, I have. What do you mean? Like, if the city that you're visiting existed before car reliant infrastructure, then you at least have the skeletons of a fucking real city. You understand? Seattle also lying, sir. I mean, I didn't really fuck with Seattle that much. I mean, Seattle's fine too.
percent increase in income taxes for New Yorkers who make $1 million or more a year. And when it comes to corporations, it's matching our state's top corporate tax rate, 7.25%, to that of New Jersey, 11.5%. That's why I believe that this is both feasible and necessary.
Come on, a lot of us value not having overcrowded areas and a quieter lifestyle. Man, I will never understand that. I just don't. I truly don't get it. I think people say this because they just haven't experienced a real fucking city. That's crazy. Nah, man, I love living in a rural town. I love driving 45 miles. I love driving for 45 miles to get to the nearest Walmart. You know what I mean? It's my favorite, dude. Spent plenty of life in LA. Prefer shitty Cincinnati personally. That's wild. This is a bad take. Every tiny city mimics a big city. They all open breweries and pubs in their one block downtown area. True. Oklahoma City blew my mind. You go downtown OKC, it's like they got like the gayest micro pubs, like micro brewery places and shit. 0 people, but they still got them. I just don't understand it. To each their own, I guess.
But I'm going to meet with business leaders about this. I've already started having those conversations because I do not want them to leave. I want them to stay. And the reason I think that we can have them stay is we're going to use this money to create a better quality of life, even for themselves.
Zoran Mamdani, I was not joking earlier.
I live in Redlands, California. I make 6 figures for a work-from-home software engineer. Even with my salary, I can't reasonably afford to buy a home here, so I just bought a straight-up mansion in Kansas, Lamau. Yeah, I mean, if you work from home.
When I said
every
that,
Sunday night.
Well, that sure, but just in general, it would that if you were to pull this thing off, it would be nice to have a mayor who's willing to answer tough questions at the round table. So you'll be welcome back.
Of accountants.
I know, I made myself sound really cool.
We've got a diverse group of people here, so we represent many. Yeah, we represent many walks of.
Zoran Mamdani, the 33-year-old Democratic socialist who claimed a surprising victory in the New York City mayoral Democratic primary.
Mamdani refuses to condemn the phrase, globalize the intifada. We will now go to the premier liberal broadcast on the MSNBC, The Morning Joe program.
Primary last week stopped short of fully condemning the phrase globalize the intifada, which many say is a call for violence against Jewish people. Here's his full exchange yesterday on NBC's Meet the Press with moderator Kristen Welker.
I want to ask you about an issue that has divided some New Yorkers in recent weeks. You were recently asked about the term globalize the intifada, if it makes you uncomfortable. In that moment, you did not condemn the phrase. Now, just so folks understand, it's a phrase that many people hear as a call to violence against Jews. There's been a lot of attention on this issue. So I want to give you an opportunity to respond here and now. Do you condemn that phrase, globalize the intifada?
That's not language that I use. The language that I use and the language that I will continue to use to lead this city is that which speaks clearly to my intent, which is an intent grounded in a belief in universal human rights. And ultimately, that's what is the foundation of so much of my politics, the belief that freedom and justice and safety are things that, to have meaning, have to be applied to all people, and that includes Israelis and Palestinians alike.
But do you actually condemn it? I think that's the question and the outstanding issue that a number of people, both of the Jewish faith and beyond, have. Do you condemn that phase, globalize the intifada, which a lot of people hear as a call to violence against Jews?
I've heard from many Jewish New Yorkers who have shared their concerns with me, especially in light of the horrific attacks that we saw in Washington, D.C.
Bro, what? Okay, I'm skipping this shit. We've already heard it a million times. I saw this exact same thing on TikTok, while I was pissing earlier. And I was like, oh, let's see what the comments look like. Because the TikTok, the NBC account posted it on their TikTok. And it literally was titled, Mamdani refuses to condemn dangerous statement, globalize the intifada, even after being asked 3 times. So I looked at the comments and everyone was fucking railing against NBC because this was initially on NBC Meet the Press. Everyone was like, dude, shut the fuck up. Shut the fucking fuck up, dude. Oh my God, bro. Jesus fucking Christ. A panel who says they're concerned about the feeling unsafe from language used, but they can't condemn kids feeling the agony of forced starvation. Why should he condemn the language that he never used? The mainstream media is embarrassing themselves. Why don't you condemn the genocide? Are non-Muslim candidates asked how they will protect Muslims at home and abroad? Can these individuals speak out and condemn the genocide in Gaza? Who is going to ask them that question? This clip reminds me of why I don't watch Morning Joe. She laid that trap 3 times and he didn't fall. Get over it, will you? AIPAC is working overtime, I see. OMG, this is so annoying that they're even asking this. You want Mamdani to condemn a slogan, but you refuse to condemn a genocide. I'm sorry, dude. It's fucking done. When you got the lowest common denominator, YouTube commenters railing against the false premise that is presented with incredible moral clarity. It's over. It's done. I've been saying it's fucking done. It's been fucking done. Also, I will do this. Governor Kathy Hochul today condemns fellow Dem Senator Gillibrand for her comments about Zohran Mamdani. No one should be subjected to any comments that slur their ethnicity, their religious belief, and we condemn that anywhere it rears its head in the state of New York. Governor Hochul made the statement today while speaking to reporters at the New York Hotel and Gaming Trades Commission headquarters. Hochul was asked by Rebecca Lewis if she would comment on the racism he's already facing, including from New York's own Kirsten Gillibrand. I asked Hochul about racism Mamdani has already faced, including from Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. Hochul clearly heard me and did not defend Gillibrand, though she also did not explicitly address Gillibrand's specific comments either. It's done. It's done. Mamdani's very good at this jujitsu maneuver that Obama mastered. Everyone knows that you're not white, and in Mamdani's case, actually Muslim. So you can always take identity-based attacks, pivot back to bread and butter issues, and portray your opponents as obsessed with race. Here is a group of people in local news, specifically the point with Marsha Kramer, that I didn't know anything about until this last election, refusing to learn the lesson that this kind of fucking attack is stupid.
He has to have what's good for all New Yorkers. Any mayor that can't say they will go to Israel someday as mayor should not be mayor of the largest city of Jews outside of Israel. He has to have what's good for all.
He literally is like, no, you have to go to Israel. Like this guy is lost in the sauce. He's like, no, dude, if you want to be mayor of New York, you have to go to Israel. Like, what the fuck do you mean you won't go to Israel? What is this, the Hajj, dude? You have to go to Tel Aviv? Why you not love Israel? Why you not love Israel? You must visit Tel Aviv. Yalla, let's go. You must visit Tel Aviv. Why will you not visit Tel Aviv? No politics here. Tel Aviv, beautiful city. This is just as insane as me saying I'm Catholic and I won't vote for him unless he goes to Rome. Yeah, literally. I am not voting for Zoran until he visits Saudi Arabia, goes on the pilgrimage, and touches the wall, okay? Touches the open part of the wall, unless in the Kaaba. Unless he does this, I am not voting for him, okay? And I feel unsafe. He is not sufficiently pro-Muslim. Do you hate Israel?
Hurry.
Look at this fucking freak ass ship, by the way. Here it is.
Wow. Hurry.
Yeah, here's why I think this is an interesting look into his campaign. He was unknown as of 6 months or a year ago, right? He is a new candidate who has tapped into energy and concerns about cost of living, things that you mentioned. He has repeatedly said he abhors anti-Semitism. Increasing anti-hate crime funding by 800%, that's real. That will help in New York. And don't take my word for it. Prominent Jewish New Yorkers, Jerry Nadler, Brad Lander, they have said they have endorsed him.
You're talking politicians who want their party to be in office,
they're Jewish,
irrespective
but Harris,
of anything that they believe in.
That's not true.
I mean,
are you questioning Jerry Nadler or Brad Lander's commitment to Judaism?
That's so crazy. Like, that's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. Am I wrong? I mean, that's like, I don't know. Like, if the overwhelming majority of Jews in America were disinvested in Israel and like were straight ticket Republican voters, maybe then it's still questionable, but maybe then you would have a little bit more comfort. Because like the thing I'm thinking about is like, I get personally annoyed about this, but Democrats do this all the time where they'll like speak out of turn about black people, right? Like non-black Democrats, like white people will talk about black people a certain type of way if they're not like sufficiently pro-Democrat. Okay. And it's just like, but even then, it's like a weird, strange thing. But at least there's like some kind of number that you can point to that you are at least like reflecting the broad majority of black people's opinions on this. And even then, it's like still unacceptable. This person is a Gentile speaking out against Jewish people in a country where 75% of Jews vote for the Democratic Party. Like, where is this confidence coming from? It's just got to be just Israel, you know? That's it. It's like, whoa, I'm pro-Israel, so I'm more Jew than you. Like, that's what it is, right?
100%.
Wow. Yes. I wouldn't question anyone's commitment to their faith.
The same way that I would question Chuck Schumer, who works against the interest.
Yeah, see, this is what I mean. By the way, before people say, oh, well, it's just a difference in opinion. Like, what does hateful speech do? This is it. Trump has made it so that if you're pro-Israel, you can say whatever the fuck you want. You can call Chuck Schumer a Palestinian, for example. That's what he does all the fucking time. So now you got right-wing reactionary non-Jewish conservatives fucking running around being like, yeah, these Jews are not real Jews. They're bad. You don't understand this, dude. As Jewish people, we love being condescendingly told how to be good Jews by non-Jews. It fucking rules, dude. No, but that's what I mean. It's like, Megaphonics, when your parents hear shit like this, don't they get mad? Like, I don't understand. I know that they love Israel, but like, this has got to piss people off, right? Megaphonics got fucking blasted out of orbit. No, Omega Lol, they agree.
Interest of his own people at times for the politics.
Let me finish
that's what they're doing here.
What I'm saying here. Prominent Jewish New Yorkers have said they have met with him. They believe that he abhors anti-Semitism and will help New York do better.
Then why not condemn?
Is showcase.
Hakeem Jeffries of New York says that Mamdani needs to do more, though, in calling out the phrase.
Globalizing the Intifada
by way of example, is not an acceptable phrase, and he's going to have to clarify his position on that as he moves forward. With respect to the Jewish communities that I represent, I think our nominee is going to have to convince folks that he is prepared to aggressively address the rise in anti-Semitism.
It's like, bro, don't you have some more prescient concerns to worry about? Like, shouldn't you be talking about this fucking giant tax, this giant tax cut for the wealthy that, you know, the party you're opposing is advancing? I don't mean to tell you how you should do your job, but it feels like there's more important issues, you know?
In the city of New York, which has been an unacceptable development.
Okay, joining us now, the host of the podcast On Brand with Donnie Deutsch.
Racism is a big deal. Racism? Bitch, the only racism that is happening in this race is racism against Zohran Mamdani. That's not what he's addressing. I love this. No one believes you. You don't even believe yourself. You know what I mean? Like, who believes that there is like an unprecedented wave of anti-Semitism coming from Zohran Mamdani? Who? Trans issues are a distraction, but some dude running for mayor, like not even some dude running for mayor, okay? A progressive candidate running for mayor that will uplift the rest of the party, whether they want it or not, is being presented as like a spoiler. It's fucking insane.
Donnie Deutsch. Donnie, thank you very much for joining us. Look, there is nuance in what Mamdani is saying. I get it in that second answer where he says he doesn't want to get into the business of what language is permissible and what language is not permissible. But what did you make of his decision? And it clearly is a decision. He knew he could be asked about this. His decision on Meet the Press not to condemn the phrase.
I'm outraged that we have a candidate for mayor of New York, Mr. Mamdani, that cannot walk back or cannot condemn.
MSNBC chat, I want to reiterate, we are not watching Fox News. We are watching MSNBC. We are not watching Fox News. This is MSNBC, also known as MSDNC.
The words globalize the Intifada, and his nuance of, well, it means different things to different people. Let me tell you what it means to a Jew. It means violence. It means October 7th.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Okay. Like, can you imagine the alternative of this? Being like, oh, well, when someone tells me they're a Jew, I think genocide of Israel. That would be fucking anti-Semitic. Okay? So why is it that prominent Jewish people on television are desperately trying to make this association stick? What the fuck? Bro, nobody cares about your fucking feelings, okay? Nobody. Nobody cares. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God.
It means firebombing people in Colorado. It means violence. That's the connotation. That's the essence of it. And that's what it means to Jewish people. And if any other group came forward and said, you know what, these words are offensive to us, it means violence, it frightens us, I think there would be a response. But for some reason, if Jewish people find it offensive, it's not offensive. And I find it offensive that he cannot condemn those words. And I think he's overall running a campaign of divisiveness. He also came out in the last 2 days and said, we're going to tax rich white neighborhoods. Why?
Dude. Branding and marketing expert, by the way. Yeah, not doing a great job, I'm going to be honest.
We have to put white in there. Just say we're going to tax the wealthy. I just find it offensive. I find it offensive that in the past he's talked about defunding the police. I think he's walked that back, but yet he voted $3 billion out of a police budget. And I just find there's a recklessness and a divisiveness to it. And I'm offended as a Jew that he can't walk that back.
Let's bring in the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League, Jonathan Greenblatt. Jonathan, I know we had a few...
Oh, my God. No. No. Oh, my God. Oh, my oh, God damn it, dude. My baldest of ops. Also, I love this. Debating Mamdani's refusal to condemn the phrase globalize the intifada. Where is the debate? The debate is between people who want to kill Zohran Mamdani and people who want him to be jailed. Some people are saying we should kill him. Others are saying, nah, he should just go to jail. No one is debating whether or not this is a fucking insane conversation to have at all. Where's the debate? Is there a person in here so far? I haven't seen them.
Few problems with your connection. I'm glad we've got you back again. I wanted to get your reaction to what Mr. Mamdani said this weekend on Meet the Press.
Like, I assume Al Sharpton is like the closest to pro Zohran Mamdani as a position. I don't know who this guy is, but given that he has fucking this dipshit back here, I suspect he's not going to be pro Zohran Mamdani. Or if he is, he's going to be pro Zohran Mamdani in the scariest version, which is because he's also, just like this fucking dipshit back here, deeply anti-Semitic, but I doubt it. Like, I don't think he's a Churchill fan for the initial anti-Semitism that Churchill also demonstrated. Is he pro Zohran? All right, we'll see.
Well, look, I think sometimes the things you don't say are what people hear loudest of all. And when asked a very direct question, and I'll just elaborate on what Donnie just said. Look, the Intifada was a period of violence.
Bro, you literally work for the Israeli government. Like, you literally go and deliver speeches in front of the Knesset. Your entire purpose as the head of the Apartheid Defense League is to defend Israel and to silence Israel's critics. That is, and I'm going to say this, you might get mad at me for this, okay? Because I think while anti-Semitism is completely unacceptable as a form of bigotry, what he's doing is even somehow worse than that, okay? A straightforward defense of wholesale genocide of like actual children on fucking national television is worse than, again, a straightforward, bigoted fucking thing that people do all the time. It is extra bad that he uses the real bigotries he's supposed to fucking combat as a defense mechanism, as a weapon to wield against those who are not exhibiting any sort of anti-Semitic tendencies, cynically fucking claiming that these people are being anti-Semitic, unironically creating more anti-Semitism as a consequence of this.
Directed at civilians. More than 1,000 people were killed in suicide bombs and shootings and stabbings in Israel. And of course, we also saw what happened on October the 7th. October the 7th, the murder of 1,200 people is what revived that phrase, Gadi. So let me be clear. It was notable that candidate Mamdani,
I wonder if he'll bring me up in this conversation, maybe.
Went to Harlem this weekend. It was notable he went with my friend, the Rev. He went to meet Black people in Harlem on their own terms. I think what Jewish people would want to see is where the candidate goes to meet mainstream Jewish people.
Wait, what do you mean? He literally got co-endorsed by he got co-endorsed by Brad Lander. They co-campaigned together. No, Jonathan, you don't want him to go to like a Jewish institution, which he did. He went to a synagogue. Remember, with like all the other candidates? And he answered all those questions. What do you mean mainstream? What the fuck are you talking about? Bernie Sanders is one of the most popular politicians in the country. Bernie Sanders is Jewish. He co-campaigned with Brad Lander. He went to, in exactly the same way that he did in Harlem, he went to like a Jewish interest coalition thing. I forget what it was called. What Jonathan Greenblatt is saying here is obviously lying because he's a fucking liar. He's a vicious liar. And he loves smearing people. What he means is like, why won't Zohran Mamdani be pro-Israel? Please be pro-Israel. That's not he's talking about mainstream Jewish people. There is no more mainstream a Jewish person in American politics than Bernard motherfucking Sanders. Okay? That's the maximum.
In a mainstream synagogue or in a mainstream setting, and simply says with the same clarity that he brought this weekend, where he met again black people where they are and simply said to Jewish people, I hear you and here is my plan.
Yeah, no, you want him to fucking kiss the ring. You want him to come to you, genuflect, bend the knee at a time when your job is fucking non-existent. You have destroyed what remained of the reputation of the ADL by defending Elon Musk when he Sig Heiled. You have destroyed the ADL. You'll still get fucking prominently featured on the worst show on MSNBC, Morning Joe. You'll be able to go on other TV shows every now and then when you feel like it, to be like, you know who's really the reason why there's anti-Semitism happening in this country? Hasan Piker. You know, you can do stuff like that, but you're a fucking fraud, and everybody knows you're a fraud. And it's crazy because, like, if the ADL was truly invested in defending Jewish people, Jewish Americans, if it was truly invested in combating anti-Semitism, this is his moment, okay? Because there is a fuck ton of anti-Semitism out there. Anti-Semitism has exploded. Partially a consequence of Israel's actions being conflated with Judaism, but also because of one of his fucking main guys, Elon Musk, buying Twitter and turning it into 4chan. But of course, he'll never fucking say that. He can't say that because Elon Musk is in Trump's circle. He can't shit on Trump. He can't shit on Elon Musk. He can't shit on the actual fucking neo-Nazis in the country that harm and threaten Jewish people on a regular basis. I said this right after October 7, and I will keep repeating it. Are there Muslims that engage in anti-Semitic acts? Certainly in America. Okay, certainly. Are there Jews that engage in Islamophobia? Also certainly. But the primary real anti-Semitic incidents that take place in this country are not done by Muslims against Jews. It's fucking Christian nationalists. It's neo-Nazis. Okay? That's it. Anyone who does not recognize that is a fraudulent bitch. And the same goes for Islamophobia. Even though one of the first victims of post-October 7 Islamophobic hate crimes was a landlord that killed a I think Palestinian child, right? Stabbed him to death. Landlord was Jewish. But even that is an exception that breaks the fucking rule. Okay? It's not like it's not commonplace. Anyone who refuses to recognize that this kind of Islamophobic hate crimes, and also, is it really an exception? Is it though? Yes. Because one, there's not that many Jewish people, nor that many Muslim people in this country. So that's a big part of the reason why the statistics actually don't fucking slant in that direction. Okay. And if you think that it's Jews that are primarily responsible for Islamophobia in this country, you are not paying attention, okay? For every Jewish person that is being unimaginably Islamophobic, there are 100, if not 1,000 Christians that are being way more Islamophobic or just as Islamophobic. It's not even a question. And this is, of course, the other side of the story where Islamophobia is completely permissible, institutionally permitted. Okay? Institutionally permitted, as opposed to anti-Semitism that is not. Both are bigotries. One is completely permitted. The other one is institutionally not permitted at all. Okay? And in spite of the lack of institutional permission for anti-Semitism, it is still overwhelmingly the neo-Nazis who are white and of Christian descent, Christian background, that commit the overwhelming majority of anti-Semitic incidents.
Plan to protect Jewish New Yorkers, not to fund, more hate crimes enforcement for everyone. That should be a given. But here is why I understand what you are telling me as a community I need. And here is why I, as your mayor, will do certain things. Other than that, Caddy, if he can't simply say, I will be the mayor for all New Yorkers, including Jewish New Yorkers, and here...
He has said that. He said that over and over again. You're a racist bitch. The reason why he said that so many times. The only reason why you're saying that is because he won't fucking kiss the ring and be like, Am Israel Chai. I love Israel. It's the most moral nation on the planet. Israel can kill as many Muslim children, as many Palestinian children as possible. And it's actually anti-Semitic to even remotely question that. That's it. That's what you actually want him to say. He has said what he is describing verbatim.
Here's how I will do it. Here is the plan that I think people have a right not only to be offended, but to question what's really going on here. Why won't he give Jewish New Yorkers the same respect he's giving to all other communities?
So, Rev, we saw you in that picture there meeting with candidate Mamdani this weekend. I'm sure you had a conversation with him as well. I think that's what Jonathan has just said is a very fair point. Did you hear anything from him? Have you spoken to him about this?
A very fair point. The most fair of
Do
points.
you think it's a plan of his to go out there and say to Jewish voters in New York, I treat you with the same respect that I treat black voters, I treat you with the same respect that I treat Muslim voters, and I absolutely want to make sure that you feel safe in this city? And I think he's got that inability of his to condemn that language is going to be something that keeps coming back to haunt him in his campaign unless he does something that like what Jonathan is suggesting.
Well, I think he definitely denounced from his speech anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. But let's deal directly with it. Let's not skirt around the issue. We're not talking about something subtle here. Things that I remember 20, 30 years ago, I said things, nothing like endorsing violence, but that was offensive to Jews, offensive to gay people. Mrs. Coretta Scott King, Martin Luther King's widow, said to me, Al, you cannot take words lightly. I said, but I was just slanging. No, you can't do it. He's running for mayor of New York. You need to take off the table. Do you support international intifada or not? Period. Intifada. Not go around it. I understand you don't want to be forced into something, but I don't think that's what he stands for from what he said to us. And he should say that out.
Big defense of how robust can this debate be? How robust can this debate get? So much back and forth. I love the diversity of opinion on this.
Outright. Secondly, I agree with Jonathan. He ought to meet with the Jewish community, and I think he will. But I think you've got to understand people like Donnie that are offended by many things. And Donnie has had to defend.
Anyway, I think we've watched enough of this shit. Sometimes things people say that are actually what we hear the loudest. At a time when anti-Jewish hate has surged to record levels, it's shocking that any candidate would be unwilling to tell Jewish New Yorkers explicitly, here's my plan or I'm with you, why not? Zaid Jelani says, do you really think Mamdani is why there is so much antagonism towards Israel and Nazi Israeli soldiers regularly shooting and bombing, starving people lined up for food aid? Like you, I oppose hate towards Israelis and Jews. I also oppose war crimes. This is very anti-Semitic response from Zaid Jelani. Very, very anti-Semitic. One, he's Muslim, and two, not only is he Muslim, which is automatically anti-Semitism. That's probably two different anti-Semitic incidents, not even one. One, because a Muslim, yuck, chose to respond to Jonathan Greenblatt. Unacceptable. That's anti-Semitism. Two, you didn't immediately say, I love Israel, and Israel is actually the most moral nation on the planet. I'm going to put that as two different versions of anti-Semitism. You can't censor your way into... Oh, that's 3. He then double replied. That's 4. That's squared because he's still Muslim in his second reply as well. So that's 4. I'm putting 4 in the ADL database. I'm adding 4 new anti-Semitic attacks. You can't censor your way into changing public sentiment on this issue. You have to change these unjustified and immoral Israeli policies, and then people will associate Israel with disco, falafel, non-atrocities. Yeah, that's 4. Hit the combo multiplier. Yeah, obviously, if you're Muslim and on top of that, responding to a Jewish person, that's an anti-Semitic hate crime.
Here is an explicitly...
Okay, don't care about this. Zoran Mamdani and the Glastonbury Music Festival? Okay, I kind of...
Violence is an artificial construction.
Death to the IDF!
We have to be very clear that what is happening here.
Death to the IDF!
These are the people the West has imported and then trained their own children to follow. Good job, West.
Dude, it's fucking awesome. Jewish guy doing anti-Jew tropes in an effort to desperately cling on to his racist fan base that left a long time ago because he's Jewish at the behest of Israel. Okay? Oh, we're importing these third worldists. Not me, but these other Jews are importing these third world disgusting barbaric monsters. Like this kind of commentary only appeals to white nationalists who already fucking hate you because you wear a yarmulke, dumbass. Like, what do you mean? You can't You can't great replacement theory this at this stage after defending Israel for the past fucking 20 months. I always ask myself, like, who is this for? You know what I mean? Like, who is Ben Shapiro speaking to? 44,000 views in 4 hours. Apparently not a lot of people.
Excellent job. The other big continuing story of politics in the United States, of course, is the impending election of Zoran Mamdani as mayor of New York City. So Zoran Mamdani, he continues to be as radical as it is possible to be. He is sympathetic to jihadism. He is effectively communistic in his approach to the markets. He is, in fact, racist against white people. And there's no other way to read the agenda that he has spelled out publicly. He was asked by CNN, what are your feelings about capitalism? His answer was, I don't like it.
Do you like capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism. And I think ultimately the definition for me of why I call myself a democratic socialist is the words of Dr. King decades ago. He said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And that's what I'm focused on, is dignity and taking on income inequality. And for too long, politicians have pretended that we're spectators to that crisis of affordability. We're actually actors, and we have the choice to exacerbate it, like Mayor Adams has done, or to respond to it and resolve it, like I'm planning to do.
He does not like capitalism, you understand? He's in the greatest financial center in the history of the world, in New York City, and he does not like capitalism. That would seem to be a bit of a warning flag, you might think, especially given the fact he's a career useless person. He's a 33-year-old who's never held a solid job a day in his life until he's going to become mayor of...
What solid job have you held? You're a failed movie writer, dude.
The biggest city in the country and a financial center of the West. He grew up in the home of a radical anti-colonialist, in scare quotes, professor at Columbia University who's sympathetic to every form of radicalism, and an Indian American mother who made radical left-wing films in Hollywood. That is
Yeah, something you failed to do, by the way, which is make any movies in Hollywood, which is why you then started your own company to make movies, and you failed again. You know? Oh, yeah, we talked about this already. Mahmoud Mamdani's take.
his upbringing. Rich, privileged, as left-wing as possible, became a citizen rather late in life, and now is running for mayor of New York on the platform of I hate capitalism, and I hate Donald Trump, and also white people are bad. According to the New York Post, New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani wants to hike property taxes for, quote, richer and whiter neighborhoods. It says that in his campaign platform, quote, shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods. And now that's just plain racist and also a violation of the Civil Rights Act. You're not allowed to use the law to discriminate against people on the basis of their race, obviously. Pretty astonishing that he is saying that sort of stuff out loud. But again, he can say all of this sort of stuff because being a radical with the college-educated white liberal base is the feature, not the bug. And there's so many people who are rational, who are hearing all this and like, wait a second, how's this guy going to win? And the answer is he's going to win because of this. Because the virtue signaling on the left is just that strong. It is that important to be radical. And the omnicause must prevail. They're going to elect a guy who literally said that violence is an artificial construction. Here he was, not all that long ago, talking about violence while he was promoting defunding of the police.
Oftentimes, we've even found as legislators.
All right, I don't really care about the Zoran shit. I want to see the death to the IDF. I want to see him fucking mauled. Okay. Let's see. Maybe he'll shit on Tucker, too.
Jerry Dunleavy writing. Zoran Mamdani's relationship with Sarsour went largely unruly men. October Israel in Palestine.
Yeah. Brad Lander also friends with Linda Sarsour. Too late, Ben. Nobody gives a fuck about that either. That's like Ben trying to do the fucking 2016 era smears of being like Linda Sarsour is anti-Semitic. Why? Because she's pro-Palestine. Yeah, you got it. Okay.
Palestine. A group that instructed its foundation
stores or love socialism or love like foreign-born midwits running their cities? Probably not. That guy was the only person in the New York City mayor's debate to say he wanted to focus on New York City. All the candidates were asked, if you could visit a foreign country, what would it be? And they all, of course,
I can't wait for Ben to be like, it's actually deeply anti-Semitic that Tucker Carlson said this. You are supposed to go to Tel Aviv to be the mayor of New York.
Said Israel, great. And he said, I wouldn't go anywhere. I'd stay in New York. And like, if I want to meet Jewish constituents, I'd go to their synagogues, their homes or whatever, but I'd be here in New York because that's what I'm doing. I'm running New York. That's my job.
Well, he gave the right answer.
He gave the right answer. At least. And he's talking. I totally oppose his program.
Absolutely.
To be clear. I don't think it works, but he's talking about economics.
Yep.
And everyone else is talking about foreign policy. Why is it hard to talk about economics, domestic economics?
I don't know. Apparently they don't know how to fix it.
Unbelievable. Okay, again, saying that you oppose his agenda and then praising him for talking about economics as a communist is pretty incredible. But again, the horseshoe theory there is all about the fact that Mamdani hates Israel.
Oh, wow. Wow. Ben hates Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson. Wow.
And so, of course, to some of the people that you just saw on your screen, which is why they've been expressing so much support for all of the opponents of Israel that they can find on their shows. And that's kind of an amazing horseshoe theory thing happening right there, because that's not actually what Mamdani said. If you actually go back and watch the debate, he didn't say, I don't want to focus on the Middle East. I just want to focus on what's happening here. He literally said he believes in the disestablishment of Israel as a Jewish state. That's what he actually said during the...
Why should we care about this? Like, I care about this because I think it's abhorrent that our tax dollars are going there. Even if our tax dollars weren't going there and Israel was truly a sovereign state and was literally doing the Holocaust, I would still care on the basis of humanity, right? Because this is an unconscionable, evil thing to do to another population. Okay. But like, why should the average American who doesn't give a fuck about any of that stuff care to this degree? Like, oh my God, Israel cannot be he wants to disassemble Israel being a Jewish demographic ethno-state. It's like, yeah, dude, why should any of your fucking fans care about this? If anything, they'll care about it in the opposite direction because our tax dollars are propping this shit up. Like, what is this take?
The debate. So that's a complete mischaracterization in order to...
I looked at the comments. Yeah, it's mostly just like fucking herd or whoa. Zoran, a Muslim, talking about colonialism, violence, artificial construction, like people that watched only the first half of it. Mamdani would run from a real soldier if he bumped into Netanyahu.
Defend Mamdani because Mamdani is, of course, a rabid Jew hater, a full-scale anti-Semite who supports terrorism. And this does say something about the radical left. The anti-Americanism, the anti-capitalism, the anti-Israel, the anti-Jewish of it, they are all linked. They are all of a piece. It is all about destroying systems that are successful. It's all about that. It's, by the way, also linked to anti-Christianity. All of these things are of a piece.
Nah, not really. Good luck with that, man. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with this narrative. I don't think the people that care about defending Christianity are on board with this at all, you know?
The omni cause exists because of its omni opponent. And the omni opponent is the system. Capitalism, free markets, private property, free speech, strong foreign policy in the face of nefarious and evil enemies, traditional...
Okay, this is boring. All right, yeah. Okay, all right, here. I just wanted to watch him mauled over the fucking death to the IDF shit.
Glastonbury is apparently a giant music festival that happens in the UK, broadcast on the BBC. And at this gigantic music festival in Glastonbury, there was a person that I had never heard of, who you also probably have never heard of, calls himself Bob Villain, right, as opposed to Bob Dylan. And this person got up in advance of a band called Kneecap, which has, of course, gone out and campaigned against Israel and talked about how evil Israel is. And he decided that he was just going to call for the death of IDF soldiers. And also, he was going to shout about...
I love these kinds of videos. And it's because they're literally just like crying about how much everybody hates Israel. Okay? It's awesome. It's just like, why does everybody hate Israel? Like all he's saying here is just like, everybody hates Israel. I don't like it. Why do you should love Israel instead of hating Israel. Have you thought about loving Israel?
About how the West should essentially fall. Here's what he had to say, shouting at a gigantic crowd of people flying flags for Palestinians, terrorist groups. And
yeah, I don't think you'd give a fuck if they were flying Israeli flags, right? You love that shit. So, you know, spare me.
All the rest. These are the people the West has imported and then trained their own children to follow. Good job, West. Excellent job.
We've done it all right? From working in bars to working for Zionists. And if we can do this, I promise you, lot, you can do absolutely anything that you put your mind to. I'm telling you this. Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! All right, but have you heard this one, though? Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF!
This was broadcast on the BBC.
Death to the IDF!
Dude, there are tens of thousands of people in the crowd and they're fucking cheering death to the IDF, which of course I would never. I condom. I condom. Disavow. I mean, come on. Oh, I condom so hard. Did you notice Ben saying Bob Villain was imported? Just clear great replacement dog whistle while pretending to speak out against anti-Semitism? No, yeah, I did. That was the first thing I noticed, which is why I laughed. He's like, he's doing the Jews did great replacement in our beautiful Western civilization while simultaneously defending Israel. Like, who is this for? You're just...
Death to the IDF! Hell yeah, from the river to the sea, Palestine must be, will be, inshallah, it will be free.
So just going to point out, Hamas is not going to attack that music festival, not like the Nova Music Festival, because all of the Hamas...
Yeah, because it's not slammed next to a fucking open-air prison as a part of an ongoing apartheid system that is being propped up. It's because it's in England and not in fucking... Or it's in the UK and not in fucking Israel, okay?
Stands are in the crowd at this one. Maybe Hamas is attending. They found some of their favorite bands. This was broadcast in living color on the BBC. By the way, it wasn't just that this human piece of dreck suggested death to the IDF. He also ran around the stage shouting, quote, "I heard you want your country back. Shut the fuck up."
Heard you want your country back. Ha! Shut the fuck up. Heard you want your country back. You can't have that. Heard you want your country back.
This part was the best. Like, watching white ladies.
You can't have that. Heard you want your
Like, I did not understand. I did not understand what the UK was about. This dramatically changed my opinion. Okay? Like, that's awesome. Like, I never in my life would I have thought a British Barbara, like with a sunflower hat like this, would be like, "Yeah, heard you want your fucking country back, yeah? In it, shut the fuck up, in it." Love that.
country back. Ha! Shut the fuck up.
Okay, that's what he said on the stage there. So first of all, great ad for Nigel Farage's Reform Party, which says, get all of these people out of our country. Great ad for them. But this is indicative of a rise in not only, it's all the things. It is hatred for the West. It is hatred for the civilization that has granted them all of their power, all of their economic might, all of their privileges, all of their free speech.
He just straight up, he's saying, like, black people should be grateful. Like, that's what he's saying. He's like, know your place, black person. We gave you all of your economic might. That's crazy. He's like, you're an immigrant. You're permanently an immigrant. And you should know your fucking place. And you should also be deported. Nice.
Right? And that, of course, is combined with the reason why they hate Israel. They don't hate Israel just because it's filled with Jews. Of course, that's one reason. They also hate Israel because Israel, they believe, is an extension of the quote-unquote colonialist West. That is the real reason they hate Israel. So, again, disgusting and vile, but indicative of a new left-wing base that exists across the political boundaries that separate.
No, you don't understand. He hit the air quotes, so it's not real, okay? You see, you don't actually have to make an argument. You can simply present it as wrong. And then that's it. You can simply just go, quote unquote, Western colonial expansion when referring to Israel. And then as long as you hit the air quotes, then everybody knows that the thing that he's quoting is wrong.
He isn't the only British institution in cleanup mode today. With hindsight, the BBC now says it should have pulled the plug on this iPlayer live stream on Saturday.
Oh, no. Oh, dude, they're going to fucking put this dude in jail, by the way.
That the sentiments expressed by punk act Bob Vylan, who led the crowd in a chant of death to Israel's army, the IDF, were anti-Semitic and unacceptable.
Why? Why is it anti-Semitic? Can someone explain this to me? It's a fucking army that's doing genocide, okay? Like, if you were to say, during World War II, if you said the death to the Wehrmacht, Okay, death to the SS, death to the Gestapo. Would this be considered like a anti-German rhetoric? Like, would anybody care? Should anybody care? I don't. And it clearly, no one in that fucking crowd cares either. Because he's calling for the death of innocent civilians, bro. Yes, innocent civilians inside of a Merkava tank. This is so unacceptable. I can't believe you don't understand. These are innocent civilians that might get kidnapped from their Merkava tank at any moment.
The regulator Ofcom today saying the broadcaster had questions to answer over its ability to ensure compliance with its own editorial guidelines.
It should have been foreseeable that there would be problems with broadcasts this weekend.
Like, it's really funny that these guys think that they can just like put the toothpaste back in the tube. Okay? You can't. It's fucking cooked. It's over, man. Why do you think like censorship regimes is going to change the tide of history at this point? Yeah, it's like when Americans say we must melt ice or something. You know what I mean? When we're out in the fucking streets protesting, and then the government's like, well, this is harmful speech. You have to be prosecuted for this. Like, get the fuck out of here.
The decision to broadcast live without any delay should have been reviewed, and that a live feed should have been pulled immediately when the chance death to the IDF began.
On the same stage on Saturday, Northern Irish rappers Kneecap. Their set, like Bob Vylan's, was being reviewed by Avon and Somerset police.
North of Ireland. They're just Irish rappers. Okay? They're not Northern Irish rappers. They're just Irish rappers from the north of Ireland, if you want to be specific.
This afternoon, the force said it had begun a criminal investigation into both performances, saying this has been recorded as a public order incident at this time while our inquiries are at an early stage. The investigation will be evidence-led and will closely consider all appropriate legislation, including relating to hate crimes. The Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Philp, has called for frontman Bobby Villan to receive the same treatment under the law as Lucy Connolly, jailed for 31 months for inciting racial hatred in the aftermath of the Southport child.
Yeah, this is not what happened to the IDF. So I feel like there's a difference here. You know what I mean? I like that all of the people that were like, oh yeah, if you incited a fucking pogrom, which for the record would be illegal even in America. Okay? Like, America has free speech. But if people's statements actually led to this kind of fucking straightforward pogrom, I think, like, they probably would prosecute that. And in the UK, there isn't the same, like, unlimited free speech that we have here in the United States of America. But, like, the idea that what he said about a foreign army currently doing genocide is the same as like demanding that people go out and fucking murder Muslims in whichever town they exist in the UK, and then on top of that an actual pogrom happening. Like, this is not comparable.
Child murders last year. In a social media post, she called for asylum hotels to be burned with their occupants still inside.
The court interpreted her language as directly saying...
I guess, to be fair, yeah, Trump did actually incite a riot. He did incite an insurrection, and then we rewarded him with the presidency. So I guess in America, you wouldn't go to jail either way.
to people, go and burn down hotels. So if you look at the sentencing judge's remarks, you will see he emphasized the volatility of what was going on in this country here and now. If it's an incitement to violence, not against individuals, but against an organization, which is a lawful organization in another country. Big question mark. What is our jurisdiction over it?
Wow.
I worked for a record label.
Bob Vylan have now been dropped by their management agency, and visas for their US tour have been revoked. There are also calls for their appearance at a festival in Manchester this weekend to be cancelled. They didn't respond to our request for comment on the accusations against them.
I do want to ask about Syria, but first I just want to very, very briefly.
I might want to go on and on,
How
Matt.
do you
I don't know.
how do you decide? Well, my question is going to be very, very brief.
Oh, all right. Yes.
How do you decide when it's okay to speak about revoking someone's visa?
Wait, UTA? They were with UTA, the men who own United Talent Agency, who now dropped Bob Vylan, help fund illegal settlements in the West Bank, and the ADL, which pretends to oppose bigotry, but in reality is pro-Israel astroturf that exists to suppress pro-Palestinian activism. UTA dropped them? That's fucking lame as shit. Look, you guys know I am repped by an agency that also is very pro-Israel. Virtually every agency in Hollywood is very pro-Israel, so much so that this happened at CAA, which is a different agency, one of the big three, big four, technically it's big three, whatever. And Maha Dakil was only saved because Tom Cruise kicked in and was like, you are not fucking firing my agent. She's one of the top agents in Hollywood. Okay. And CAA, one of the most important talent managers at Creative Artists Agency, CAA, literally almost got fucking dropped. Why? And this was early on, for the record, Thursday, 23rd, November 2023. It was like a month after October 7th. She faced intense criticism for describing Israel's war against Hamas as a genocide on Instagram. What's more heartbreaking than witnessing genocide? Witnessing the denial that genocide is happening, she reportedly captioned one of her posts. She apparently also reshared a statement first posted by the Free Palestine account, which read, you're currently learning who supports genocide. That's the line for me, Dakil wrote at the time, reacting to the post. That is what CAA almost fucking dropped one of their top fucking agents over. Think about how insane it is that they were willing to drop one of their fucking top agents over. Like, this is, I don't know, maybe this is too inside baseball, but this is like, this person is, like, these people at these agencies, when they get to the level that they're at, when they get to the level of Maha Dakil, like, they have done untold amounts of atrocities and they are unmovable from their position, okay? Like, you could fucking kill someone and you'd be fine. You have an incredible clientele. Like, you have all these like top clients. Like, Tom Cruise is one of your fucking clients. Like, of course. That's how high level of an agent she is. And they almost fucking dropped her. I know it's from November 2023. I explained it. What happens if your agency drops you? Literally nothing. My agency didn't actually drop me after October 7, but they did tell me to, pipe down a little bit and that no deals would be coming down my way. And I laughed about that because, most of the work that my management and my agency does is just separate, is basically telling inbound deals that I don't want to work with them. So no deals coming in. This is what motherfuckers think. There's always deals coming in. Okay? It doesn't matter. These guys only care about fucking numbers. Is your agent pretty big at WME? He stole digital clients from CAA? Yes. I get deals all the time. I just don't take them. Yeah. Filmmaker Aaron Sorkin, boo, among DeClille's high-profile clients, quit CA shortly after the controversy began. Steven Spielberg reportedly had 2 IMDb pages, his and DeClille's, edited after they wrongly listed her as his manager. DeClille apologized for the post and resigned from her leadership roles at the talent agency, though she was allowed to continue working with her clients, among them the Top Gun star. Variety has now reported that Crew 61 may have played a direct role in mitigating the fallout for DeClille after the Mission Impossible star expressed his support for the agent during a meeting at the CIA office earlier this month. I made a mistake with a repost. Like, they made her fucking apologize, dude. They made her apologize. That's how fucking freaky the environment was post October 7. Feels like a lifetime ago at this point. Bob Villan's statement. I said what I said. Take notes. This is how you do it. As I lay in bed this morning, my phone buzzing nonstop, inundated with messages of both support and hatred, I listen to my daughter typing out loud as she fills out a school survey asking her feedback on the current state of her school dinners. She expressed that she would like healthier meals, more options and dishes prepared by other parts of the world. Listening to her voices, her opinions on a matter that she cares about and affects her daily reminds me that we may not be doomed after all. Teaching our children to speak up for the change they want and need is the only way that we can make this world a better place. As we grow older and our fire possibly starts to dim under the suffocation of adult life and all its responsibilities, it is incredibly important that we encourage and inspire future generations to pick up the torch that was passed to us. Let us display to them, loudly and visibly, the right thing to do when we want and need change. Let them see us marching in the streets, campaigning on the ground level, organizing online, and shouting about it on any and every stage that we are offered. Today is a change in school dinners. Tomorrow is a change in foreign policy. I said what I said. Yeah, I'd love to have him on the stream. What is this? Some billionaires got rich building companies that make the world a much better place, but other billionaires have been very successful at selling stuff that's harmful on net, and others basically just inherited money, and it's hard to really generalize. A lot of discourse prompted by this post, most of it responded to ideas that are not in the text. I think it would be good if people tried harder to become more plotting and literal about things. What? I don't care about Matt Iglesias, man. Fuck him. Here. Health Secretary Wes Streeting says he wishes the Israeli embassy would take the violence of their own citizens towards Palestinians more seriously.
This wasn't just about the people on stage. The Israeli embassy said last night that when such messages are delivered before tens of thousands of festival goers and met with applause, it raises serious concerns about the normalization of extremist language and the glorification of violence. This was as much about the audience as it was about the performers, wasn't it?
Well, I'd say sort of 2 things in response to those words from the Israeli embassy.
You have an ultimate out. Israel does not have any standing to tell anybody what's what. Israel defenders don't have any standing to tell anyone what's what. Okay? They can say whatever the fuck they want. You can just be like, what are you talking about? You're literally doing a genocide. That's it. Suck my dick, okay? That is the only answer. What do you mean? Oh, you're worried about people fucking chanting death to the IDF? Okay, don't fucking do a genocide. Boom, easy. Oh my God. Oh, people don't like Israel. Oh, what am I supposed to do about it? Fucking yell at people? Yell at people until they like you? What are politicians supposed to do about it?
Firstly, I do think that, like, if I take the equivalent of the war in Ukraine, I'm unequivocal about which side of that war I'm on. I want Ukraine to win. Would I be celebrating or chanting for the death of Russian soldiers? No. I want to see an end to the war, and I want to see an end to the conflict. I'd also say to the Israeli embassy,
Could you imagine? Oh my God, that's actually really funny because like everyone was like, all Russians are orcs. They all need to be ethnically cleansed. Okay, that's the type of shit that was popping off in the Western world when Russia unjustifiably invaded Ukraine. Okay, could you imagine someone going to jail over that statement? Could you imagine someone being censored over that statement? And that's a war. Okay, this is a fucking genocide. It's like extra war. Like that is still unacceptable, still immensely violent. Okay, totally fucking the responsibility of Russia. But this is genocide.
Get your own house in order in terms of the conduct of your own citizens and the settlers in the West Bank. So, you know, I think...
Hassan with the controversial takes again. Let's go. Wait, what?
There's a serious point there by the Israeli embassy I take seriously. I wish they'd take the violence of their own citizens towards Palestinians more seriously.
I mean, that's the lightest way to fucking criticize.
Because for years and years and years, decades in fact, in covering this building, it's always the mantra has been, Visa records are confidential. Mm-hmm. And yet we have a situation where an entertainer in the UK...
Look, all I'm going to say is this, okay? All I'm going to show you is this.
The latest tempest stirred up by the singer who unleashed Gangnam Style on the world. Psy was in Washington yesterday to perform for President Obama and his family at the annual Christmas in Washington benefit. But first, he had to apologize for some anti-American rapping in his past. ABC's Dan Harris here with the details. Good morning, Dan.
This was a shocker. Didn't see this one coming. Psy, the cherubic South Korean author of the ubiquitous
cherubic.
Please get this out of my head. Dance craze inspiring Gangnam Style is, it turns out, a man with a controversial past, one that is now ensnaring the President of the United States. Late Sunday, the president and his family mingled with elves.
Merry Christmas!
And posed in front of a Christmas tree at what is usually a festive but deeply unnewsworthy Christmas in Washington event. But mixed in with the cheer this year was controversy, courtesy of this guy in the red sequin top, seen here getting ready to take the stage.
Oppan Gangnam Style.
He is Psy. You will know him from the Gangnam Style music video, the most watched clip in the history of YouTube. Turns out the man who made countless Americans dance around like drunken horses has a history of vitriolic anti-Americanism. Yes, Psy, the guy who's been on every talk show from Ellen to Leno, where he even performed for U.S. troops.
Bro, does anyone know what he's saying? Because I do, and I've talked about this before. I wonder if all the new heads know. Because it's crazy.
Back in the early 2000s, Psy got up on stage in his home country and smashed a toy version of an American tank, and later performed a song whose lyrics included, "Kill those expletive Yankees who have been torturing Iraqi captives, daughters, mothers, daughters-in-law, fathers, kill them all slowly and painfully." Psy issued a statement saying he was deeply sorry for how these lyrics could be interpreted.
How could they be interpreted, dude? What do you mean? Oh, man, he's so dope. Yeah, that's my fucking goat, dude.
Be interpreted. Despite an online uproar, President Obama decided to attend Sunday night's Christmas show. The White House insisted it had...
By the way, it's not even a mistranslation. It's also very deliberately why he's saying that. He literally, in the song, says, who have been torturing Iraqi captives. Okay? Like, he leaves nothing up to questioning. Yeah. And the song he wrote was after a U.S. tank ran over 2 Korean school children, I believe. Yes. It is directly in context.
how these lyrics could be interpreted. Despite an online uproar, President Obama decided to attend Sunday night's Christmas.
How will I defend you, dog? Yeah, there is no. I mean, he very clearly stated it. You
No
know,
control over the guest list. One big question now is what will happen next to Psy's meteoric career?
Again, it's like, I can't believe Psy would say such a horrible thing. Also, how about you stop the systematic rape and pillage of Korea? You know? It's like, especially in that part of the world where there is an American base, there is unlimited violence, okay? Mass rapes, car accidents, no penalties whatsoever. Like, as an American, do you accept his apology? I'm I'm actually annoyed that he apologized.
If you were sitting around making up horrible things that a pop star could say that would get them in trouble, you'd have a hard time coming up with worse things than this.
Oppan Gangnam Style.
While Psy is now calling his protest language inflammatory and inappropriate, the man with the invisible horse and lasso now has to figure out how to rein in a controversy that threatens to make him a one-hit wonder much faster than he otherwise might have been.
Come on, it was barely an apology. While it's important that we express our opinions, I deeply regret the inflammatory and... No, he did a fucking... Car accidents? What do you mean? Yeah, when your fucking Marines get drunk and drive their vehicles directly into like a Japanese family in Okinawa. That's what I mean. Or like the last one in Okinawa was when a Marine fell asleep at the wheel and killed a fucking whole family. Or when they get drunk and beat someone to death at a bar. Or raping children. That's another one, you know. Commonplace around American bases. Anyway, the reason why I showed that is because this is not new. Yeah, here's the story. Great and breaking news. This morning, the U.S. Parole Commission offered the full parole and immediate release with no supervision of Navy Lieutenant Ridge Alknoys. Here's a picture of Alknoys' family reunited. Missing context. Navy Lieutenant Ridge Alknoys was charged with killing 2 Japanese civilians in a car crash in May 2021 after he fell asleep at the wheel. He was sentenced to prison for 3 years in Japan, and then America was like, no, he's not. Give him back to us. Good news, says fake crapper. That's it. And look at this beautiful family reunited. Okay, how about the fucking Japanese family that will never reunite because he killed them? Oh, this is another one. U.S. soldiers charged in Japan for rape of a minor. Also hilarious that they use this Getty image, by the way, because that thing that you're seeing also routinely fucking crashes into Japanese houses and kills people. If it doesn't crash into Japanese houses and kills people, Japanese people, it ends up killing the fucking Marines on board, which it did as recently as twice last year or like a year and a half ago. This is the reported incidents. Anyway, let's continue. Let's see.
Has had his visa revoked very publicly by the Deputy Secretary of State in a tweet, retweeted by Secretary Rubio and confirmed by other officials. So What's the deal with this law? Does it not really apply unless you want it to? Unless you don't want to talk about it?
Well, yeah, I can't speak to the decisions at the times of when to discuss something of this sort. What we do know is a very public dynamic with individuals. We have a very public policy and procedure and process now that we're discussing regarding national security and how we are handling the visa process. In this particular case, of course, what you're referring to is the tweet from our Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Landau, that the State Department has revoked the U.S. visas for the members of the Bob Villain band in light of their hateful tirade at Glastonbury, including leading the crowd in death chants. Foreigners who glorify violence and hatred are not welcome visitors to our country.
Unless they're Israeli, in which case we will roll out the fucking red carpet. Even if you are directly targeted by the International Criminal Court, as former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant or current Prime Minister Benjamin fucking Netanyahu. Or if you're South African, if you're a South African refugee of what we have described as white genocide, even though the white population of South Africa does not agree with our assessment, we will welcome you. We will also welcome Itamar Ben-Gvir. Yeah, foreigners who glorify violence and hatred are not welcome visitors to the country. If this were actually a policy, Israelis would be routinely denied visas. Nope.
Now, we've stated that when it comes to how we vet people, if they are going to be coming here to be helpful, to be nice people, to be great tourists, or if they're coming for other reasons, that every sovereign nation has a right to decide who's going to come to this country. So we've been public about that standard. And this was a very public event that violated, as you've seen from...
Bro, in the past, and maybe even today, if someone went on stage and said death to America, I don't think we would apply this standard. Like, as I showed you with Gangnam Style, fucking Psy literally said death to American Yankees and their immediate relatives, okay? He said death to American Yankees for torturing people in Iraq, including their mothers-in-law, including their in-laws, okay? And he sung to Barack Obama at the White House. What are we talking about? What's next? People can't say death to Nazis? Like, what are we doing here?
The Deputy Secretary's tweet, that very basic standard about the nature of who we want to let into the country. That's all right. It is important the American people support us taking care about who comes here.
Death to nobody soon? No. You can say death to Arabs, death to Palestinians, death to Iran, death to the IRGC. You can say whatever the fuck you want. It's just you can't say death to the IDF. That's the whole point.
Here, and I think his tweet and the Secretary's language and his approach on the policy speaks for itself.
Okay, so it's basically, if it's a public kind of facing thing, then
well,
you're
I didn't say that.
with...
I said in this case that's what has occurred. Right. I think that it's the policy certainly is clear for individuals, but when we're thinking about the nature of the policy itself, that is.
Israel had warned people to evacuate areas in North Gaza, Gaza City and Deir Bala. They were urged to head south, but 80% of the strip is now an Israeli militarized zone or under evacuation orders. At least 20 people were killed this afternoon in an Israeli strike on the beachfront Al-Baka cafe in Gaza City.
Yeah, this is what the fuck's
and
going
warning,
on.
This report from Porrick O'Brien does contain some very distressing details.
After this, we're going to move on to new grift just dropped. Oh my God, Trump fragrances are here. They're called Victory 4547 because they're all about winning, strength, and success. Dude, why is he doing this? I don't understand. He like released a telephone too. They released like a Trump phone too. And then quickly unreleased it. I don't get, how much money do you need, bro? You're the president.
This was filmed from the famous Al-Baqa Cafe on the beachfront in Gaza City.
This is, for the record, this is important. The Al-Baqa Cafe is one of the areas that has like working internet, and that's where a lot of the journalists gather. Like, it's like a known area for the remaining journalists that Israel hasn't killed yet.
A few weeks ago by the photographer Ishmael Abu Khattab. The cafe was renowned as a place of work and refuge for artists and journalists. Today, at around lunchtime, it was hit by an Israeli missile. Ishmael was killed, along with at least 20 others. Abu Abdullah was there when the strike took place.
It was a missile from an F-16, a military aircraft, not a drone or a bomb or a shell from a boat. The F-16 shook the place. It struck this place, as you can see, pools of blood, piles of martyrs. I mean, if you had seen the scene from the beginning, there were piles of bodies.
We asked the IDF today who they were targeting and are still awaiting a response. The attack came after Israel carried out a wave of airstrikes across the Strip overnight and into today. The IDF had warned of a major offensive over the weekend, triggering another cycle of mass displacement. With Donald Trump pressuring Netanyahu for a ceasefire and at the same time calling for his corruption trial to be dropped, it's not clear whether this is part of a final military push before a pause in the violence or just another gear shift in its relentless acceleration.
Well, when Health Secretary Wes Streeting was asked about Bob Villan yesterday, he condemned them. But he also said that Israel needed to get its house in order with regard to the West Bank. He was referring to an upsurge in violence where settlers have stepped up their attacks on Palestinian towns in the occupied territories. There are many such examples, and our chief correspondent, Alex Thompson, went to see one town, the site of horrific violence already this week.
Mere location, the difference between living and dying. These houses located nearest to the neighbouring illegal Israeli settlements, and here, near means vulnerable. Wednesday night, mass groups of Israeli...
Yeah, maybe people understand why people are chanting such things in the West even.
Settlers invade Kafir Malik, burning cars, trying to burn down houses. Israeli soldiers look on, firing warning shots vertically, then leveling their weapons, they advance at the Palestinians, not the settlers.
But even that wasn't enough, because then the fucking settlers turned around and beat the fuck out of the Israeli occupying forces later. And it got to such a point where the Israeli police had to step in and stop the settlers from beating the fuck out of the Israeli occupying force soldiers. And then it led to one of the funniest things I've ever fucking heard from Bezalel Smotrich, who had to release a statement. He had to release a statement condemning the settlers and saying anyone who raises a hand against the IDF is like raising a hand against their own. Settlers and the IDF are one and the same. Yeah. The IDF and settlers are one and the same, he said. Look, the incident on Saturday night in Binyamin will still be investigated and clarified. Meanwhile, what is clear? Live fire by the IDF against Jews is forbidden and dangerous crossing of a red line, deserving of a thorough investigation and personal conclusions. He's saying that the IDF shot in the vicinity of Jews, like settlers, and therefore it was worthy of like a retaliation. The IDF and the settlers are one and the same. Whoever raises a hand against the IDF fighters is still against the settlement, not for it. And yet live fire on Jews is forbidden and dangerous. Twice he mentions this, as in he's more mad still at the IDF. Amazing.
For decades across the West Bank, Israeli settlers have been stealing Palestinian land. Now, though, emboldened by...
Yes, only on Jews. Yes, he's saying that specifically. No, he's not mixing his words, brother. What are you talking about? What is this? Why? Why do you want me to watch this? Take a day off.
Israel's wars, and with support from far-right government ministers, they appear to feel they can act with impunity. And at the first house they got to in Kafir Malik, the car remains burned out, windows smashed. Inside, evidence of an attempt to set fire to the house. Palestinian villagers here say 17 people were in at the time, 11 were children. Cars burned out in several surrounding streets. Bullet cases where Israeli soldiers opened fire on Wednesday. One village elder said he saw the settlers coming in a 30-car convoy.
The communists are just crazy. They want to kill everybody. If they can kill the kids before the old man, they will do it. That's what they're doing. And the Israeli government is not doing nothing.
A grandmother grieves for a lost grandson. 30-year-old Moshe Hamail, father of 3, shot dead here on his veranda by an Israeli soldier. 2 other young men also fatally shot by the army during the settlers' attack. Lutfi Bayrat, who was 18, and Mohammed Naji, 21. Their faces now adorning the town hall, a monument of mourning. For Abdel Khaled Hamail, a miraculous escape. An Israeli army round grazed his skull.
I saw the settlers coming in and burning houses, so I tried to help, and the soldiers started shooting.
The army says it's focused on protecting civilians, but...
Guys, I'm seeing a lot of people criticizing Israel. And make no mistake, anti-Semitism is not allowed in this chat, okay? Do not. Please stop criticizing Israel. The only response to this is, more please. That's the only appropriate response to this fucking pogrom happening in the West Bank during the ethnic cleansing campaigns that are taking place on the other side in the Gaza Strip. You're supposed to go, more of this, please.
But it says it was fired on first here by Palestinians. What do you say?
No, nobody fires.
That's not true.
Not true. Nobody fires. Nobody, they have no weapons.
Oh, there's the other thing. I think this village was Christian too. Not that it matters. It's just, they're Palestinian.
They're going to fire with what?
The entire killing zone here overlooked by Israeli military surveillance. They have not produced any evidence to back their claim that they were fired on by villagers.
After everything that went on in this village, it is perhaps the cold statistics which speak most eloquently. We have 4 Palestinians shot dead by the army, several more injured, and we have 5 Israeli settlers arrested by the army, handed over to the police, who then released them without charge.
Oh!
And as we film, an Israeli military convoy passes on the road the settlers had used to attack Kafir Malik. The Israeli settlements clearly visible across the valley here. But Wednesday was not the only attack here in just the past week. Here lies 13-year-old Amar Hemail, already an internationally acclaimed Muay Thai boxer. He was tending the olive grove a week ago. The Israeli army sniper's bullet entered his back, exited his throat. A delegation of diplomats rolled into Kafir Malik this afternoon.
What is happening here are massacres, elimination of people.
Wasn't he American as well? The 13-year-old? I think he was from Chicago too, right? Yeah. Interesting that no one seems to mention that. Yeah.
Yet another West Bank village, yet another settler attack, and yet another chance to understand. But the writing's on the wall. David Levy, it says, the attacking settlers so confident they wrote names here, or scrawled that it's all about revenge. They seem to know they can do it and get away with it.
How the fuck are we going to fix this? Generational propaganda madness? What do you mean? By force. First by trade, and then by force. There's no other way. People will respond. People will react. But yeah, there's nothing else to do here. The morality of the situation is clear. People have an endless capacity to adapt to their surroundings. Okay? And the settlers are the least likely to actually adapt. So they will probably react in a violent way, and they'll have to be dealt with through the criminal justice system. But yeah. The difference between what's going on here versus what happened in Nazi Germany is that it doesn't require military intervention, ironically enough. That's what makes it even more damning, our involvement. Because we could literally stop this with one fucking phone call. Can you force them if they have nukes? Yes, dude. Yes, you can force them if they have nukes. What are you talking about? It's Israel, dude. Israel doesn't exist without America. Please stop. Israel as a nation state does not fucking exist without the United States of America. Like, Israel is even more dependent on constant American help and support than South Africa did at the time. And they had fucking nukes too. Yeah, CBS said he had Chicago ties, a 13-year-old.
Family of a Palestinian boy with ties to Chicago.
He's an American citizen.
Say he was gunned down by Israeli Defense Forces this week. They tell
ties to Chicago. What do you mean? The fuck does that mean? He likes the Cubs? Like, what are we talking about? White Sox? The Bulls? Bullshit.
Alec is affluent. Millionaires commonplace here. 3,000 people have U.S. citizenship in the town.
Israel themselves said they went through 20% of their interceptors during the 12-day war, which means they would have blown through all of them if the war lasted 60 days. No, it wouldn't have taken 60 days. Israel is lying when they say they went through 20% of their interceptors. The reason why it lasted 12 days is because America, with its unlimited backing, seemingly did not have unlimited backing. Here, new war with Iran is bleeding Israel's economy. Israel's 12-day war with Iran has cost billions, according to a report by Anadolu Agency, which is like the Associated Press for Turkey. They report the war's first week alone cost $5 billion, with daily expenses reaching $725 million. Most of that, $593 million, was used for offensive strikes, while $132 million went to air defense and military mobilization on the daily. Wall Street Journal reported that daily cost of missile defense systems range from 10 to 200 million. That is just on the Israeli side. That is without America, without factoring in Jordanian support, American support, Western support in general. Had the conflict lasted a month, the total cost would have topped 12 billion, the Aaron Institute estimated. Palestinian finance expert Nasser Abdul Karim warns that indirect costs could have raised the total to 20 billion, factoring in lost productivity and evacuations. Iran strikes shut down Israel's largest oil refinery, halted flights at Ben Gurion Airport, and disrupted the diamond sector, triggering investor panic and fueling instability in Israel's financial markets. The Israeli Ministry of Finance has requested an additional $857 million for the Ministry of Defense to fund war-related expenses like reservist pay and mobilization. At the same time, it proposed cutting $200 million from health, education, and social services to help fund the deficit, which, by the way, smoking on that Israeli healthcare pack, no disrespect, but like you get to experience a little bit of that sweet, sweet American austerity. Okay? This is why, if Iran had continued, it would have literally collapsed the Israeli economy. Because the Israeli economy, as I explained, relies on Israel being an untouchable, impenetrable fortress, no matter how fucking aggressive and violent and belligerent it gets. This is why I also said Israel reacts differently to force. Military deterrence is the only thing, military deterrence, military intervention, and military deterrence is the only thing Israel responds positively to. That's it. And also, Netanyahu is coming back and will visit the White House next Monday as Trump presses for a ceasefire in Gaza. Trump on Friday told reporters that we think within the next week we are going to get a ceasefire in Gaza, but didn't offer any further explanation for his optimism. Trump has also signaled that he wants, and this is another thing that I fucking called, early heads will remember. I said this even during the election season, but certainly after, that Trump is going to try to create a scheme in exchange for the ceasefire. He will design a scheme where Benjamin Netanyahu will get away scot-free and will be free of prosecution in the aftermath of the ceasefire. So, and he openly has said that, for the record. He has like tweeted it out or truthed it out. Oh, meanwhile, the U.S. State Department today approved $510 million in weapon sales to Israel, including JDAM guidance kits for its bombs, which includes 3,845 KMU 55 8B kits for BLU 109 bombs, 3,280 KMU 572 FB kits for Mark 82 bombs. Don't know why they would be replenishing their depleted sources while simultaneously claiming that they want a fucking ceasefire. But I guess it's much tinier than previous weapons transfers. So I guess that spells something positive. After Israel hit Iran's South Pars refinery, Iran struck the Bazan refinery in Tel Aviv, which supplied 60% of Israel's diesel and 48% of its gasoline in Q1 2025. Bazan is just now saying operations are gradually resuming, with full recovery expected by October. Haifa oil refinery was shut down, as you guys know, with Iranian rockets. Now we get back to the United States of America. Oh, last thing I'm going to say about this. Whatever you make of this and wherever it may be going, I think we have to agree on one simple fact. The toothpaste is fully out of the tube here, and the mail cannot push it back in with any amount of body snatcher style pointing and screeching. Fury as Glastonbury crowd chants death to IDF and Free Palestine in scenes aired live on the BBC. Felix says, was just talking to someone about this. There's no partisan or cultural counterweight for hundreds of millions of people seeing thousands of the worst images they've ever seen, and then hearing almost every prominent figure in Western politics say, this is fake, and I love it. The toothpaste was out of the tube when people were taught that genocide is wrong. Okay? You shouldn't have done that for decades after the Holocaust took place, that the Holocaust was an unconscionable evil thing. Because if you do that, eventually people are going to realize we're watching one unfold. Okay? Because no one, and I mean no one, is going to look at the situation and go, oh, never again meant just for the Jews. No, of course no one fucking feels that way. That's not true. It's also not a true statement to begin with. Never again means never again. Not never again just for the Jews, and that Israel gets to do whatever the fuck it wants. Clearly, even Jews that don't live in Israel are already decoupling from Israel in more meaningful ways as well. So if they didn't get the message and they got inundated with propaganda from the start, then it's very difficult to teach like some fucking corn-chucking Nebraskan that these are, you know, God's special children that get to do genocide and we have to keep giving them money. They're not going to see that. All they're going to see is children being fucking annihilated with our tax dollars, and then every single fucking Western media figure and every single politician turning around and saying, don't feel some type of way about this. Otherwise, I will turn around and say you're anti-Semitic, and I'll actually arrest people. I'll actually throw people in jail. When that happens, what is that person supposed to think? What is the corn shucker in Iowa or Nebraska or Idaho supposed to think? He's going to be like, holy fuck, I heard about this stuff that like Jews control the media. Now I'm seeing it. Okay? That's the only thing that Israel is doing at this point, is just creating tremendous resentment, not against just Israel, which already is over, but also against Jews as well. Yeah, he did say if he doesn't get to pick and choose which Jewish people he talks to. Greenblatt argued that unless Mamdani engages directly with the Anti-Defamation League, he won't truly address Jewish concerns. Yeah, that's what his demand is. Come and kiss the ring. Anyway. Now let's get to the firefighter ambush in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, which is a famous location for actual anti-Semitism, not like the fucking fake, like, oh, I don't like Israel conversation. Was the head of operation for Atomwaffen. I mean, it's like a fucking neo-Nazi, white supremacist, white nationalist breeding ground.
Breaking developments, Idaho authorities have identified the shooter accused of ambush.
Yeah, I live in Idaho and I've been to Coeur d'Alene, and there are literal Nazis, like proud Nazis with swastika flags. Yeah. I'm not saying like, oh, they're Nazis because they're like fascist Republicans or racist. I'm saying like actual fucking straight up swastika wearing Nazis.
And killing those two firefighters in the mountains by Coeur d'Alene on Sunday. A third firefighter who was also shot is now fighting for his life after surgery. The local sheriff says they believe that the shooter, who was later found dead, set a brush fire to lure the crew to the site and then opened fire on them. Here's dispatch audio as the attack unfolded.
Some law enforcement right now, there's an active shooter zone. They're shot. BC3's down, BC1's down. Everybody's shot up here. Law enforcement, code 3 now up here.
CNN's Mark Morales is here now with breaking details on this. Mark, what are you learning about the suspect?
Well, Brianna, we now know who law enforcement thinks did this shooting, and they've identified Wes Raleigh, 20 years old. He's from the Idaho area. And as you know, the identification in this kind of a situation is very, very important, because now investigators can take that full court press and really try to figure out what the motive here was. They could do search warrants on his home or places of business.
I mean, my instant speculation when I heard where this happened was that, oh, this is 100% not like an Iranian sleeper cell or anything like that the media can fucking even present. And very much the type of person that does engage in the anti-Semitic violence, the fucking neo-Nazis. But it turns out, and I thought initially, there's no way that this is like a fucking 20-year-old, given where this happened and the significance of the area. I thought it wouldn't be like a 20-year-old, but like a 45-year-old, you know, former military. Because that's usually the profile of this type of activity. This is like old school white supremacist, Aryan nation type activity. Turns out it is a 20-year-old.
Business, or they could even talk to loved ones, people that he knew, anything that can help them really dig into why he did this. Now, law enforcement was able to.
The reason why I want this question, because you keep asking this question, okay? Because once again, process of the ceasefire talks is going well is bullshit. So if you answered this question before, I'm sorry, but if you want to answer this, the situation keeps getting worse. What are the other options to stop this genocide? The reason why you keep asking this question is because I feel like you're doing Fed bait. Like you're asking this to, I don't know, entrap someone or something. Okay, just keep up the pressure. That's it. Just keep up the pressure. Okay, what is the fucking answer that you want from someone like myself? In front of 30,000 people, what is the answer? What do you think I should say here? Keep up the pressure, participate in boycott divestments, keep educating people. That's it. Call your politicians and keep showing up to protest. Okay? Comrade of the worker. Motherfucker's like 3 minutes away from being like, here's the location of Tannerite and a stash of weapons that I hid. Come on, comrade. Pick up the arms. Can you please not do a direct call to violence? Sir? Hello, fellow comrade of the workers of the world, unite. Literally hasn't stopped, too. He just like kept spamming it over and over again. What happens when the phone call doesn't work? What happens when the one phone call away doesn't work? What happens when it doesn't work? Because it seems like the ceasefire is not imminent. You're supposed to lube it up a little bit before you put it in, dude. What is this? I got the federal government up my asshole, and this motherfucker in the chat is like, hey, comrade. Hello, comrade. Could I give you a helping serving of direct military action against federal facilities? like he's having this conversation in a fucking War Thunder Discord server or something. Like he's just doing it in front of 37,000 people. Maybe he's just a fan who's disillusioned. 20-year-old Groyper shooter in Ohio. So crazy. Who would have seen this coming? I am surprised. This is funny. Comrade Crunk, would you be willing to hurt someone for Zoran? Hey, Hasanabi. Can you say it into the microphone? I couldn't hear you clearly the first time. Doktor ama iyi olmadığını söyledi.
To trace his cell phone signal, and that's how they were able to pinpoint exactly where he was on the mountain. But just as important was that initial 911 call. That's how first responders were able to learn not just a treasure trove of information, but that they were walking into a hornet's nest. Take a listen.
We've got 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs, gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. 2 Coeur d'Alene firefighters are down. We need law enforcement to get up here. We could possibly get the 2 wounded out. I'm pinned down behind Battalion 1's rig. It's clear to me that this fire was set intentionally to draw.
Now, Raleigh was found dead with a firearm near him, and we're still waiting for more details on this. But as we know, investigators and law enforcement are really pushing to figure out what happened here. Brianna?
Have they gotten a hold on that brush fire that they...
Who targets firefighters? Nazis. Nazis with a bone to pick. Nazis who still have some smoke for the firefighters that I suspect they were angry about for destroying their like the previous where is it? Or maybe it's I don't know. Sheriff suspect the shooter ambushed firefighters who asked him to move vehicle. I don't know. Something about this doesn't add up. Something about this does not fucking add up. Jason wrote, like, everything adds up. The only thing that, everything that adds up, but the only thing that doesn't add up is the profile of the shooter being 20 years old. That's the one thing that is confusing to me. And I suspect we'll find out more about his family and whether or not they were involved in the upcoming days. Jason Rowley, the alleged far-right terrorist Wes Rowley's dad, who he was allegedly living and working with, seems to be a veteran who's a Nazi biker. Wes Rowley's father appears to be Jason Rowley, a former Army Cavalry scout and biker gang member who Wes likely was living, working with in Idaho. Yeah. His father fits the profile of the type of person that would be more willing to do something like this. This is what he posted, by the way. Jason Rowley. Find your terrorist first name. First letter of the name, Ahmed. Second letter of your last name, Goatfucker. Like, no irony here, you know? I don't know if it's relevant, but yeah, today's the anniversary of the Aryan Inferno when firefighters burned down the Aryan Nation security house as a training exercise. I don't know. I don't know if this is related to that though, but that does set up a motive. Oh, Jesus Christ.
They say he's set, Mark?
Well, that's a really interesting part of this whole situation as well, because that fire increased to 26 acres overnight. And when you think back to how this all started with Raleigh setting this fire, first responders can't put that fire out because they're being shot at. So it was in those initial moments that this fire probably could have been contained by now, but now at this point has reached and really, as we've seen, gone up to about 26 acres. And that's also an issue because, remember, because of this shooting, it's a crime scene. So investigators were having to pick up evidence as quickly as possible because there was a fire all around them. This fire is a significant issue, and if they weren't being shot at, who knows how quickly they could have put this under control. Brianna?
Yeah, certainly. Mark Morales, thank you for the very latest on that.
Investigators in Idaho are looking for a motive after a suspect ambushed fire.
Why are you streaming someone else's content while being away? Basically just stealing. Dog, did you wait for the literal 10 seconds that I walked away from the camera? Like while I'm basically still in the room. Like I was just away from the camera. To say this, that is insane. Like it is shocking. Also stealing what? CNN? Like what are you talking about? They don't give a shit. I can't believe how stupid these fucking haters are. It's actually shocking. Fucking bot.
Firefighters, killing 2 of them. A third is in the hospital in stable condition. Police say they were lured by a deliberately set brush fire that's still burning. The suspect was found dead hours later with a gun nearby.
No, the tattoo doesn't say MS-13 also, chatters. It's 1488. He's a fucking Nazi.
Steve Moore is with us right now. He's a former supervisory special agent with the FBI and a CNN law enforcement contributor. Steve, this is a very unusual situation. Have you ever seen anything like this before, where someone allegedly starts a fire, firefighters come, and then this individual allegedly starts shooting at those firefighters?
Well, you know, I actually did work a case back in, 20 years ago, where there was a man who was bent on destroying an oil refinery. And his plan was to start a fire at the oil refinery and shoot firefighters as they came in. But his plan was so that the fire could go out of control. This guy's different. This guy's situation is different because what he's trying to do is simply kill the firefighters. The fire itself was a lure, not the end goal.
Tell us more about how the investigation proceeds from here, given all the circumstances at play.
Well, you know, what's interesting to me is yesterday they said between 3:15 and say 7:45, right around there, they knew that phone was up there and they knew that it wasn't moving. So they knew they had a pretty specific target there. And during that time, 4.5 hours, they already knew the number of the phone, obviously, and they did a lot of investigation in that 4.5 hours, which helped them to determine, before they even got to the body, whether there was going to be accomplices, a potential motive, things like that. So they knew a lot about the person they were looking for before they even found him.
Yeah, just so disturbing.
Very disturbing.
You know, I mean, why would you go after a firefighter?
Something about the information that we're being presented doesn't add up. Especially considering his stepfather, I think, or his father, being a fucking neo-Nazi. The man suspected of ambushing firefighters who responded to a blaze he set on Canfield Mountain, fatally shooting 2 and seriously wounding a third, did so after firefighters asked him to move his vehicle. First responders who rushed to a grass fire on the east side of Canfield Mountain Sunday quickly found themselves under attack from a gunman who shot from a tree. Authorities confirmed Monday that Battalion Chief John Morrison and the Coeur d'Alene Fire Department and Battalion Chief Frank Harwood of Kootenai County Fire and Rescue were fatally shot in Sunday's attack. Dave Zidal, as an engineer with Coeur d'Alene Fire Department, was wounded and remains in critical condition. Police identified the shooter was Wes V. Rowley, 20 years old. He had previously lived in California and Arizona, but had resided in the Coeur d'Alene area since 2024, police said, apparently living out of his car. Around 300 law enforcement officers from local, state, and federal agencies converged on Canfield Mountain after the shooting. While the suspected shooter was at large, fire crews were unable to approach the blaze and community members were stuck on the mountain. Hours after the fatal shooting and subsequent standoff, police used a cell signal to hone in on Rowley's location, finding him dead with a shotgun nearby and flames closing in on his body. Police said Rowley appears to have died by suicide. Rowley's motives remain unclear Monday. Kootenai County Sheriff Bob Norris said no manifesto has been found so far. He noted that Rowley was once wanted to be a firefighter. We don't know if there's a nexus between that and what happened yesterday, he said, adding that investigators have not found any record of Rowley applying to any local fire agencies. Rolly had family in Priest River, according to KCSO. He did grow up in an arborist family, and they climbed trees, Norris said. Rolly's grandfather, Dale Rolly, told KXLY-TV that his grandson was an avid hiker who worked for a tree company and was interested in forestry. Before Sunday's attack, Rolly had 5 very minor interactions with local law enforcement, including 2 interactions with Coeur d'Alene police and 3 with sheriff's deputies. Norris said that the interactions occurred after community members called in welfare checks while Rolly's vehicle was parked on private property. Rolly was cooperative during his past contacts with law enforcement, Norris said. He had no he had no criminal history in Idaho or the 2 other states where he resided. During a news conference Monday afternoon, Norris showed a photo he said was posted on Rolly's Instagram story shortly before the shooting. The story feature allows Instagram. The photo appeared to show Rolly dressed in camo pattern clothing with a mask covering the lower half of his face. Norris said Rolly's Instagram account is now deleted, though it's unclear whether Rolly deleted the account himself. Second headline has quote from the chair of the county on the Aryan link in the last bullet point. Spokane could ban warrantless ICE arrests on... Wait, what? Oh, what we should know about the Idaho fire and shootings. To bring you up to speed about midday June 29th, police say a gunman set a flame to the dry forest... What the fuck? Dry forest on Campfield Mountain just east of Dalton Gardens between Coeur d'Alene and Hayden. As the blaze spread and firefighting crews were investigating how to fight it, he opened fire on them, killing 2 and wounding 1. Who was in critical but stable condition Sunday evening. Local, state, and federal law enforcement immediately responded, and a short time later, the shooter was dead. We don't know whether he died from police gunfire from the shooting himself. No, they said that he shot himself, right? They said he shot himself in the head with a shotgun. There is no evacuation order at the moment, but the fire is still burning. Kootenai County Sheriff Bob Norris advised local residents to monitor. Several news agencies, including Coeur d'Alene, Post Falls Press, have identified the suspect as 20-year-old Wes Rolly. We'll be digging into his story in the coming days. About 300 law enforcement agents responded to the scene, including at least one Spokane. Are you happy? Based immigration ICE agent. Most were stationed for several hours at Cherry Hill Park on the east side of the ridge. What the fuck was an ICE agent doing? Range saw the following law enforcement agencies on scene. Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, ATF, U.S. Border Patrol, U.S. Marshals, Washington State Patrol, Idaho State Patrol, Spokane County Sheriff, Kootenai County Sheriff, Liberty Lake Police Department, Spokane Police Department, Post Falls Police Department, and Kellogg Police Department. The shooter's body was located via a stagnant cell phone signal by a federal surveillance helicopter at 3:16 p.m. and scooped up about an hour and a half later. Though investigators are still trying to determine a motive, Bruce Mater, the chair of the Kootenai County Board of Commissioners, referenced Coeur d'Alene's long history with white supremacy in a press conference. He said his comments were inspired by media speculation that the shooter could be influenced by white supremacy. Here's a lengthy quote from Mater, which references activity by Aryan Nations, a white supremacist hate group that was headquartered in Hayden and was later dismantled largely by grassroots activism. June 29th, 2025 is a day that we will not forget in this community. It is the day evil showed his face, and we lost 2 outstanding professionals of the highest quality. I cannot fathom why anyone would commit such a heinous act. This kind of senseless violence is unheard of here. This is not who we are as a community, and when we hear how others portray the people who live here on the news, it's not true. What happened here decades ago is not reflective of the fine people who live here today. I want everyone to know that this is a wonderful place to live. The reason why he's saying that is because everyone immediately suspected that this was a fucking, Aryan Nation style shooting. Wait, were the firefighters Nazis? No, man. What the fuck? And no, the reason why I'm saying this doesn't add up is because, not to say that there isn't, I'm not implying that this is a false flag or something. What doesn't add up is the shooter's background. It's shocking. If this was like a revenge killing against the fire department for burning down the former Aryan Nation stronghold, right? Then a 20-year-old is not going to fit the profile of a shooter because it happened a long fucking time ago. That is the work of an older former military vet, neo-Nazi, more so something like his father, Wes Rowley's father, Jason Rowley, former Army Cavalry Scout and biker gang member who Wes was likely living/working with in Idaho. You know? Yeah. Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Northern Idaho. Who was it again that made their base of operations for the past handful of decades? Is the Aryan Nation. Or Atomwaffen, right? Coeur d'Alene hate groups arrests extend North Idaho's long history with extremism. 31 members of a white nationalist group were arrested in Coeur d'Alene. Members of the Patriot Front, a group described by the Southern Poverty Law Center, described as a white nationalist hate group, were arrested downtown near a Pride in the Park event when the police pulled U-Haul truck and found the members. There's a lot of fucking Nazis in Idaho. There's been a lot of Nazis in Idaho. There still are a lot of Nazis in Idaho. This type of Nazis. Today is the anniversary of the Aryan Inferno, when firefighters burned down the Aryan Nation Security House as a training exercise following the demolition. Activist Greg Carr built the Human Rights Education Institute on the grounds of the neo-Nazi compound. But that was in 2001. Like, this kid wasn't even alive at that point. Do you understand why I said this doesn't make sense as a reason? Unless someone else was involved. Do you see what I'm saying? So I don't know. Some about it just makes no sense. But yeah, of course, predictably, right-wing grifters are already lying about the Idaho shooter and claiming he's trans. Gotta muddy the waters to make sure accurate information doesn't get out. Yeah. I think the uncensored shirt here is like him wearing like a Trump shirt, by the way. I'm pretty sure who said it was early on this morning? Now, his dad is a neo-Nazi, and I think he has a stepfather as well. And his stepfather is even more interesting. His stepfather is like it's not a Trump shirt. Oh, it's his dad's tree service. I thought it was a Trump as Rocky shirt or something. Tack train. Don't just put up North shit and say he's a neo-Nazi. Brother, what are you talking about? Like, he's a neo-Nazi because he's a part of a neo-Nazi biker gang. Further, Jason Rowley, a.k.a. Wolf Warhe's selections, this time a pic of him and a fellow Army Cavalry scout in Afghanistan. Another one where he's holding a copy of the Necronomicon next to his skull. Actually, I think his hand tattoo just says Wes. This dude's mother sure had a wonderful taste in men. Honestly, pretty fucked up vibes in general in the whole family. Also, a lot of Nazis are into like Nordic shit, including historical Nazis. Like the actual old school Nazis, like 1930s Nazis, were also deeply invested in like redefining German mythology by associating their own shared history, their own shared mythology with like Nordic runes and shit like that. So yeah. Anyway, we'll find out more about this story in the next couple of days, unless something even more insane happens again. After all, it wasn't that long ago when a fucking right-wing guy went and killed Minnesota lawmakers, like tried to assassinate every Democrat in the fucking state. And then the Republicans were like, nah, that's Antifa, actually. And then that was it. That story happened not that long ago. It's crazy that like we're done with that story. So there's a Jon Stewart piece on the there's also leaked chat show pro-Israel extremist group Beitar organizing street confrontations. Be on the lookout for this. Internal discussions include plans to burn Qurans and attack pro-Palestine protesters with pepper spray. Far-right activists, including members of Beitar, a pro-Israel extremist group known for racist violence, have been running a constellation of WhatsApp group chats to plan counter-protests against pro-Palestine demonstrations and commit potential hate crimes against Muslims in New York City. The chat shared with drop site by an anonymous member added to the groups by an organizer illustrate a network of pro-Israel agitators coordinating street confrontations and provocations. Chat log shows members, including individuals publicly affiliated with Beitar US, discussing a range of plans and ideas. To protest at mosques, to burn Qurans to provoke confrontations, and coordinate buying pepper spray, lasers, and other illicit devices to confront pro-Palestine protests in New York City. The covert conversation took place over the past years. The city of New York became a flashpoint for conflict between pro-Palestine and pro-Israel demonstrators. This was that famous video. Remember the lady who harassed me? Asaf from New York says. Remember the lady who harassed me for saying I can do whatever I want, I'm Jewish? Talia and Murtaza Hussein got her group chat showing that she and her friends planned to harass mosque attendees, burn Qurans, and even create fake pro-Palestine accounts online. If you want to understand how fucking insane Beitar is, the ADL considers them a threat. The ADL considers them a fucking extremist group, by the way. This ADL thinks Beitar is too much. Because they are. They're a fucking terrorist organization, 100%. Beitar US also appears to have had some coordination with local government, with one member stating that they were forwarding information to a local state assemblyman. In the same chat, others shared that they're collecting information on pro-Palestine activists to forward to the Department of Homeland Security as well as ICE. At least one active member of the chat claims on her public LinkedIn page to have been an NYPD cadet. Beitar US claims to have a sizable membership. However, actual membership leadership structure and activists remain opaque, with much of their public activity centering on a small group of far-right provocateurs inciting violence and hate against pro-Palestine protests and Muslims in New York City. The group wields considerable political influence nonetheless. They obviously aided the Trump administration's deportation program targeting student protesters and claim to be providing names to Israel's Parliament of Jewish Americans to ban them from entering Israel. That one is really funny. Anti-Zionist Jews that they say they're sending to the Israeli Knesset to never allow into the state of Israel. This is what I meant saying Islamophobia by Jews at a worse level than it is from Christians earlier in the day. No, this is one psychotic group, dude. What are you talking about? We just saw the fucking neo-Nazi dudes murk firefighters. There are not that many Jews in anywhere at the end of the day. It's not a large enough group to make up a significant number of the fucking Islamophobic hate crimes. Especially in comparison to far-right neo-Nazis. The group has offered bounties on prominent Palestinian activists and boasted about harassing mosques. The group's incitement earned them an extremism label by the ADL, a fellow pro-Israel organization with a separate history of targeting pro-Palestine activists. Yeah, the ADL and Beitar duke it out with one another because they both want someone like myself arrested and potentially deported, despite the fact that I'm an American citizen. One wants to do it in a more hands-on way where they like directly, actively confront me physically. The other wants to do it through the legal route. You know, that kind of situation. Yeah, they're like, this grift is not, this town ain't big enough for the both of us. Both will call the manager at some point. Based on public records and social media activity, it appears Beitar US is largely, if not solely, active in New York City, with much of their energy centered on countering local pro-Palestine demonstrators. Group chat members operate under their real names and phone numbers, which DropSite verified and redacted. After members learned portions of their conversation had been made public, they urged each other to change their names and phone numbers to obscure their identities before purging the chats. DropSite obtained the chat contents prior to the purge. While the chat logs obtained by DropSite are not explicitly referred to as Beitar US chats, numerous individuals within the chats have publicly identified themselves as members of Beitar US, including the founder and a prominent New York City public relations firm, Ron Tarosian, or have been tagged in media published exclusively and originally from Beitar US accounts. Stephanie Benchamal is listed as an administrator of the group chat, including several Beitar US members called United Zionists, which is both a group chat and one of the skeleton organizations that often appears on counter-protest flyers originating from these group chat members. Benchamal recently appeared in a since-deleted video on social media attempting to instigate confrontation with volunteers for the New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani. If you recall, Beitar itself published that video in which she literally told the person, I can do whatever I want, I'm Jewish. Which I thought was very funny. Condemning optics, not violence. In the chat, the topic of protesting mosques was frequently discussed. We are most definitely marching in front of a mosque, one individual identified as Andrew Ziedman said last summer. Certainly very pro-Trump, pro-America groups would enjoy engaging goat fuckers, he added, using a slur to refer to Muslims. Hit them when they're not expecting, replied far-right activist Dana Andrea Morgan, who identifies herself as an NYPD cadet. Morgan is credited with creating and distributing a flyer for a protest against a mosque in Brooklyn. The protest sought to harass a Muslim house of worship in retaliation for a protest against an illegal land sale event that took place at a synagogue earlier this month. It was widely condemned by local politicians, including Mayor Eric Adams, who counts Beitar founder Ron Tarosian as an associate. Self-proclaimed Beitar U.S. founder Ron Tarosian chimed in, noting that Beitar would not endorse the protest, citing security reasons. We are against mosque marches at this time. Unless we have more people, it's unsafe. They were worried that they get their ass beat if they did that. That's funny. They're like, hey, listen, we love doing hate crimes. Okay? But we can't do it right now because we simply don't have enough people to do a hate crime. Because if we do a hate crime, we're going to get our fucking ass beat. Read the first paragraph of Danny Danon. What? Oh, he was a former leader of the World Beitar Organization. I didn't know that Dayen was a former leader of the World Beitar Organization. Oh, terrorist children. These children. Well, he's moved on to bigger and better things. My favorite dipshit. Dayen. Why are you anti-Semitic? Remember that flyer to harass Hamas? Beitar claimed it was fake. No one in the community knew about it, except they did. Beitar founder Eric Adams for New York City, an associate Ron Tarosian, said privately Beitar couldn't endorse it because they didn't have numbers at this time. The chat show, it's so funny that these guys are desperately trying to do like hate crimes against Muslims, but they just don't have enough people. Like the reason why people went to a synagogue to protest wasn't because it is a Jewish place of worship. It was because they were selling stolen land, illegally selling stolen land in the West Bank. Okay? Obviously, you're not going to be able to get the numbers to just like randomly commit a fucking hate crime at a mosque. Like... Bring American and Israeli flags, please. But also, we can't really do that because we don't have enough numbers. Come on, guys. Come on. Like, Beitar guys are probably freaking out that Zohran Mamdani won the primary because they're like, we really don't have the numbers at all. The chat show what's been plainly obvious on the ground, but lately ignored by city admins. There's a group of far-right extremists and Islamophobic bigots explicitly coordinating to incite violence against pro-Palestine demos, people, and Muslim spaces in New York City. The chats also give insight into Beitar, a racist extremist group that loves to post inciting content online and claims to be providing deportation lists of student activists. The chat suggests Beitar, like United Zionists run by Stephanie Ben-Shamal, Lions of Israel in America run by Ronan Levy, and the rest of these illegible logos. Beitar seems largely skeletal, the facade of unified organization much smaller than advertised. That also makes sense as to why there's always like 3 guys at these fucking counter protests. Like whenever there's like a fucking mass mobilization that takes place and there's like hundreds of people minimum, if not thousands, there's always like 3 lone dudes being like 3 lone dudes trying to fucking fight and then run behind the cops. It's genuinely shocking that all of Beitar's members could not have elected Whitney Tilson. I thought they had the numbers. Yeah. Half of the people I'm willing to bet in these group chats are already people like Brace that are fucking, you know, reading the group chats so that they can make podcasts about it, or Talia so they can deliver reporting on it to Drop Site. Like, they don't have any fucking motion. It's literally like 1 to 2 rabid Islamophobic psychopaths. Also, why would you take matters into your own hands when the American government is on your side anyway? You know what I mean? That's why I never understood like the pro-Israel rally that took place in DC. It's like, what do you want? More genocide? You literally are getting everything you want. You don't do a protest if the government is on your side. Then it's just a parade, you know? It doesn't make any sense. That's the reason why they don't have any numbers, because it's like, even if someone were to agree with them, they'd be like, why would I put my life on the line? Why would I identify with this publicly when everything I want is already happening? Like, not included in the reporting, but my favorite part is where they blew up the chats because one of them thought I had gotten access after a random account posted selection screenshots from the chat. They thought they had booted me by that point. I was never in the chat. There were multiple people who were in the chats leaking from them. Some of it sparked by that call to harass a mosque. When Brace and Talia become fake members of Beitar to lampoon or report on them, Beitar's total membership probably goes up 25 to 50%. That's the other thing. It's got to be hard. Oh, yeah, this was funny. When, Beitar Worldwide posted this after Zoran won. Evacuate New York City. Come home to Israel. And then, wait, I think, Yaakov Wolf said, you first. And then the account responded, we're already in Israel. Imagine if Muslims were planning to attack a synagogue. Yes, I can imagine, especially because people have, not just Muslims, pro-Palestinians have mobilized against not like random synagogues, but synagogues that were engaging in an illegal thing, okay? An incredibly immoral and incredibly illegal thing, such as selling stolen land in the West Bank, okay? And that was roundly criticized as an anti-Semitic hate crime. Which is crazy. What is the actual crime is that a place of worship is being used as a mechanism of displacement and land theft. What the fuck? Yeah, this is what I was talking about. We urge all Jews to evacuate New York City. You first. We are in Israel. Also, Beitar's onto something with this one. ChatGPT is woke and pro-Palestine. Yeah, it's just like a bunch of schizo dudes, man. They just like get together and fucking talk about how much people hate Israel or something. Like, that's all this is. I give no fucks with blinding these motherfuckers. Do it. No, he is not, and no hats off. He sucker punched a female while she was bending down. She put off the fire. F her. Who has the connections to ICE? In my opinion, many should be arrested. Oh, I'll smoke a joint off the burning Quran and a burning pic of Nasrallah, lol. We are most definitely marching in front of a mosque. I've recruited major non-Jewish allies who will join me. Let her be confused. We will also be marching in front of her Staten Island home. Hit them when they're not expecting. In their internal chats, members and supporters of the groups discuss ways of provoking street confrontations. They want to burn a Quran, all this stuff. Oh. Yeah, also, Beitar is, all jokes aside, directly responsible for harming Columbia students. They reached out to government officials to facilitate Mahmoud Khalil's kidnapping. We demanded elected officials, including the mayor and the comptroller, to address this before someone is killed. Jessica Tisch, the police commissioner. There is something that happens, like, I don't know what it is. Like, there is just something that happens to your fucking brain where you just become like a genuine villain when you seek out the defense of the indefensible, which is the apartheid state of Israel and its genocide of the Palestinians. Anyway, that's all I got for today. I'm tired. I've worn out. But here we are. I will see you tomorrow as always, chat. We had a very productive day. Lots was learned. We'll obviously continue covering the Bigbootybill. Peace in the Middle East. And bye-bye. Peace.
Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he Hassan streaming, reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show.